The sign was still showing open, and the gates were never locked, but Carl wasn't expecting too much business today. Certainly, nothing Davis couldn't handle. But within 2 hours, just after they had finished the first round of lunchtime feasting, Carl realized that he had greatly underestimated the Drod gossip mill. Mid-afternoon was when most people finished their daily tasks at the castle and in wealthier households. That's when well-wishers began arriving to congratulate the ladies on reaching Monarch Rank. Many wealthier residents saw this as an opportunity to meet the Dark Light Host Guild members without inconveniencing the shop, and the main room slowly transformed into a social gathering. While a few purchases were made, it was mostly a social event. After a few minutes, Carl used Earth Barrier to conjure benches outside, allowing people to sit and chat without crowding the limited store space. The staff was busy making snacks, and Carl sent his pair of Lamia bodyguards to work as servers. That proved a bit of a challenge, as their long bodies were a tripping hazard in a crowded area, but the demons were already accustomed to watching for long bodies and tails on the ground. Nothing would ruin a social mood faster than someone stepping on your tail or smacking it with a sharp object, as Carl had learned the hard way. As the day transitioned to evening, the flow of guests continued, with as many arriving as were leaving to attend to their daily duties. Yet, everyone seemed extremely impressed with the competence of the Dark Light Host Guild house staff. Not only had Davis managed to take a few custom orders, but he had also sold many stock items. Food and drink flowed constantly, with nobody going thirsty, even if the servers were somewhat unconventional, a pair of Lamia girls and a pair of large Naga warriors, all Overlord rank. Many didn't realize they were conjurations, not high-ranking guild members pressed into service, but the fact that they never once complained about their duties was deeply impressive. Even the war champion had brought out trays of food for the outdoor tables, ensuring the guests of honor wouldn't be disturbed while socializing. It was a unique guild experience for many, who had expected them to be based on the strict hierarchies of the old noble houses that had existed for thousands of years before the guild functions had recently come back online. Only as it started to get dark, and a garden party was no longer polite or proper to continue without stated evening plans and invitations, did the crowd finally disperse, leaving everyone exhausted. Even Lotus was barely moving, though that could have been the crash after a day-long sugar rush. The next morning, before breakfast, Carl headed to the gate to get a map of the hotspots that the Lord of Drod was requesting adventurers to take care of. "Lord Carl, always a pleasure to see you." "How can we help?" the guard on duty asked. "We were thinking of going on a little hunting trip now that all the ladies have reached Monarch Rank. Is there anywhere in particular that might be a good location for us?" "I was told you have a full map of target locations," Carl explained. "Oh, I know just the right one for you. There's an overpopulation of magical beasts near Kidrick. It's about 250 kilometers from here as the crow flies, but the road runs west to Nelbuk first and then north. East of that town, you'll find a huge number of Pygmy Stone Crushers. They're a form of earth element boar, and they're a proper nuisance. They're Overlord rank, but their attack power is limited. If you can penetrate their defenses, you should be able to wipe out a few packs and collect a handy reward, plus some fresh food for that Thunderbird of yours. He looks like the type who appreciates a well-roasted boar." Carl nodded. "How many are we talking about?" "A day or two to clear them." The guard laughed. "They're everywhere in the west, but they don't usually venture into populated areas. The map report indicates close to 1,000 in the region. Normally, the Leg Regiment would be dispatched to deal with them, but they're currently handling an undead horde along the Bosd River. They're split into dozens of units and scattered through the grasslands, in no position to redeploy for the boars. No matter how good they taste." Carl winked at the guard. "So, you're saying the guard wouldn't mind if I happened to drop one off here on the way back?" "No, I don't imagine we would mind at all. The Frostfire Gate Guard detachment would gladly help you dispose of any extra stone crushers you might bring back." "Ask about mice," Hawk insisted. Are there any mouse or rat-type species that might be a menace needing our assistance? Hawk, the Ghostfire Thunderbird, has a particular fondness for rat-type species, Carl asked as he took the map of hotspots from the guard. Not close by. There was a report of ratmen by the orcs up in Kudug, but I don't know if those count. They're not a properly sentient species, so they're mostly treated like any other forms of vermin. Hawk didn't know either. While they were called ratmen, there was no guarantee of their flavor. For all he knew, they might actually taste like monkey. All the way to the northern border of the nation for a hunting expedition seemed a little excessive anyhow. Though, they could likely use the portal, couldn't they? If they could arrive at the portal altar, they should be able to travel to other places using one as well, or even depart from that one if a mage was on duty. You need to get the Dana mage a portal spell, Hawk realized. As soon as we find one, I will make sure she gets a copy, Carl agreed. All of the students and apprentices already had their tasks for the day. For the teachers from Lard, Carl assigned a simple task that would take them all day to optimize and test. He wanted them to create a non-combat enhancement using runes that would improve a given trade skill by more than 30%. It didn't matter which one, but Carl knew it wasn't easy to improve a trade skill with a runic item, so they would be working on it for some time, attempting to create an epic ranked combination. Alright, we have a target, Earth Element Boars. There are about 1,000 Overlord-Rank and weaker monsters terrorizing the wilderness 100-some kilometers from here. So, we'll take a day trip, wipe them out, or at least a lot of them, and then fly back, Carl explained as everyone gathered for dinner. Moira looked concerned. Are you really going to challenge an Overlord-Rank monster pack? There's a reason they can get so close to major cities. Carl shrugged. That's really the difference between scattered homesteads and an organized guild raid on the herd, though. We're not defending property or family, so we're not afraid to cause extensive terrain redecoration. If there's one thing our guild excels at, it's mass destruction. Tessa thought about it for a second, then nodded. Even Thor now had a wide area damage spell, even if it was primarily defensive in nature. But with the boars having limited attack power and everyone sharing, void body, and combat, this battle was going to be a brutal one. Hawk stepped out of his space to lie down in the yard, and Ray set up a full harness for him so the entire group could sit securely, not relying solely on his abilities to keep them from falling off. Not that Hawk would have a problem doing it, but it was a reassuring feeling to be secured. Hawk knew the destination, and this was Overlord-Rank boar meat. Boars were his second favorite, right behind mice. So, as soon as they were all in place, he raced into the sky, holding nothing back to reach the target as fast as possible. All the people of the suburbs saw was a blue streak of fire leave the city and disappear over the horizon. Those with higher power levels could identify it as an Overlord-Rank flame, but none could do more than guess its purpose. Some suspected it was the Ghostfire Thunderbird in a hurry, but it had been moving so fast they couldn't tell. The experience was therapeutic for Hawk, who hadn't had a good excuse to truly stretch his wings over a long distance in ages. He was so fast that if he hurried, most of their destinations were only a few minutes away. Flying straight towards their goal, Hawk spotted the herd only 20 minutes into his flight. But they weren't alone, some impertinent demons were already there. Stealing his boar meat. It's only yours if you got there first and killed it. Let them have their hunt, there's plenty left for us, Carl reminded the easily distracted bird. Hawk circled to the ground at the eastern edge of the herd and let everyone down as all the summons were brought out. But he wasn't the first to act, that was Ray. Suddenly, one of the boars began to spasm and twitch, then it abruptly exploded, wounding nearby beasts and covering an area dozens of meters across in a deluge of blood. Really? Carl asked as the proud spider went to inspect her kill. I like it. I never got to do that before, Ray replied, then got busy with her golems, butchering one of the wounded boars. Well, it looks like we're starting now. Remi, they're heavy. If you want to try out your new Naga Swamp spell, this is a good time for it, Carl instructed. The boars were on alert now, and they immediately covered themselves in a thick earthen shield, then began firing Overlord-Rank stone spikes at the group of invaders. Surprisingly, the boars weren't so large. Carl had forgotten they were designated as Pygmy Stone Crushers, standing only 1.5 meters tall. Hawk didn't mind. He grabbed one in his beak, roasted it with his flames until it stopped wriggling, then gulped it down in a single bite. Pork-flavored big mice. This isn't half bad. Tessa mounted Thor, and Ophelia raged, expanding to the full extent of her dire bear form, towering over everyone else and some of the smaller trees. Carl moved forward with the bodyguards by his shoulder, while the epic guard remained at the back with Dana and Lotus, protecting the healer. Meteors fell from the sky as a flaming storm began to form, along with dozens of Hellstorm tornadoes as Remi activated Apocalypse. Hawk wouldn't mind if the meat was a bit pre-roasted, and this was the fastest way to deal with the pack of boars, who were already beginning to panic at Ray's presence with her new, demonic oppression, aura. They were overlords, but also a prey species, and their instincts screamed at them that they were under attack by the most dangerous sort of predator. If they couldn't win, they would have to run. So, Remi herded them with fire from behind, while Ray erected stone walls to their sides. Now unable to run, they naturally chose to fight. When driven into a corner, even the most timid animal will fight, and the stone crushers were not timid animals. Carl hacked them apart as they charged towards the only open side, and noticed that while Overlord-Rank soul energy flowed into the Haint Claw, it was nowhere near as intense or dense as the life energy going to the Blade of Champions. That was the opposite of when they fought intelligent beings, and vastly different from when they fought the undead, who had no life energy but strong soul energy. The curious change in the energy flows into his body kept Carl occupied as he tried not to focus on the continual gore of a battle against angry boars with extremely durable earth armor hides. Freezing them works much better. They break into nice storage-sized pieces, Ray informed Carl, impressed with her new skill. Carl could sense Hawk's annoyance, so he knew that her version of storage-sized pieces and the birds were not the same. Is the damage so good that you're still blowing up the boars? He asked instead. Not really, but I'm learning many things about blood magic from this skill, and I can't do that without blowing things up. Give me maybe 200 more, and I think I've got another skill coming. Well, if that was the case, they could certainly keep fighting. However, hacking through an Overlord-Rank barrier on an Earth element beast was not an easy feat. They were being bombarded with skills and taking area damage before they made it to the defenders, but still, the boars had their shields up, and Carl had to put a significant amount of energy into cutting through them. Even with the stacked damage from Rampage, Carl was focused on keeping the tide back when suddenly a living thing fell from the sky at him. He was just about to activate Rend when he realized Hawk had dropped a living demon on the ground beside him. Sorry, forgot to warn you. They were in the way of where I wanted to put my Hellstorm. The rest of their group scattered, but this one was too scared to run. Carl looked down at the terrified little demon, still holding a dagger, but with both arms over its head. Was it afraid of the boars, or the 25-meter bird that had just snatched it out of the ruins of a merchant caravan? Both seemed like reasonable answers. The demon shouldn't be injured anymore. It was within range of Lotus area healing effects, but it wasn't getting up, even when Carl and the bodyguards pushed forward, leaving the cowering creature at the back with Lotus and Dana. Then, suddenly, there was nothing for Carl to fight. Every boar within 100 meters was simply gone. Dozens of boars had vanished without a trace, and nobody seemed to know where they went. Except one very smug Cara. Ha, advancements are fun. I should do this more often. New shared skill learned, Void Blast, Totem Rank. Advanced form of disintegration. Creates an area of destructive void energy up to a spherical area of the caster's rank x 10 meters in diameter. Hawk screeched in rage. But where are the bodies? Who needs bodies? When you blow them up, they leave the loot. We have plenty of bodies. Carl wasn't sure what Cara meant by they leave the loot when she had apparently used an area disintegration effect on the boars. Logically, there would be nothing left of them at all. But when Carl looked over the grass in front of him, he found that there were actually treasures left over. There were hundreds of gems, small items, and bits of precious metals on the ground where the boars had been. What is all that? Carl wondered out loud. A squeaky voice behind them made a hopeful noise, then the demon cleared his throat and began to talk. The stone crushers refine rocks and metals to precious materials in their stomachs. That makes them excellent hunting targets. You know, if you can actually kill them. My team brought 2 Overlord-Rank warriors with us, but the intel was wrong. They said a small pack, and there are thousands of them here. We were overrun. Hawk used a claw to open one of the boars in his space, and sure enough there were rough gems and metals, many of them strange alloys, as they weren't finished converting yet. The beasts started throwing anything that looked like good stuff into their spaces to be sorted later, or given to Ashbringer. He seemed like the sort of guy who would appreciate a small mountain of assorted ore. Carl leaned down and picked up a pale blue ore lump at his feet, only slightly larger than a marble. Well, it's better than nothing. But Cara, be nice to Brother Hawk and don't disintegrate all his snacks. Snacks that Hawk was now reconsidering. He didn't know that they were full of stones when he was swallowing them whole. Ray looked at Cara with new appreciation. Everyone knew that she got one advanced skill when she reached a new rank, but that new version of disintegrate was far too good. Fortunately for Hawk's boar pile, Cara restrained herself with her next round of attacks, using Void Blast to blow up the heads, which weren't all that tasty anyhow. Carl had almost forgotten about the demon behind him when he noticed that the adventurer was picking up the loose ore and partially formed gems that the beasts had passed over when they claimed the battlefield behind them. If it didn't all match, or give off a powerful magical feeling, they just ignored it. But their guest had just lost his whole team and their gear, and he wasn't ashamed to load up his inventory with ore to try to at least make up for his monetary losses. Carl switched his attacks to use Void Blast, layered over Rend, and found that it cut through the defensive barriers of the boars with much less effort. That skill really was ridiculously powerful, and there wasn't any elemental resistance to it the way that earth barriers were strong against fire and lightning. The boars didn't understand what had happened to the rest of the pack, as they had simply vanished. So, they charged at Carl again as soon as they had recovered. Only to be met with arcs of energy that tore through their barriers, and an advancing swamp that mired their legs and corroded their skin. The matching bracers on all the ladies, well, all of them whose gear was visible in their combat form, were glowing with power as they drew mana to continue the assault. That bracer of fated encounters was putting in work, with both Dana and Tessa alternating casts between their own mana and the bracers, so that both would have time regenerate between uses. It was a brilliant idea. Not one that Carl actually needed. With the mana regeneration he got shared from the team, he struggled to even use as much as he recovered. The limiting factor was his stamina, not his mana. Even now that they were beginning to close the trap around the herd of Pygmy Stone Crushers, his mana was still nearly full. Maybe he should start going a bit harder and not just herding the beasts into a tighter cluster. No, it was a good working experience for the golems and the bodyguards. They were creating a moving wall of attacks, pushing the stone crushers back toward the flames. Except for the greater golem, who was running ahead, happily shaking them by their necks and tossing them in the air for Cara to vaporize the skull. For a giant dragon hound, it was quite reminiscent of a young Thor. More interested in playing than anything else. Now, Thor was the responsible one, holding position with Tessa. There are more people coming. I think we caused a scene. Hawk informed them from his artillery position in the sky. Remi, you can let the storm end once the current coverage area is clear. Carl decided. That's almost all of them. Are we leaving something for the locals? she asked. As long as it's the local guard and not some poachers. If they're trying to cause trouble, we will just reset the trap with them inside as well. Ray chuckled and activated Night Haunter to become incorporeal. If these new arrivals wanted to play, she would happily play with them. Carl waited patiently as the newcomers advanced and found that it was not a group of locals or town guards from Kidrick. It was a unit from the 1st Leg Regiment, 50 Overlords strong. Gentlemen, we weren't expecting to see you here. Did you need supplies? Carl called, with a gesture toward the rest of the Stone Crushers. How are your casualties? We have a shaman who can resurrect. The flag bearer of the unit called back. 0 casualties on our team, but we have a survivor of another group with us, and they were overrun. The unit came to a stop in front of Carl, and the man hopped down from his 2-legged mount. It almost looked like the ones they used in Nubon, but somehow more demonic and serpentine. A member of the team found us as well. He asked that we rescue his friends. You said that you have one. Carl gestured to the demon behind him, who was trying to hide behind Lotus. A pointless effort. He would have done better trying to hide behind Dana, but they were both smaller than he was. Dana pushed him forward, and the flag bearer laughed. Oh, isn't this a prize? The survivor is a deserter. That explained why he was trying to hide. If someone from his team hadn't informed the army and begged them to come look for survivors of the adventuring team, he likely would have never been caught. He looked to Carl for help, but Carl just shrugged. Sorry, man. We're not law enforcement. If you're wanted for desertion, that's a matter between you and the army. The leader of the unit came over with handcuffs in one hand and held them out for the demon to put on himself. It was a fairly direct threat. Either put them on, or have them put on you, and the second option will not be fun. While they were occupied, the rest of the squad was spreading out to eliminate the remains of the Pygmy Stone Crushers. Was this the whole pack, or did you scoop off a section for yourselves? The soldier asked. Carl shrugged. We killed all the ones that were with this group, other than what is here. I don't know if there were more, we are just taking a day trip from Drod to hunt. The ladies recently made Monarch Rank, and the dungeon in the city wasn't giving them the sort of workout that they needed anymore. That made the guard laugh, then look over at Ophelia's massive bear form with concern. That is a person, right? You didn't just tame a Monarch Rank dire bear with gigantism? He asked. Carl shook his head. No, she is a titanic berserker. One of her skills makes her bigger, another makes her huge, and a third turns her from a werbear into a dire bear. She's a force of nature in combat, and she gets the item bonuses from her equipped weapons, even when she's in that form. The guard nodded in understanding. She was larger than anyone on his squad, but some of the classes got large size increases now that the system was fully activated again, and many people were gaining access to the skill tree. It looks like your team is set up to fight nearly anything. But is that a winged void badger? The soldier asked as he watched Cara flying behind the greatly reduced pack of Stone Crushers to drive them into the military unit. Indeed she is. She's had a big day today, she just made it to Overlord. Carl agreed. The soldier made a sign of protection at the mention, then shook his head. Well, if you think that you can survive that friendship, more power to you. Cara was mildly insulted. Sure, she loved pranks, but she was never malicious. It wasn't like she was Sister Ray, who liked to make things explode for fun. Did you not just make 100 boars disintegrate to see if they dropped loot? Ray countered. Well, she had a point. But it didn't count. They were just boars. Between Cara and the soldiers, the rest of the boars were quickly being rounded up, but the merchant who had come with the Leg Regiment unit was greatly concerned that there were still more of them out in the wilderness somewhere. He was hoping to recover the remains of his convoy to at least make an attempt at repairing a wagon enough to get him to his destination with some goods. But if the herd had split up between when he had seen them and now, it might not be safe to continue. Overhead, the ghostly blue flames of Hawk flared like a second sun in the sky, and when they faded he was visibly larger than before, but otherwise identical. That made 5 out of 6 at the Overlord rank. Little Butterfly wasn't taking part in the battle, but Carl could feel that the creature was intrigued by the scene. Whether it wanted to fight, or if it was just recording everything from its space for a reenactment later, was a mystery. The thoughts of the glass-wing illusionary butterfly were always secretive, and it was hard to tell if it was fully sentient, or simply mimicked what was going on around it most of the time based on instinct. The choices of plays and the illusionary space suggested that Little Butterfly was sentient, it just seemed to lack a mental voice. However, one of the demons from the squad that had come to clear the beasts had caught her attention, and Carl could sense the butterfly trying to learn a skill. So, he focused on Skill Master, linking the two of them with a better chance at learning. Carl couldn't see what the demon was doing, but the viewpoint from inside the space wasn't strictly limited by his location. They could see from above his head, or slightly off to one side, giving them a much wider field of view. As the battle ended, he could sense the butterfly's satisfaction with the results, but he didn't get any messages about new skills or advancements. Perhaps it was a better understanding of its own skills that was the goal. Illusionary Domain 2 might have been too much to ask for, as the skill was already incredibly powerful as a distraction and containment skill. Then 3 dozen demon warriors, slender obsession demons similar to Dana's Epic Guard, but wearing maid dresses and carrying spears instead of the Epic Guard's leather armor and a sword, appeared in front of Carl. It was obvious that they were an illusion, as they were faintly translucent in the light. They were also waiting for something, but Carl wasn't sure what. No, he knew what they were waiting for. Butterfly didn't know any skills but illusions and invisibility. Thor, Tessa, we need some spells, Carl called. Thor gave the illusions a layer of eternal lightning, while Tessa gave them holy weapon, which made the illusionary spears solid. That many eternal lightning barriers severely depleted Thor's mana pool, but he regenerated quickly, and he didn't need to keep it active and sustained like he did for the actual group members. Carl put disintegrate on the spearheads and felt an immense mental and magical draw as the illusions moved into combat. That was a single strike skill, and it needed to be refreshed every time that they attacked if he wanted it to remain active. Fortunately, the skills that Thor and Tessa put on them were enough that the illusions could herd the Stone Crushers, even if they were doing almost no damage to them compared to active attack skills. Without powerful Overlord-ranked skills, it would take all of them to break through the defensive abilities of the Stone Crushers. But the holy weapon spell did some damage, and they were solid enough that the illusions could gang up on the monsters if they tried to charge. The soldier beside Carl gave him a strange look. Did you just put barriers on illusions and send them to battle? Carl nodded. It's an odd tactic, I admit. But your team is doing enough damage, and we mostly needed someone to keep the Stone Crushers from running away. Keeping that barrier up would be hard on Thor, and Carl was prepared to step up with a stronger version of Eternal Lightning, but Thor was so happy with the arrangement that he didn't want to steal his moment of glory. Sister Butterfly, we should make them red rope soldiers next time. A Tessa army, Thor suggested. That would be quite thematic, but there was something incredibly amusing about the looks the soldiers were giving the demons in maid outfits. The soldiers of the leg regiment visibly deflated when the illusions vanished, and there were no more demonic battle maids for them to stare at. No battle maids, but a lot of work cleaning, packing, and storing the meat of the boars to supply the regiment now that the threat was gone. The regiment could always use more meat, and at Overlord rank, the Stone Crushers were highly nutritious, as well as better tasting than almost anything else in the region. The commander of the unit turned to Carl, who was taking time to polish his sword and absorb life energy after the battle. There was a lot of it stored, and his body couldn't absorb it as fast as they were killing. Or perhaps the sword was unable to transfer it that fast. Carl suspected that it was the first, as it had absorbed it without any issues. It was just the discharge rate that was slower. Overlord, thank you for your assistance. Were you passing by, or did this make the guard map in Drod? The soldier asked. It made the map. They were one of the closer major threats, and at an appropriate power level for my team, so we came here for the day. Carl explained. For the day. Carl gestured upwards at Hawk. We got a ride. Unlike walking troops, a small team like ours can cover a remarkable amount of ground. The team didn't look all that small with the golems, the beasts, and the dire bear. But then Ophelia transformed back to her warbear form, and it began to make more sense. Then the Naga Queen bit someone. What the hell? The commander shouted, drawing his blade. Relax. It's a healing spell. Injecting Healing Splash is much more effective for targeted cures than surface treatments, and Remi is an overlord. See, he's perked right back up. Maybe a bit too much. Find that young man a wrath demon next time you've got days off. The commander chuckled a bit as he began to relax, and put his blade away. The demon really was looking better, and his commander wondered what was wrong with him to begin with if the general-purpose healing spells weren't getting rid of it, and he needed a specialist treatment. Carl's team backed away while the soldiers cleared the battlefield, but Cara continued cleaning up the loot for a few more minutes, ensuring that she had all the good bits of ore and gemstone. If it wouldn't take up a beast space slot each, they should have kept a few of these things, just to produce more loot for them. There are more of them in the distance, only a small group. We can always find more later. Hawk consoled her. Chase the ones with baby pigs away from the settlements, so they have time to grow big. We can't be running out of loot pigs. Cara insisted. Was all of Drod now an open-air farm in her mind? But they had killed so many of them this time, that the Pygmy Stone Crushers might actually be an endangered species in this region. Were there other major threats in the region that might not be on the map? Most of my group just grew into the Monarch Rank, and combat seems to be the best way to stabilize power levels. Carl asked the leader of the military team. The man took out his map to compare with Carl's. They were nearly identical, other than the marks for military units and smaller villages that weren't on Carl's map. The one that the guards in Drod handed out only had the major population centers on it, not every small farming village of 50 or 100 people, much less the small waypoints and farming community clusters. Nothing much. It's all been kept under control recently, except for the larger issue at the river. The commander noted. The undead horde that the regiment had been sent to deal with, before separating to keep the threat contained. Do they need assistance? We could likely fly over there tomorrow and collect some undead. With the priestesses and Thor, we can do a rather significant amount of holy damage to undead hordes. The commander shook his head. Please don't. We have issued an evacuation order so that we don't have secondary infections and casualties. There are strict quarantine protocols after fighting the undead that must be followed, so we don't spread a zombie plague through the city. The whites aren't as bad. The ones that they turn to zombies aren't infectious. The ones out here in the wild are, and they have a number of lich lords with them. That still sounded fun to Cara. Nullify made playing with spellcasters far more enjoyable than it had any right to be. Carl whistled to Hawk, bringing him down to ground level. The soldiers finally realized just how large the Thunderbird was, a full 30 meters long. That was more than enough to carry this handful of people. But when Remi, Cara, and the bodyguard simply vanished, the guards were baffled. I have a skill to create a separate space for my bonded partners. It makes travel much less of a chore. Carl explained. The demon nodded. Our regiment commander has a similar skill. Pocket dimension, he calls it. Remi and Dana both perked up at the mention, but the commander could only see Dana. If you're compatible with it, ask the Lord Academy. They are the sole source of tomes on the topic. but they don't often offer them to anyone below Totem Rank. Carl smiled. We have a couple of professors from Lord Academy at our guild house in Drod right now. I will ask them when we return. Perhaps I can work out a deal. Then Carl got a great idea. Jones, the magma dragon, had mentioned trading for spell books. Carl could likely find something that would make it worth the dragon's time if he had a similar sort of skill. Or, portal. They could really use a portal skill. All right, we will be headed back. Thor, you'll have to get your scales rubbed later, friend. Bring Tessa over here before you rest, will you? Carl called. Dana's dragon hound, Greater Golem, looked up from where it was doing the exact same thing as Thor, and the mage laughed as she dismissed the summoned beast. Those two had a lot in common. Once they were all strapped in place, Hawk took off for the city. He had a lot of work ahead of him removing all the stones from his new snacks, and he wanted to rearrange his space a little. It was a highly productive day for them all. Killing a small herd of Pygmy Stone Crushers had caused multiple advancements, and it had given them nearly everything that they had been looking for. Carl gestured at the suburban area outside the gates as they approached. I will hop off here, and you can fly straight to the house. I doubt the guards will hassle us over the fee, but if they do, just have Davis pay them from the guild bank. Then he hopped off, and Little Butterfly helpfully gave him a pair of feathered wings, one black and one white, to slow his descent. Carl landed with a solid thump on the dusty street, and Butterfly made the illusionary wings vanish. He could sense that Butterfly was very proud of itself. Guessing what Carl needed was becoming easier by the day, and she had even correctly guessed that everyone would like her illusionary maids. Carl stopped at the magma dragon's front door, and then lightly knocked once as he heard movement inside. Overlord Carl, what a surprise! Did you have something curious to trade? The dragon, still in his demonic transformation, asked. Yes, in a way. I would like to propose a trade, if possible. I am willing to pay very well for a portal and a separate space-type spell. Now, I haven't prepared skill books in advance. But I have something nearly as good. I can directly transfer a skill that I know by touch if the target is compatible. Jones began to literally glow with excitement, and the temperature in the house increased noticeably. Oh, that is just as good. You see, I am compiling skills for my inheritance. It's an important part of a dragon's transition from adult to ancient. Carl realized he knew just what Jones meant. I've actually had the chance to see that once before. The moment that an adult black dragon transitioned to ancient dragon status and passed on a legacy blessing. Jones smiled. It's a bit different for us. Magma dragons aren't a chromatic dragon, so we're not tied to the whims of a particular dragon god. We also don't pass on our inheritance automatically. Instead, we tie the inheritance to a part of our body, depending on our intentions. Many choose to bind it to their heart, so it will only be passed on after their death, and won't easily transfer to anyone for whom the dragon has lingering animosity. Others will put it on a claw or tooth and then remove it to place with their horde. That way, whenever they pass on their inheritance, it can be acquired. It also tends to draw adventurers to eat for a bit of entertainment, so it's not a bad option. Carl chuckled. Cara would love that one. She already had a horde, but if she could start a rumor about it holding a powerful legacy so she could beat up random strangers when she was bored, it would be even better. Maybe once she reached mythic rank. Because for now there was still a lot of entertainment in the world. Jones paused, then continued. I can access a portal skill book, if you have something that can pay for it. Carl considered the price for a moment. How about a trade for the Meteor Swarm skill? It's both fire and earth element, and while it's not technically an epic grade skill, it's very close. Jones was silent for a moment as he considered the spells that he already knew. All right, I will trade you. They shook hands and Carl activated, Follow me, little one. Jones smiled. Oh, it's a system skill. It's been some time since I had the chance to let the gods insult me to my face. Carl laughed. It doesn't always insult you. Sometimes the nickname that it gives people is complimentary. Jones nodded. Your skill is actually very similar to the dragon's, inheritance of the ancients, racial skill. We gain it when we meet the conditions to become an ancient of our species. But I'm not a purebred dragon, or my racial transformation would make me a human. So, the system delights in insulting me. Jones reached out into nothing and pulled out a book with Portal on the title and Jones' name at the bottom of the cover, marking him as the creator. Oh, you're an inscriptionist. No wonder you wanted new spell books. Jones smiled in response, then gestured to where his hand had gone. I don't suppose that you have something that could be traded for an artifact-grade spell like Tiny World. It allows living things to survive inside, but you won't be able to make the most out of it yet. Well, neither can I. Only the immortals understand the laws of creation well enough. But dragons understand the rules earlier than most species. Rules? Carl asked. Oh, I suppose nobody would have told you yet. You must understand the rules of the world, fundamental aspects of how magic and life work, before you can reach the mythic rank. It is also the requirement for a spell to become artifact grade. If it can change a rule without breaking it, it will be artifact grade. Tiny World does that, and creating a separate space within the world. Portal simply operates within the rules, and creates two openings at different points. Do you have something that might intrigue me that much? Jones asked. I have a few epic grade spells that you might like. Apocalypse combines a meteor storm with multiplying flaming tornadoes and a firestorm with much better mana efficiency. Or Ghostfire Body, which I believe you've seen enough to understand the basics of. Or, as you are creating an inheritance for dragons, what about Iron Within, which creates metallic bones and blood to strengthen the target? I don't know if you'll be compatible with it, but I could create a spell book, given enough time. Carl offered. Jones shook his head. I already have numerous defensive skills. Limited invulnerability, draconic invincibility, divine draconic might, phylactery. It is the sort of unique attack and utility skills that might benefit my clan's offspring that would be of the most significant value. Carl thought for a second, then tried a new idea. Packmaster Carl offers knowledge, skill, evolution, will be transferred to the Groundfall Runt Jones. Carl blinked as he saw that notification. He didn't know what it meant, but if he had to guess, the system had just accused Jones of being the unwanted egg thrown out of a nest as defective. That was a low blow, whether it was true or not. And Carl was not about to let on that he knew what the system was calling him. Jones smiled as the skill transferred. A one-time chance for a dragon whelp to advance past their bloodline limitation. That I can't. The value of this skill is unimaginable. Carl smiled. I have never used it myself. I have been waiting for my beasts to reach a bottleneck that they can't surpass. Only then would I be willing to use it to help them move past their species limits in a form one rank higher than before. Jones smiled. How do you feel about taking a little trip with me? Just an hour or two out to an island I own. Carl shrugged. I don't see why not. It's only lunchtime now, an hour or two gives us plenty of time, and I have, recall, set to the guild house. The magma dragon smiled. I actually meant for you to get back. But we both know, Portal, now, don't we? Carl realized that he was still holding the skill book for Portal. Spell learned, Portal, opens a gateway to a destination known to the caster. Mana cost and casting time increase with distance. Yes, you are right, we can both travel freely. Let's go to your island. I take it you expect to be there for some time. Carl asked. The dragon nodded. The first target that I intend to use, evolution, on is myself. You see, Overlord is the peak of my lineage, thanks to the mixed blood of a weaker demon in my veins. But with this new chance, I should be able to reach Totem Rank. With that, they might even grant me guardianship of the Frostfire suburbs. Jones opened a portal, and they both stepped through onto the steaming surface of a small volcanic island. Oh, right. Not a fire demon. Never mind, you seem to be fine. Jones realized. I have limited invulnerability. I won't burn in the natural lava. At least, not while standing on the surface. Carl explained. Good, good. Now, let's see what I need for materials. 1 dragon bone of totem rank or higher, Overlord-Rank fire and earth stones. A dark element treasure of epic grade, and some skills. All right. I have all that. Jones narrated to himself. He piled the items on one of his hands, and then with a flash of golden light, they melted into his body. The dragon began to change, transforming back to his natural form. Then the magma dragon began to leak oppressive power, and the glowing flesh under ash-black scales glowed a lighter golden yellow instead of red, while a faint mist of black smoke emitted from his body. It was a true evolution, and his species was subtly changing as his body grew. After half an hour, he had settled on a length of 60 meters, and emitted a flickering golden light under a black miasma. Species, Shadow Volcano Dragon. Jones read the line quietly to himself, then frowned. He was still an overlord. I thought that it was supposed to increase me by a rank. He muttered. Then his golden eyes lit up with annoyance. A form 1 rank higher. But in potential, not in current rank. That evil bastard of a world dragon. Then he tossed something in his mouth and his power level began to grow, shattering through the bottleneck as the totemic protection spell began to form on his body. He was already at the peak of Overlord, and constrained by bloodline, but now he could move on again, and reach the peak of Totem Rank before he would have to find another opportunity to increase his bloodline once more. Jones smiled at Carl. That skill really is priceless. The number of demons and dragon hybrids who are stuck at Overlord rank because of bloodline makes up 2/3 of the overlords in Drod. But while they would pay immeasurable amounts for this chance, someone like the city governor, who was bottlenecked at peak totem. Jones trailed off, and Carl chuckled. Yeah. It might be best if we don't mention this to anyone else. Jones smiled and handed Carl a small glass orb that looked like a globe. That is the artifact that will allow you to learn, Tiny World. Use it and then hand it back. I need to return it to its origin source to recharge for another 1,000 years. The orb granted a once-in-a-millennia chance to learn the space element artifact grade spell. No wonder that nobody knew it. Carl activated the orb, and felt the power flowing into his body. Then threw him to one of his spaces. Little Butterfly was vibrating with excitement as the knowledge was shared with her at the same time Carl learned the spell. This was a much better version of her illusionary domain, except that there was nothing at all in it. It was just a flat piece of stone with no life until it was shaped. Somewhat like the beast spaces were before the beasts started to upgrade them. She could fix that, though. Tiny World creates a separate space linked to the creator. Its location may be linked to an object or spatial coordinate. Only one tiny world may be activated by the caster at a time. Ray cheered in Carl's mind, and he wondered what she was so excited about. She couldn't use the spell. It's a Dana space. Carl blinked slowly. She wasn't wrong. Technically, it was very close to a beast space that he could put Dana in, but not quite the same. Cara was already making plans for the tiny world. If they were going to keep Dana in there, it would need playing spaces, and treasures to sleep on, and some plants. Jones watched Carl as he tried to calm down the beasts. It seems your bonded partners are quite excited about the concept. Carl nodded. Yeah, they have big plans for it. As long as living creatures can exist in the tiny world, that is. Jones nodded. Yes, but with some limitations. The tiny world only holds so much air. Unless you open it every few days, or keep living plants in there, they would suffocate eventually. If you keep it open just a little, it will naturally balance itself to the outside world, but that does run the risk of dangerous things or enemies gaining access. Well, I have to say, for a dragon's horde, it's a perfect spell. Cara, the winged void badger, also appreciates a good hoard of treasures. The dragon laughed. Yes, they do tend to be fascinated by shiny things and rare magic. Just be careful letting her play, as a strong enough nullify spell will cause the space to collapse and dump everything out on the ground, forcing you to reactivate it and put everything back. That only works from inside, so be cautious about similar creatures trying to get inside. Got it. No nullifying the space. I think that we can live with that. Now, should we go back and reveal your majestic new form to the world? Jones sighed and settled to the ground with a large chunk of ore in his front claws. Give me a week or two. I need to rest and stabilize after my advancement. We're far enough out to sea that nothing but a few sea monsters will have noticed my advancement, but there will surely be an uproar in the city when I return. Tell Mist and Rain that I'm on vacation for a week, would you? They get worried if I don't come by for tea at least once or twice a week. He requested. Of course. I will see you again soon. One more Totem Rank local would thoroughly change the power dynamics in the castle, but Carl had no expectations that Jones would honor a demand for him to move out of his little suburban house. Carl focused on the front gates of the Dryad's house, and then cast Portal. The spell took a surprising amount of mana, more than 5 times what a Monarch ranked attack spell would take. No wonder mages didn't use this spell casually. It would nearly drain a royal rank mage in one casting, and a commander would struggle to use it at all without help. The older Dryad came out as soon as the portal opened, then paused in confusion as Carl stepped out and waved at her. Oh, Overlord Carl. How are you liking your new guild house? She asked. It is wonderful, thank you. You did an excellent job. I actually stopped by to tell you that Jones is on vacation for the next week or two. He didn't want you to worry when he didn't join you for tea. Oh, that is very thoughtful of him. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come all the way over here. If you see my daughter, send her back, would you? We just had an order come in, and she's over at your place having a play date with the Green Dragon Cleric. Flower. Lotus. Yes, Lotus was her name. Carl smiled. I will see what I can do. You might end up with both of them instead, but I will let Rain know that there is work to do at home. Carl had only been gone an hour or so. It would not be easy to separate them if the two had just started on whatever they had planned for the rest of the day. Carl walked back to the house instead of using Portal again, intending to surprise everyone. But there were surprises waiting for him as well. The property's back wall was now lined with tall trees, and Lotus stood in tree form behind the well, with dozens of small children playing in the grass. Rain was up in Lotus branches, singing to the children, while the rest of the team sat on the front porch with snacks. Even Davis was on the porch, so they must have no customers at the moment. Oh, are we throwing a party? Carl asked as he walked in the gate. Davis nodded. Yes. The kids from the elementary school a few blocks south of here got the whole afternoon off because the teacher got sick. The dean brought her here, and all the kids followed to make sure that her illness would be cured. And well, that was all the explanation that they really needed. There were worried children, now there was a party. Is the teacher well? Carl asked instead. She's resting on the second floor. Apparently, she was exposed to a cursed item on the beach. It must have been washed ashore recently, but the guards have already sent a team to look for it before anyone else is injured. Did you get what you were looking for? Davis replied. I did. I'll tell you all about it later. Then Carl patted Dana on the shoulder and taught her, portal. Oh. She gasped, then jumped into Carl's arms to kiss his face. Yep, he definitely found what he was after. Ophelia joked. Carl sat down with Dana in his arms, then stole caramel popcorn out of her bowl. I got a new ability that will be very useful in the future. We can discuss it later. Where are the professors? He asked. They're on the second floor working on the project you assigned them. They were going to come down, but they could only talk about work, so they ended up going back upstairs. Same with the kitchen staff. We have snacks in the storage room, but they're making lunch for everyone instead. The teachers should be healthy and rested again in an hour or two, and then they will likely want the kids to go back to class. Well, at least the kids got a short break from lessons. Dana's excitement had her fidgeting in Carl's lap, and while she was in her natural human form, he could have sworn that he heard her purring in happiness. All right, spill. What did you get her? Ophelia finally demanded, unable to wait until they went back inside to get her answers. Portal. Carl stated with a smirk. Oh, no wonder she's so happy. She's just lost in her own little world right now. Ophelia laughed. Wendy and Loros both nodded in agreement. Dana was definitely in a world of happiness right now. Portal was the peak of convenient mage skills. A mage that could use Portal was indispensable to any group. But more importantly, now that she had Portal, they could actually go back to the Golden Dragon Nation any time that they wanted. All she had to do was fill her accessories with mana, and she should have enough to be able to get there. If that wasn't possible, then even making a 2-hop route, where she stopped on one of the other continents in the middle, would be fine. Exile was now an optional state. It was an empowering feeling. They weren't trapped anywhere, and they could explore and return freely. Their merchant trip across Nubon would have been a different experience if they could just use a portal to get from location to location. Hawk had the same idea. If they went up to his maximum altitude, they could travel hundreds of kilometers just with line of sight. You had to know where a portal was going, but if you could see it, that had to be just as good. It might not be the best way to use the skill, but they would be able to record every spot that they stopped, and if they were in a hurry, it would save a significant amount of time if they opened the portal high in the air above the horizon and flew through. Just fly, portal, fly while the mana recharged. If more than Carl could use it, then they could alternate. But if Carl could use it, then someone else must be able to use it as well. Hawk was reasonably certain that was how Carl worked. Carl discreetly went over to inform the younger Dryad that there was work waiting for her at home before checking on the rest of the people at the guild house. The assigned tasks for the teachers from Lard had been a stunning success. Not only had they found an inscription that would increase the trade skill's effectiveness by over 30%, but they had also discovered one that would improve any trade skill the wearer possessed. It wasn't a flat 30% improvement in all aspects, but rather a 30% chance of creating a higher quality item, which was even more impressive in some ways than merely increasing the chance of success or the maximum capacity of items created by the skill. An item 30% superior to a low Overlord-ranked item was still an Overlord-ranked item. But an epic Overlord-ranked item versus a rare quality Overlord-ranked item were worlds apart. That is excellent work. If we combine this with a few other rooms, we should be able to reliably produce enhancement items for crafting professions, Carl noted. The 4 teachers smiled. There is only one problem with that. Take a look at the items that we made. Carl inspected them again. I don't see the issue. Each of the 4 of you made one, all at Royal Rank, though you used Monarch Rank Mana Jade, which is a bit of a waste. Moira nodded. That's the problem. We couldn't bring them above Royal Rank, and they bonded to their creator the moment they were crafted. You can't sell these, they appear to be exclusive items for runic craftsmen. Carl sighed. Well, that is a bit of an issue. But they're going to be remarkably useful for the 4 of you, and the others as well. But we need to work on getting Loros to the commander rank first. Loros cleared her throat, but Carl patted her on the head. I know you've got it in you, despite the bloodline limitations. A few trips to the dungeon should help you grow, and you'll be able to say that you experienced the dungeon in all its glory. How many others at your power level can say that? Loros frowned. None that have working brain cells. Well, maybe one. I seem to recall that the little gecko girl's father threw her into the dungeon once to work as a cleanup helper for a 4-person group. She didn't die, but nobody saw her for weeks afterward. Carl extended his senses to see how the little lizard folk cleaner was doing, and found her in the backyard, hanging laundry on the line with caretaker Joe. The pair of them had become quite adept at moving around the house without being seen or heard. They were almost part of the furniture. Always there, never in the way. Except when Lotus was bored. The gecko girl was one of the few people her size, and she loved having others to play with who weren't taller. But Wendy was always busy, and caretaker Joe was too kind-hearted to complain that her assistant had been stolen. Wendy was more optimistic. Do you really think that going into the dungeon would be useful? I might only be a commander rank mage, but I could surely do something useful. Carl thought about that for a moment. That's right. You're a mage. There's no reason I can't teach you mage-type skills. With a few combat spells, you should be relatively safe to accompany them, even though the standard mobs are a full rank above you. The Oni demon smiled at the idea. Her brothers would never have let her anywhere near the dungeon, let alone inside it. She was only just beginning to realize how reliant she was on others. Even at work, she usually waited for Loros to tell her what they were making and did that until they changed tasks. Then she would catch herself mindlessly doing as she was told, like the Wendy doll that the system had called her when she got her runesmithing skill. She wanted to be more than that, but it was such an ingrained habit that it was hard to break free of. You know, we could spend the rest of the day making store items, and then go tomorrow. If we went with Remi and Thor or Remi and Dana, we should be safe enough and able to do the whole dungeon, Wendy suggested. All the golems seemed like the best idea. Carl nodded. I don't see why not, as long as they agree. And why don't I teach you some new spells as well? Wendy nodded, and then went to stand under Carl's hand. She was still under the impression that the head pats were part of the skill and not just because Carl enjoyed it. Dana resisted the urge to laugh, and Thor chuckled at her enthusiasm. The little Oni demon knew what was important in life. Packmaster Carl offers knowledge, skill, golem, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Packmaster Carl offers knowledge, skill, chain lightning, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. Carl realized that he didn't actually know a suitable barrier spell for mages, but Wendy didn't have any problem with chain lightning, so he tried the next best thing. Packmaster Carl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning barrier, will be transferred to the precious Wendy doll. It actually worked. Perhaps demons with an appropriate elemental affinity were easier to transfer beast-type skills to. Wendy giggled, and her eyes glowed blue as she activated refreshing lightning. I am all that is lightning. Thor came out of his space in human form to hug the girl and pat her head. Excellent work. That was my first skill ever, and not many people can use it, he explained. Oh. We're lightning friends now, Wendy decided. This one is precious. We need to make sure that she doesn't get injured. Thor informed the others. That's not a problem. I will take good care of her. But she has golems now, we should test them out. Remi agreed. Thor picked Wendy up and carried her to the side of the house where the casting wouldn't bother anyone. He wanted to see what she summoned for golems too. Thor set Wendy down when they were facing open space. All right, focus on what you want for golems, and then cast the spell. How they appear the first time is normally how they will appear every time thereafter, so be sure that is what you want, he instructed. That was what Carl told people when they did it for the first time. Wendy focused hard, and then a pair of small Cerro, no more than 1.5 meters tall, appeared in front of her. They were gloriously green, with lightning crackling on their horns. "Oh, excellent choice," Thor commended her, while Wendy stared at them. "I got baby Thor golems." "They're adorable," Wendy replied. "Was that not what you were trying for?" Thor asked, confused. Wendy shook her head. "Sorry. I was thinking of powerful guardians, like the gargoyles on the wall. These are good too, though. They do the same job, and they look so friendly." They were definitely friendly, rubbing up against Thor's legs as he stood behind Wendy, and begging for attention. "Interesting. Perhaps if you have specific skills, you get a different golem type. You have my starting spell, and it will extend to your golems, so it might have affected how the golems formed. We will have to study that in the future. But for now, congratulations on summoning your new golems. You now have both powerful defenders and reliable transportation." Wendy's eyes glowed with lightning, and she tossed herself up on the back of one of the golems. Then she led them out to the front of the yard for the school kids to play with. The kids were in a great mood now that there were new playmates for them, and the golems were just as happy as young Thor had been to prance around and let people pet their heads or rub their scales. It was actually kind of endearing to watch, a moment of nostalgia for the group, who all remembered when Thor had been much less serious and responsible. The little Cerro were still trying to get Thor to come play, as they recognized him as one of them, but Thor just snorted in amusement, reminding them that he was the pack protector right now and not free to play with the children. Well, maybe later. But right now, they were discussing important matters, like whether it would be safe to take the younger guild members to the dungeon as they were. They didn't have proper armor, but that could be counteracted by sending the right people along with them, or keeping them safe farther from the ogres. Most of the monsters in the Drod dungeon didn't have long-ranged attacks, so if the two lower-rank members stood 5 meters back, they should be safe enough. Who would go with them to the dungeon? "We can only bring 3 if we send them both," Dana asked. Remi came out of her space. "I will go with you and them. I should be more than strong enough to deal with some silly ogres now." That was hard to argue with. As she had 3 bodyguards, all at Overlord rank, and powerful area effect magic of her own, she would be a great option. Added to Dana, who had 3 different types of protectors, and could fly to attack from above, they weren't even short on a tank. Thor recognized that right away, and relaxed a little. Sister Remi could take care of the littlest pack members for him today. Lotus raised her hand to volunteer. "I can go with you to keep everyone healed. That should be enough support that we can take care of them. Unless Tessa wants to go instead." Tessa had stronger supportive magic, but they probably wouldn't need it. "This should be fun. I'm totally going to crush those ogres. Maybe I can try out my flood skill on them." "Can ogres swim?" Remi asked. Wendy raised her hand. "I don't know about ogres, but they're much taller than I am, and I can't swim." Remi considered that. "I can carry you and Loros. Then you'll be out of the water. Lotus can be a tree, and Dana can fly. Or you could just not flood the dungeon," Dana suggested. Remi sighed, and Lotus patted her on the shoulder. "You can flood it and see how that goes after we have cleared everything else out." That put her in a better mood. The teacher came down a few minutes later with a sandwich in each hand, and was immediately swarmed by children. "Is there a reason nobody took over my classes for the day?" "A teacher being sick shouldn't be an excuse to slack off," she asked. "They were worried about you, and possibly exposed to a curse, so we kept them here near the healing altar. Besides, see how concerned they were about you. How could we say no to such adorable begging?" Carl joked. The teacher rolled her eyes, then bowed to Lotus. "High Priestess, thank you for your assistance in removing my curse. I will be more careful in the future." Lotus smiled and shrugged. The guards are scouring the beach now, looking for more cursed items that might have washed up after the recent battles. With some luck, it won't happen again. But we are closer to the school than the clinic, so if you happen to have sick students in the future, a short class field trip to the guild house would save countless sick days. The students gave Lotus a suspicious look. Why was she giving the teacher ideas about how to stop them from faking illness to get out of class? Thank you, priestess. I should take these little ones back to school to finish what remains of their school day. Everyone, say goodbye to the nice dark light host people and the Sero hatchlings. That took nearly 15 minutes, but eventually the teacher had them all herded out of the courtyard. Remi turned to Loros and Wendy. Are you ready to go to the dungeon? You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It's still early, so we can go and come back before dinner. You've both got the Bracers of Fated Encounters, right? That should help you bypass bottlenecks. So, you might start growing quickly with the rewards from the dungeon. It didn't take a genius to realize that Remi was informing them, not asking. Loros has reached commander rank. Those were the words that let everyone else know that Remi's plan to drag the crafters through the dungeon had merit in aiding their growth rate. The chefs prepared another festive dinner, but when the girls came back, both of the underranked members looked more than a little traumatized. Loros, congratulations. Carl greeted the sculpting-obsessed demon with a hug. Loros smiled faintly. A commander now, but at what cost? I can still smell the burning ogre. And the screams. How do you get the screams out of your mind? Carl patted her head, while Remi hugged Wendy, who looked to be in a similar state of shock. Right, I forgot that this would be your first exposure to battle. Trust me, it gets better. Soon, you will forget all about the horrible parts, and you will only remember what you gained from your trip through the dungeon. You're now a commander rank Loros, when you never thought you would manage to advance again. You can make commander rank items for sale and stock the shop with them. You will get extra respect from the people in town as a commander ranked crafter. Plus, so many more people will want to see and purchase your sculptures. Carl soothed the traumatized demoness. The last part really seemed to hit the spot. Being an obsession demon, she was focused on her work above all else. After a few minutes, they began to calm down. Wendy had realized by the time they got back that everyone else here had been in the dungeon more than once, and had likely seen worse. So, it didn't seem as horrible anymore. After all, if Lotus could still be Lotus after spending so much time in there, it couldn't be all horrible, right? But Loros' transition was more dramatic. Once she began to calm down, and it sank in that she was truly a commander and had surpassed her bloodline limitations, even if only by a little, she was fired up to create new sculptures. The pair of sculptors returned to the workshop, where Carl could hear Ashbringer hard at work. Cara and Ray had dropped off huge amounts of Overlord-Rank ores for him to work with, along with an assortment of rough gems. They had kept the best ones for making spell gems to add into the weapons later, but he had requested a selection of larger gems to be used as a mock-up for the weapons he was making. They wouldn't be permanently mounted, but used to shape the weapon for the gems that would be added during the runecrafting process. He looked up and smiled as Carl entered. I think we will have some surprises for the auction next month. With the quality of the ore we have to work with this time, I think we can make a couple of strong epic-grade Overlord weapons, or perhaps an actual artifact. I have some ore here that should hold up to that level of enchantment, and I know you can do it, with the sort of weapon you turned out for the Divine Dragons. A weapon at that level donated to the city would secure us a spot of honor at every event for the next decade. The growth of an artifact isn't unlimited, unless it can absorb outside energy, but it's not unreasonable to think that a totem or mythic demon would be able to slowly pull an Overlord-ranked artifact-grade weapon up to their level, Ashbringer explained. Carl smiled. Are you thinking that we need a stronger presence in the city? Perhaps a few more strong ties to the leadership. Ashbringer shrugged. Well, I have come to enjoy this forge. It wouldn't be bad to spend a century or two here. That whole timeline seemed off to Carl. But demons lived much longer than humans were expected to. Though Carl knew that the powerful could live longer, as many of the totems on the other continent were already well over a century old. What the scaling was hadn't really been studied, but if he could keep up his growth rate, reaching 150 or 200 wasn't unreasonable. So, a hometown to claim would be a great benefit, no matter how much he traveled the Dragon Isles after this. He could travel freely now with Portal, so once he had seen the world once, he could always go back. Carl realized that he had gotten sidetracked and thought of an answer for Ashbringer. Do you think we should keep going for powerful weapons? We could make armor for them instead, increasing their survivability instead of their combat output. That seems like it would gain us just as much goodwill, but much less animosity. Weapons only do any good if you're attacking. But if we make them armor pieces, they can survive ambushes, and enemies of the city won't blame us for their loss. That would all be down to their inability to defend against the leader's attacks, right? Ashbringer smiled. Oh, that's good. You do know multiple damage reduction and barrier skills that can be added to armor. Even putting limited invulnerability onto an ornate torso plate would be a game changer for the totems. Carl nodded, and Ashbringer began to draw a plan on the chalkboard behind him. If it's intended to be bonded and equipped, I can size it for the girls. Then I only need a quarter of the materials or less. The way my skill works, it has to fit someone, but the girls can try it on without bonding it, and that will let us finalize the item. In fact, I will make armor for them as well, so they don't feel left out. A chainmail vest with delicate links can go under most clothing and is very flexible. A scaled vest is less flexible, even on a silk base. But it would also be an option. The chain would require fewer materials, though. Carl considered their options, then sighed. If we had a leatherworker, it would be easier to make armor. We can use raised silk for base layers and padding, but hardened leather would use up many of the materials Hawk has stored as inedible, and make for good armor as well. Why not just teach Ray? It's not that much different from cloth fashion, and we can get you the books on how to harden the leather with magical materials. They're available at the library, Ashbringer offered. See, I told you that you can get more than priestesses at the library. Remi reminded Carl, while silently observing the sculptors, to make sure they were recovering mentally from their first trip to a dungeon. Carl smiled. Well, if I'm going to go to the library, I should prepare a gift for them as well. There is nothing that librarians like more than new books. If I donate a new tome to their collection, it will keep the inscriptionists busy for weeks. Ashbringer laughed. That's just devious. But are you sure that you'll have something that they will actually be so excited to get their hands on? Carl nodded. I have a number of strange and esoteric skills. They are quite useful within their niche, but they're not part of any other class's base skill tree, as far as I know. Carl headed back to the house and took out his writing supplies, startling the professors, who were working at the large table on the second floor. Are you making something new? Moira asked. Not really. I'm making a skill book for the library, a piece offering to reduce the cost of the tomes that I am going to request. I want to get Ray some books on leather armor and clothing creation. She's already a master with silk, as an innate skill of her species, but blending that with leather armor creation would give her a much wider set of options for her fashion. The professors laughed at the thought of such a terrifying beast sedately making armor, but somehow it did suit her personality. Speaking of Ray, where has she been? I haven't seen her in a while. Moira asked. Carl smiled. I'm sure she takes that as a compliment, but she's right behind you. The professor turned around quickly, alarmed that she hadn't noticed, and Ray laughed from the third floor, where she had been watching the alchemists in the library space. You are an evil, evil man. Moira muttered. It was funny, though. You should have seen the look on your face. Ray walked down the stairs, visible and in humanoid form. Most of the time I am invisible. It's not surprising that people don't see me. Actually, I would be shocked if anyone did see me, other than Carl. Ray explained. Why him? Because you are bonded. Mash, Moira's husband and fellow runesmithing apprentice, asked. No. Because he has soul sight. Without that, I think I could hide from him, even if he could sense where I was through the bond. Carl kept writing as they discussed the ways that a monster who was both invisible and incorporeal might possibly be detected. The professors had realized that it might actually be a major security breach of the academy. How many creatures had managed to find their way past the wards on the academy? They could have dozens of spies in the school and not know it. But if they worked on the answers with runic items, they should at least be able to detect intruders more effectively, even if they couldn't see them. Carl finished the Bestial Regeneration book and got to his feet. Ray, did you want to come with me to the library? I will be picking out trade skill books for you to learn how to add leather to your decorations. Ray shook her head. Take Remi. She likes libraries more. She will also want you to buy many more books to fill out the knowledge that she can't find in our house library. The house's library had a wide variety of introductory tomes and trade skill volumes, including basic leatherworking. But Ray hadn't learned much from that, as it was mostly about how to cut and sew leather properly, and not how to make it into magical armor. So, Remi and Carl made their way through the streets of Drod before dinner, intending to make a short trip to the library and order any books that Remi needed or thought that Ray might need. Hopefully, they wouldn't already have Bestial Regeneration in their inventory, as that would increase the value of the tome and buy them extra goodwill. If they did, Carl could always come up with another skill to bring them based on what they said they were short on. The library was quiet when they arrived, with only one demon looking for a specific tome. Though, calling it a library didn't seem to be correct. It was more of a combination book repository and bookstore, with some books for sale and others only for browsing within the building. Good evening. Do you have a membership? The receptionist asked. In fact, I do not. What are the requirements to become a member? Carl asked. There are 3 stages of membership. First is our basic member, which allows you to purchase tomes from the library. It is free of charge with your first purchase. Second is our VIP member, which has a 1 gold annual fee and allows you to browse the stock tomes in the building. Third is the contributor membership, which receives a discount on purchases as well as the right to browse tomes. That is more for inscriptionists, as it requires donation of a tome that you have personally created. What is your trade specialty? The receptionist asked. I am actually a rune master, but I have a skill that allows me to create skill books on a very limited basis. In fact, I expected that your library might have such a requirement, so I made one for today. This is a tome of Bestial Regeneration, just completed. Carl explained as he placed the book on the desk. It even still smells like ink and new paper. The receptionist replied, shocked. It wasn't often that someone actually took up the 3rd tier of membership. Even most of the inscriptionists in Drod City only sold books to the library. They weren't willing to donate one, just for a discount on books that they could make themselves, given enough time reading in the library with a single gold VIP membership. You're seriously willing to trade a tome? Oh, let me see if we have this in stock. She murmured, while Remi draped her head over Carl's shoulder to distract herself from the urge to wander. Ever since her advancement and physical transformation, her curiosity had skyrocketed. Like all that energy being stuck in a smaller body was amping up her emotions. The librarian returned with a Totem Rank magic demon that Carl vaguely recognized from the garden party at the castle. Oh, Overlord Carl. You can make skill books. How fortunate. I had thought your skills might be limited to runic items. The demon greeted him. Carl checked the name using his system interface before responding. District Overseer Rashid, it's a pleasure to see you again. Skill books aren't really my specialty, but I do have the ability to make a few per month on skills that I already know. A curious system skill intended to help advance my team. I brought you an interesting skill today, I believe. Carl replied. Indeed. There is not a single copy registered to the library with that skill name, so I came to see if it had been misreported. But it is correct. And the restrictions are not as harsh as I had feared, given the names. Though, it's a bit insulting that it considers all horned or feathered demons to be compatible with a skill for beasts. Incubi as well, though I don't see why they should be named individually, as they also have horns. Remi's amused non-answer in Carl's mind made him laugh. There were many reasons he could think of that the incubi might be named individually from other types of bestial creatures, but the librarian's deep violet blush had the district overseer rolling his eyes. I noticed earlier that demons are widely compatible with skills intended for beasts, as long as their element matches. For example, an Oni demon I met here is compatible with multiple beast-originated lightning element skills. Overseer Rashid looked impressed. You actually identified one as an Oni demon. Most of the greater demon species disguise themselves when they are going about their daily lives, so that others do not make trouble for them with requests and pleading. Carl smiled. It came to light after I had hired a member of their family for a job. Rashid snapped his fingers. That's right. You hired Miss Wendy as an apprentice sculptor, and her father made the barriers on your guild house. I should have remembered that. That family will be quite the force when they are fully mature. Most of their species don't hit any bottlenecks until the peak of Totem Rank. Carl had known that Wendy was powerful, being a commander and still not a teenager, but a peak Totem Rank species potential was surprising. The district overseer was staring intently at the book, and Remi began to giggle. It's 403 pages. How fast is your hand speed? The demon smiled, while the receptionist gave him a confused look. You are quite right, Miss Remi. It would take me some time to copy this if I used it. But that skill is so tempting that I might just do it anyhow. But what did you come in looking for? Certainly, today's visit wasn't just to receive a membership. Rashid replied. We actually require tomes on crafting magical leather armor. One of our guild's artisans wants to expand their skills, and it is an open niche for us. Carl explained. You have weapons, jewelry, potions, utility items. However, your guild sells no leather items. Yes, you are correct. There is a reliable place for them among your guild. We have many such tomes. Do you want skill books, or do you want textbooks? Both, I think. The target is Overlord-Rank without a trait skill, so advanced skill books might be suitable. But having textbooks on the topic to supplement might be helpful. They already have skills with fashion and clothing, so leather armor won't be too large of a change. Carl explained. Who would that be? I can't guess which member you mean. The overseer muttered, mostly to himself. The Lady Ray, our blood destruction demonic spider. Overseer Rashid nodded, and the receptionist gasped. An Overlord-ranked spider monster. That's... Sorry. I'm sure she's a lovely person. I'm sure she will laugh when I tell her so. Remi agreed, and the receptionist sighed in relief before she realized what Remi had actually said. Ray is a sweet person. She's just got personality quirks. But do we have the appropriate skill books? And what might they cost? Carl interjected. Right, yes. We have all the skill books and textbooks that you might need. You can work out the details with the district overseer while I retrieve them. The receptionist insisted, then vanished into a back room. There are 4 skill books in total for the Master Leatherworker trade skill progression, all of which we have in stock. plus 2 textbooks on magical armor creation, based on different disciplines. While I have no doubt that you actually have enough coin to pay for such an extravagant purchase, perhaps we could make a trade for items. Overseer Rashid suggested, his feathers ruffling in excitement. Oh, what did you have in mind? I have a few items complete, and I can make you something custom from a blank if the cost is higher than what they're worth. The Totem Rank demon smiled happily as Carl immediately grasped the issue. The entry-level skill books were not expensive, but a master-level trade skill book. That couldn't even be used by someone under royal rank, and they had to have an extreme compatibility with the skill already. Most likely, the spider would use the one she could, and then save the last one or two for later when her skills had improved. Can you make a library assistant? The demon asked, curiously. That sounds more like a skill request. I could probably teach you how to summon one, yes. But putting one on an item. It would be difficult to make an autonomous one without the spell taking up an entire suit of armor. Rashid sighed. I was afraid of as much. And as great as a living armor item would be, that's far beyond the cost of the books you need, as well as being thousands of hours of work. What do you need it for? Carl asked, wondering if he could do something with runes. Just general library stuff. Cleaning, dusting, arranging books. Carl thought about it for a moment, then smiled. I can do half of that. How about an item that will clean and dust the library on activation? There were dozens of examples of that in the Dwarven Runecrafting book. Mostly so that the dwarves didn't have to clean up spilled drinks, mop floors, and other such mundane tasks. Carl had studied enough of those runes to make a cleaning item. Would that even be a rare item? Rashid asked. I don't know. Give me a moment to make it and we will know. Carl replied with a shrug. There was only one way to find out. And he had some statues carved out of Monarch Rank mana jade. Carl took out one that was carved to look like lotus dragon form. It was on an oval base, which gave him plenty of room on the bottom to carve. So, he quickly planned what he needed. Cleaning intentions, organization, water for mopping floors, wind to keep everything dry and dust the books, with a modifier for gentle strength, so nothing was damaged. That still left him with some extra space, so Carl added runes for repair, removing stains, and refreshing mana, but targeted to items being cleaned so that it would give a gentle nudge of mana to failing ancient artifacts, which helped keep them stable. Carl took a pencil and drew the runes, then quickly carved them with a claw, before adding mana to activate the whole thing. It was a complex concept, to be certain, but when he finished, the dragon statue's eyes glinted blue, and he knew that his efforts had been acknowledged by one of the gods. Epic grade, statue of tidiness, cleanliness is next to godliness. Carl looked at the item description in amusement for a moment, then handed the little white and red dragon statue to Overseer Rashid. Why don't you try that out and see if it's worth the exchange? If not, I can supplement with something I have in stock. Carl offered. Overseer Rashid pushed a bit of mana into the statue, and a ball of blue magic formed around the dragon, before soaking into the statue, making it look like a living blue dragon. Seconds later, a gust of wind spread through the building, causing books and papers to shift around, but not at random. Scrolls slotted back into cabinets, books left on tables returned to carts, floors began to shine with a freshly washed gleam, decades of dirt and grime were removed from the sides and tops of bookshelves, while dozens of lost and forgotten manuscripts were recovered from hidden spots and behind shelves. Within a minute, everything was perfectly clean and organized, and Carl heard a happy draconic rumble from the statue, before it faded back to a plain mana jade statue. I think that worked wonderfully. Remi noted. I don't remember some of these scrolls. Where did this come from? Overseer Rashid asked as he walked to a cart, where an ancient scroll was neatly rolled and freshly cleaned. He picked it up carefully, and Carl could hear how brittle the paper was. The magic demon cast a spell on it, and the ancient parchment glowed with energy, then became visibly less faded. Rashid unrolled the scroll, and then his eyes opened wide in shock. "This is impossible," he muttered. Remi slid over to look over his shoulder and read the notes. It was a list of spell ingredients and instructions for an Orcish shamanistic ritual to pacify a major storm at sea. "How long have the demons held the city?" Remi asked, startling the demon with her presence mere centimeters from his face. "About 4,000 years. This must have been left when we took and renovated the city. Then it was shifted around until it ended up here in the library, which was built about 1,000 years ago, replacing a smaller library in the compound of the castle. How it survived all this is a mystery, but we don't know a lot about ancient Orcish shamanistic magic. But would you mind backing up a little bit? Your tongue is dangerously close to the paper." Remi backed up, then sighed. "Naga, don't drool. But I do apologize for forgetting about personal space." She was not, in fact, sorry. Not at all. However, she did move to the other side of the table to examine the scroll. "Remi is a shaman," Carl explained, as the overseer was beginning to wonder what had her so intrigued by a scroll written in Orcish. The receptionist came out with the books and stared in shock at the library. The floors were actually gleaming, and there was no dust anywhere. Even the drapes over the windows were freshly cleaned. "What happened while I was gone? I swear it was only a few minutes," she stammered. "Overlord Carl granted us a most curious statue. It not only cleaned the library, it organized the books onto the carts for return to the shelves, and it recovered the lost and forgotten tomes that had vanished behind or on top of the shelves. That is wonderful. There are a number of tomes that we have been unable to find for the entire time I have worked here, but the security spells insist that they are still in the library." She placed the books on a counter and went off to look for the lost tomes. She's going to be incredibly frustrated when she realizes that the spell didn't remove any of the books from the hidden compartments and secured drawers. Overseer Rashid whispered. Or when she realizes that her romance novel is no longer hastily stuffed under her desk, but placed in the middle of the reception counter and freshly cleaned. Carl agreed. Remi grabbed the books they had purchased and placed them on the shelves on her altar, then looked around the library. "I think I need to come back here later. There are so many good things to read," she informed Carl. "Well, the library is open from dawn to dusk 5 days a week. I will give you a VIP card." Rashid agreed. He grabbed one from a drawer under the reception desk and cast a spell that bonded it to Remi. "Overlord Carl is recorded as a donor already, no need to carry a card. But it appears that I have a lot of work to do. I need to make copies of this skill for use and distribution. Once the Lord and the Governor learn that so many demons can learn a regeneration skill, it will be in massive demand for the army." "Do you know how effective it is?" he asked. Carl nodded. "It's not as good as a minor healing spell of the heal over time sort. But it will close major wounds in a matter of minutes. There is a stronger version, Trollish Regeneration, but it's got a much more restrictive usage set." "Is that the healing ability you have? I heard that you shrugged off blows like nothing during the battle on the docks." Carl smiled. "I have limited invulnerability and a special constitution. My healing abilities are on an entirely different level." Carl returned to the guild house with Remi and their haul of new books. Ray had already grabbed the first of them to test. Master Leatherworker, skilled book was her first option. Starting with the most powerful, until she found one that she could use properly. But she had a strong suspicion that she would be able to use this one right away, and then she would be able to make magical decorations for her ladies. The only hesitation that she had was about whether it was better to try in public, to see if the spider goddess would let her succeed the first time out of sympathy, or to do it in the darkness of her web, where she was the most comfortable. After a few seconds of consideration, the web won out, and Rei took the book back with her and transformed into her natural form. She might be a whole new kind of spider now, but she was still a spider. Spiders had the most benevolent goddess, who wanted them to be happy. So surely, she wouldn't have to suffer long trying to learn how to decorate her humans properly. Rei settled into a comfortable spot on her web and flipped the book open. Knowledge instantly flooded her mind, informing her of all the knowledge that a master leatherworker needed to make clothing, armor, and various forms of equipment. That was excellent to know. Many of those items could be made with spider silk just as easily, and gain the same sort of enhancements. It also taught her a lot of technical equipment that Rei hadn't known existed. Better types of harnesses for Hawk and Thor, pouches and storage devices, including some that would hold more than they looked like if you found the right materials or spells. That could likely be done with Carl's runes. But the variety of braided whips. That was pure artistry. What sort of benevolent soul had created this book for her? Whips made of her own silk would be perfect, and there were runes to allow you to control them like a tail or tentacle. If the rest of the group knew what sort of ideas Rei was getting from the new trade skill book, they would be much more concerned than celebratory. But for now, only the beasts knew that she had already succeeded in gaining a skill. Before she came out, she wanted something to show off her new skill. If only she could decide who to decorate first. The vampire. Mick was adorable in the Lolita dress that Rei made her wear to work, but it was very unvampire-like with the ruffles and the parasol. If she made something more vampire for her, that would be good. She was a blood knight, a self-healing warrior class with high agility. So, she would be a suitable candidate. If only she had her baby rogue handy. Maybe Carl could open a portal to send gear back to her. First, she would pick a piece of leather for a bodysuit and modify it to be super stretchy. That was easy, and it could be done with a skill and no extra chemicals or steps. That was significantly better than the introductory skill. Then she just had to cut it to shape, slide it over the mannequin, add the leg, forearm, and chest plates. That kind of looked like Overlord Tabitha. Maybe they had the same high mobility fighting style. Now boots, and gloves with hardened leather to socket gems into. The base armor piece was finished in under 20 minutes as Rei immersed herself in her work. Now she just needed Carl to add runes to it and make some gems with skills to increase the vampire's fighting ability. Oh, and ventilation. Numerous little holes would make it less water resistant, but it would keep the wearer from overheating. The vampires didn't really give off much body heat, but Rei didn't know if they could still sweat. A silk liner would make it more comfortable, so Rei added a bit more to her design. Then Remi passed her a pair of gems. Carl made these earlier. They're for weapons, but they should be fine on armor. Haste and shatter. Not terrible options. Rei fit them into the armor's bracers, and then used her new skill to integrate the gem buffs into the bonus of the armor. It wasn't as good as a full runic armor piece, but it was a rare quality Overlord-Rank armor suit. Leather bodysuit of nimble blows, adds attack speed and agility. Physical strikes by the wearer cause the shatter effect, creating damaging vibrations through the target's body. Rei came out in her humanoid form and walked straight to Mick. "Put this on. I made it for you with my new skill," she demanded. Mick nodded, not seeing a reason to argue with Rei. The bodysuit fit her like a glove, and Ophelia whistled in appreciation. "What sort of cosplay is this?" the vampire asked, blushing bright red in the face. "A warrior in our hometown wears armor just like that. It's perfect for agility fighters. It's Overlord ranked, and it gives excellent combat bonuses. You could wear your dress over it if you wanted, I guess." Mick considered that. No, that would just look like it was some sort of weird fetish. But this bodysuit was entirely too form-fitting. Then Rei got a great idea. "You can wear robes over it, like everyone does at the temples. Let me find you one in guild colors." It only took a second, Ray had made lots of them for her clerk, in case she complained about the cute frilly uniform dress. White on the left, black on the right, the simple hassock was patterned like Carl's tabard, but without the decorations. A black rope tied it at the waist, and now she looked like a battle nun, with the visible leather armor on her neck and hands. Lotus smiled. That actually looks good on you. But Ray, does she have to wear guild colors at all times? Ray nodded. Yes. You always wear green. So, I don't see why she shouldn't wear Darklight Host black and white. Ophelia chuckled at the confused look on Mick's face. It's Ray staking her claim on you. If you're wearing Darklight Host colors, that means you're one of her people. I'm sure that we can get her to give you an all-white or all-black one. She suggested. Ray reluctantly handed both colors of hassock over. It would be better if the vampire would show off her cute new stretchy armor, though. Maybe Ray should make some for herself. The next few days passed mostly peacefully, though Ray was constantly restocking her bolts of silk at a rate that was giving Mick heart palpitations. A remarkable feat for a vampire. The bolts of Commander Rank silk sold for dozens of gold each, and they had moved hundreds of them through the shop in the first week. Even by the standards of Overlord-ranked vendors, they were insanely profitable. Carl, I have finished the leather armor. Are you finished with the runes on the mage robes? Ray asked, as she appeared in the main room of the second floor. Indeed. I have them all done. I just need to finish up the staff now. The rest is complete. Dana came up to see what they had made, and then stopped to stare at the outfit in Ray's hands. What is that? You can't be expecting anyone to wear that in public. She insisted. It was mostly black gossamer silk, with strategically placed leather straps to keep it from being obscene, then with leather sleeves for the arms and legs. It came with knee-high laced boots, with a practical riding heel, and elbow-length stretchy leather gloves that shimmered in the light, as if freshly oiled. Ray scoffed. I did 10 hours of research into succubus fashion, and determined this to be the perfect design. Plus, it goes under the mage robes. Look, I even made a cute leather collar to hang charms from. Carl nodded. And I enchanted it with mana storage and damage taken reduction. It reduces base damage taken by 400 points, and as far as I can tell, that is the maximum for an epic grade Overlord-ranked piece. Then he took out a heart-shaped earth gem with a gold loop at the top and attached it to the ring at the front of the collar. This is a gem of stone bullets. It will give her an Overlord-ranked attack spell, and she won't have to take out her staff to have it available. Instead of putting the attack spell on the staff, we gave the staff a void gem of damage nullification. A new hybrid skill that I worked out with Cara. It doesn't stack with void body, unfortunately, but it ignores the first 3% of your health and damage, then reduces damage taken by another 400 points. Combined, the whole set has over 100% more skill power, and a huge amount of mana storage and regeneration. Dana stared at the outfit in amazement. All right, I will admit, that is impressive. She sighed, ignoring the overly sexualized design for the armor that Ray had picked. At least the robes were completely normal black mage robes with pale green Overlord-ranked runes on them. The items were moved to the store vault, a subsection of the guild bank, and Ray grabbed Dana. You're up next. I got the others this morning. I will make all new armor for everyone but Ophelia. She wanted metal armor. Ray insisted. Oh. All right, I won't say no to a custom set of Overlord-ranked armor. Our gear was getting behind what we were selling at the shop anyhow. Dana agreed. What about this style? Ray asked, with a book from her space suddenly in her hand. Where did you even find that? The Book of Fashion says it's a Wrath Demon bridesmaid's outfit. But it's cute, right? Ray asked. Dana pulled Ray down to her height and whispered in her ear. Oh. I understand now. I will make you a set anyhow, but not for battle. I will just make you regular adventurer armor for wearing under new robes like the ones you have then. Carl wondered what the two of them were looking at, but decided it was better to find out later. Ray had made him leather pants and a long double-breasted coat with a leather tricorn hat. Then it was finished with a silk shirt and waist sash. She had been deeply impressed by how fashionable a species known as the Wave Riders was, and thought that the fashion would go well with Carl's furry form as well. Every minute of Ray's day was filled with fashion as she finished her work, but the others were also dedicated to their work. Ophelia had even started a new guild program. She was doing morning training in the backyard with a group of local youth who wanted to join the guard. Letting the kids build up combat skills and advance, while allowing the berserker to blow off some steam on durable targets. Little Butterfly was assisting them with illusions, turning the backyard into a training ground during their workouts, or making sand sparring rings without damaging the immaculate grass of the yard. They were going to need a larger space soon. But Little Butterfly was limited in what she could do for a training ground as dangerous as a bunch of monarchs and royals sparring. If she used illusionary domain, it would shatter during combat. But she could borrow Carl's skills to put a barrier on the sand of a sparring ring without overextending her skills. The butterfly considered using the tiny world that she had learned when Carl did and using multiple illusions inside, but that was a lot of work, and her body couldn't sustain that much mana flow yet. Given time, it would be no problem. Unfortunately, even with all the assistance from the beast space, most of the mana that the butterfly could use was dedicated to survival and growth from her newborn phase. At least nobody tried to damage her library space. She didn't have the mana to be repairing it all the time. Growing up was a pain, and it took far too long. Little Butterfly didn't understand how others of its species managed it without an extra dense mana flow and a protective space. But, in reality, they didn't. They all died within a day of their transformation, so an adult-phase glasswing illusionary butterfly was essentially non-existent. It was the end of life for their caterpillar phase, not a new beginning. Finally, the merchant returned for his custom order, with his daughter in the wagon. They were inbound with a whole caravan, but came through the gates before the trade goods were checked, so they could do their business with the Darklight host right away. "Merchant, it's good to see you again. Your order is complete and waiting," Davis greeted them. He placed the boxed order on the counter, but the shape of a staff was hard to hide, even in a box. "You ordered so much." "I told you, Dad. We will get items from the monsters as we eliminate them. There is no need for you to go all out at the start." The Overlord simply patted her head indulgently. "But I am told that this is the best of the best." The girl rolled her eyes, clearly used to his indulgent behavior. Then Ray came down and smiled at her. "Oh, this is good. Would you like to go to a private room to try everything on, then surprise your father?" she asked. The other few customers in the shop looked relieved. The excited shouting of an overwhelmed teen succubus was hard on sensitive ears. Ray didn't wait for an answer as she grabbed the bundle and escorted the girl up the stairs. Davis bowed to the girl's father. "It is all custom-made Overlord-ranked equipment, and specifically tailored to the fashion sensibilities of a succubus. I can assure you that not only will she be the best protected, but the most fashionable member of her team." Fortunately for all of them, the rooms were mildly soundproofed, and the shouting and cheering was only faintly audible from downstairs. There was no hiding the happy tears in her eyes when the girl came running down the stairs with a staff in her hands, and leaped up on her father to wrap him in a hug and plant kisses all over his face. "Daddy, I love it. It's beautiful, and so powerful." The demon gently set her down to get a better look. The robes were fully covering, as he had hoped, but the odd collar at her neck, with the amber-colored heart gem, caught his attention. It's an attack spell gem, and the necklace is a damage reduction item. The staff is also damage reduction focused. You see, many will interpret the use of a staff as preparation for combat. But in reality, all the offensive power is available without the staff, and the benefits of the weapon are entirely defensive, other than the skill power and mana storage, Ray explained. Practical boots, durable gloves, it's everything that I had hoped for. And in thick Overlord-ranked silk, it should be warm enough for cool evenings, as well as an extra layer of defense on its own, he noted. Ray smiled. I don't expect an Earth mage to take a lot of damage, as Earth barriers are known for their durability to begin with. But it's best to keep your princess safe. The succubus mage laughed and took down the hood of her mage robes, revealing a golden chain that ran between her horns and held a translucent silk cloth headscarf covering her hair. It's fire-resistant, waterproof, and Overlord-ranked, so it won't be easily cut. Not as good as a helmet, but it can easily be layered with a barrier spell without disturbing her hairstyle, Ray explained. Is there a full suit of armor under there? The father asked. The succubus nodded, and raised her robe to show off her bootlaces, then her sleeves to show her gloves. But Ray didn't miss that she didn't show off the rest, even though that was the part she was happiest about in the changing room. Perhaps her father didn't approve of high fashion. The merchant handed over a bag, and Davis tapped it, then nodded. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Please do come again if you have additional requirements. Once they left, Ray stole the bag to see what good things they had gotten. It couldn't be money, the bag wasn't big enough. Well, there was some money, glowing light blue coins of a strange metal, but mostly it was an Overlord-ranked magical gems. That was perfect. She needed Carl to make more of them into runic gems so that she could add them to armor pieces. She wasn't the only one that needed them. Ashbringer also had a number of weapons ready for upgrading to Overlord-ranked, thanks to the materials they had brought back from the Stone Crushers, and the city would be coming soon to pick up weapons for the auctions. It would be fun to surprise them again. The customers left, and one of the other demons came over to speak to Ray. Those collars, with the damage reduction. Do you happen to have more of them? Or was that a special ordered item? He asked. That was an Overlord-ranked custom full armor set order, with jewels and staff. But I have a few test pieces with lesser bonuses left, Ray offered. Hawk had a lot of commander-rank boar hide in his space left after eating the good parts. So, she had been using it to practice. From the doorway, Loros raised her voice. We also have a number of the heart pendants with various bonuses on them, if you want to add them to an existing necklace. I am just bringing them in for the shelves. The charms had given her and Wendy a great idea. Instead of full items, which many might already have, they could add a charm to another item, and make something mundane into powerful magic. Many of the demons had fashionable non-magical jewelry. A small magical charm could be added to that without ruining the fashionable impression, but while gaining the magical bonus. Mostly, these were charm items. Ones with runes for charisma, luck, and wit. Designed to make the wearers seem more likable, and avoid stumbling on their words in conversation. But they had made a few for more combat-oriented purposes. Wrath demons in particular thought that everything should have a combat purpose. They were even known to bring weapons to bed, just in case. Now that the rush of a large custom order was finished, Carl got to work on the items for the city's purchasing agent, and started to plan what he should do with his tiny world spell. There were so many options, and it could be used for dozens of different purposes, but each would require an entirely different interior setup. The best option seemed to be a hybrid living space. While he could enter it, that didn't seem like the most productive use of the space, especially since he was already advancing faster than everyone else. With everyone but Thor at Overlord rank, Carl was already steadily advancing through the power growth ranks, while the rest of the team had just reached Monarch. So, the best thing to do was create a combined training and living area, complete with water, trees, a large open space for training, and a house. Most of that would be real, but Carl fully intended to use illusionary domain to build the house. Bringing someone other than Jones, who was still sleeping off his advancement, to build a house in a separate space would raise far too many questions. Not only that, but if the space collapsed, it would dump the house out into the open wherever they were, which would be incredibly awkward, not to mention the damage it would cause. He needed something that would help them grow. Something like the beast spaces that propelled his bonded partners forward. They already had a spell like that on the house, so he could do something similar with the tiny world, adding rooms for potential and growth rate increases, just as he had done on the bracers. But that really seemed like something that should wait until he reached Totem Rank, as it would involve such a significant difference in power. However, the basic space could be created right away, and the team was eager to help. They all had their own ideas for what they wanted in the space, they just needed the room and the opportunity. Carl thought of the instances he had encountered before. They were basically the same as the tiny world, but some had extended for multiple kilometers. Carl didn't know the limits of his spell, as nothing was listed. So, he could only hope it would be large enough for his needs, at least as large as the beast spaces. The plans for this shipment were simple, so Carl completed them first, then set the collection of weapons aside for Davis to collect. That left him free to focus on the new space. It's just like forming a new beast space, right? Hawk pondered, not sure why this seemed to be such a big deal. Now that the beast spaces were Overlord-ranked, they spanned dozens of kilometers, boasting plentiful plant life, their own climate, and everything else. Carl leveraged that optimism, beginning to build the outer boundary of the tiny world, and expanding it as he went to check the limits of what the spell could maintain. Inside, the world was just simple flat ground, bare dirt for now. But the process of creating the space was even simpler than Carl had imagined. He simply added more mana to the spell, using all he could channel plus his internal reserves, and the space smoothly increased in size, slowing only as the volume per meter of expansion increased. The first few kilometers in diameter went rather quickly. But the space was spherical, and as far as Carl could tell, it couldn't be made into any other shape. He had tried to shape it like a puck, round and flat, but that hadn't worked at all. The sphere simply refused to change. Once it reached 10 kilometers in diameter, every bit of extra distance required immense amounts of power. So, Carl changed his focus from expanding to reshaping the space. He inserted a large lake off to one side, a swampy area, a hilly region that could become a forest, flatlands for training, or for setting up stone pillars if Thor was expounding upon the joys of smashing posts, and even a small mountain with steep cliffs and one gently sloping side for walking back down. Then Carl added kilometers of tunnels, starting at a cave entrance, to form an entire underground city. Now, all it needed was life. The tiny world spell didn't allow the formation of trees and grass the way beast spaces did, but Carl kept the spell active as everyone pitched in and added some spare materials. Once they were inside, things changed drastically. Carl felt he could cause the plants to grow with his will and added mana, cloning themselves to spread throughout the space. The new ones weren't real plants, more like a magical illusion with the potential to become plants, or a guideline for where real plants could grow in the future. Even the lake gained some water plants in the shallows. It would take time before all of it was grown in with real plants, but the visual effect would be there, just as it was in the trial instances. Then, Little Butterfly added the illusion of the guild house, with its stone-walled courtyard, and Carl felt it become an integral part of the space, no longer a separate spell. That was wonderful news. All it took was enough imagination, and he could create all sorts of non-living things within the space. He just needed to know how. The dozen plants wouldn't do much to keep a group of people alive inside, but he could always keep the space open a little, as Jones had informed him. He would just have to be careful of intruders. The living plants he had used as examples could be removed now, but Carl chose to keep them inside. The donors didn't need them, they had many more in their own spaces, and a bit of real plant life made this space feel more vibrant. The fake plants didn't have a scent, so the whole space smelled sterile, like the house after caretaker Joe went through with her cleaning magic. But it was now complete, and he had a fully functional home away from home. As Carl finished creating the space, he opened his eyes and realized that he had moved. He was now in bed, with Adana in his arms, and it was pitch black outside. It had been relatively early in the morning when he'd started, and he'd been in a chair in the second-floor workspace, but he must have lost track of time at some point. It was somewhat concerning that he hadn't noticed he was being moved, but he was fairly safe inside the house, and the beasts would have reacted if there was any actual danger. Dana snuggled her face into his furry chest as she slept, and Carl noticed that her cat-like behaviors remained, even after she had changed forms back. The biscuit kneading was adorable. But he didn't want to wake her, so Carl remained as still as he could until he finally fell asleep. The next thing he knew, the sun was up, and the smell of breakfast on the stove made his stomach rumble. The noise of his stomach woke Dana, who laughed at his reclined position. "Sorry, I think I drooled on you. You were completely out of it with whatever spell you were casting. Thor said it was an internal thing, and moving you wouldn't disturb it, so we moved you to bed. But I didn't expect it would take nearly an entire day," she explained. "Neither did I. But it's all finished now, and I'll show off the results later. First, breakfast." Carl equipped a pair of pants, and Dana put on what looked like one of his shirts. That had to have come from Ray, as the clothing was bound to its wearer, but he had to admit that it looked good as they headed down to the second floor, where Carl could hear breakfast being set up. "Oh, good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Did you finish what you were working on?" Carl nodded. "Indeed I did. It was a gift from Jones, the magma dragon, and I know you're all going to love it once you see it." From across the table, Ray nodded enthusiastically. "I've been waiting a long time for this." Then she left it at that, leaving everyone to wonder what she meant as they finished eating. "All right, spill. What did you cast?" Dana demanded. Before Carl could answer, Ray grabbed her and dragged her into the tiny world. "Tada. It's a Dana space." What now?" "Tell me you didn't find a way for him to bond me as a pet," Dana replied suspiciously. Ray shook her head. "We're still working on that part. It's a separate space, like our beast space homes, but all in one. See, we have a forest, a lake, a swamp, grasslands, the guild house, even a mountain for Hawk to perch on." They hadn't noticed when Carl brought everyone else in the house to the space, but they were all standing on the grass outside the courtyard of the replica guild house, staring around in awe. "You made a separate space. That is incredibly rare magic. This isn't an illusionary domain, like the library in the guild house, is it?" "It feels different," Ashbringer asked. Carl shook his head. "No, this is an actual, stable separate space, though the principle is similar. If someone damages this place, it won't shatter. I'll just have to rebuild what's inside it. The library space, however, does exist within the library here. It's made the same way, so I don't know if it's actually an illusion here or part of the tiny world. But I think it turned out rather well. I was thinking it would be a safe space to rest as we traveled. Remember all the attention we got while crossing Nubon? Now, we could appear to be a lone traveler, or even just a beast, if I were in here with you. That would raise far fewer questions, and this place is designed to help whoever is in it grow their strength and potential." The demonic blacksmith sighed. "It's a legendary treasure, and you treat it like a resort property." Carl patted him on the shoulder. "In a way, it's both. But the guild is going to need more materials on a regular basis in the future. That means traveling to hunt. And being able to do that without drawing a lot of attention will be essential once we start hunting outside the lands of Drod. We're in good standing with the Lord here. But what if we need something from Lard, or Ek, further south? Or even from the dwarven lands of Nababin, on the northeast island?" Gaining a reputation as a distinctive group of beautiful women with some cat demon is bound to cause trouble eventually. Ashbringer chuckled. And once you get away from Drod, there's a higher likelihood you'll run into less civilized sorts who would be willing to kidnap travelers. At least in Drod, we have relatively strict social norms. Lard is much the same, as they're almost all demons. But if you get to Ek or Unzatherb, things are much different. Ek is almost entirely orcs, and they have their own ways. But Unzatherb is absolute chaos. They call it a kingdom, but the king doesn't control much. The old immortal passed it all down to his descendants in sections, and they have waged war with each other in the name of total control for longer than most can remember. I recommend you stay away from there unless there's no other option. Carl nodded in understanding. The orcs respected power, so that would be all right. But a nation ruled by ancient lineages of warring family members. That didn't sound like fun. Lotus transformed into her beast form, a tiny green dragon, and began to fly around the space. This was nice. It was private, with lots of room to fly, and no worries that someone would capture her, thinking she was a lost hatchling who might have a reward for its return. Sitting in their separate space, the Dark Light Host Guild had no way of knowing the chaos unfolding in the city of Drod. For their newest ascendant resident had just returned home. Jones was back from his private island. The aura of a Totem Rank dragon was impossible to miss, as he lived in the suburbs, which were still rather densely populated, even if not as packed as the sprawl. Plus, his species had changed along with his advancement, so while he still felt somewhat familiar, none of the neighbors knew if it was Jones or some powerful family member who had shown up at his house unannounced and then refused to take visitors. Finally, the arrival of Domsk and Rashid, the totem-ranked overseers of the Stone Chapel and Forest Gate districts of the city, had prompted Jones to answer his door. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I didn't expect your arrival so soon. Please do come in for tea," Jones greeted them, as if he hadn't just been ignoring them standing outside his door for the previous 10 minutes. The two demons, one red-skinned wrath demon and one feathered magic demon, took seats in the ancient recliners across from the aged sofa covered in knit blankets, where Jones was lounging with a plate full of sandwiches and tea. Domsk broke the tension with a smile. "It seems you've had a fortunate opportunity, old friend. To have evolved from a magma dragon and reached the totem rank is something worth celebrating. I don't suppose you could let us in on the method, could you?" Jones smiled. "I traded ancient treasures with one favored by the world dragon, and he gave me the last piece of the puzzle needed to refine my bloodline. A most curious sort of exchange, I admit. But it has worked out wonderfully for me. In 100 years, when I reach the peak of totem rank, perhaps I'll try to find another similar opportunity and make it to mythic rank. 100 years was not so long for a totem rank demon or dragon. In fact, it could be said to be incredibly fast to reach the pinnacle of totem rank, even if one had the potential to go past it and into the realm of myth. So, what are you planning to do now that you've reached totem rank?" Rashid asked cautiously. The Frostfire Gate district, a suburban area outside the city walls, didn't technically have an overseer. It was split between him and Domsk, whose inner city areas bordered that portion of the suburbs. Jones smiled languidly, relishing the fact that these pillars of the city now had to be nice to him, as his potential and power were no worse than their own. Dragons had an innate advantage over most species at their own rank, thanks to their immense mana reserve and affinity for their elements. "You know, I was thinking. It's such a long way from your house to mine. Why don't I just look after these neighbors of mine, and you can look after yours inside the wall?" The demons chuckled softly at that. Outside the wall was a larger and more highly populated region than the affluent south side of the city inside the walls. What Jones was proposing was to give himself dominion over the largest district of the city. Domsk shrugged and slightly bared his gleaming white fangs. "Unfortunately, that will have to go before the Lord and the full Council of Totems. The two of us alone don't have the authority to change the borders. Watching the trio of totems walk through the city gates and down the main street towards the castle naturally caught the attention of everyone on the south side of the city, and by the time they had made it to the city governor's office, word had already spread all the way across the sprawl. Jones was a familiar face to everyone, with some slightly shady connections. He was the sort of dragon that could get you anything. For a price. There were some things he flat out refused to take part in, like trafficking people and weapons. But for anything else, it was just a matter of how difficult it was for the old dragon to get it for you. It was widely rumored that it was Jones who kept the Frostfire Gate suburbs from becoming the next Black Shade slum. Not because he brought money to the region, he was notoriously stingy. But because he wouldn't tolerate criminals on his territory, there were no gangs oppressing others on the south side of the city, which allowed them to send money in and out, along with goods by merchant wagon. Domsk and Rashid weren't blind to it. However, as Jones was capped at Overlord-Rank by his bloodline as a magma dragon, he wasn't previously a threat to the higher authorities, and they could treat him like any other crime boss in the city. However, now that he was a totem, ostensibly one of their group of powerful leaders, things would have to change. They could overlook most of what he was doing, as he wasn't directly doing anything illegal. But there were a few aspects of his influence that would need to be curtailed if they were going to keep things running smoothly. Like his illicit trade and skill books that were supposed to go through the library. There was an excellent reason for that practice. Keeping track of who had rare and powerful skill combinations, who was making more skill books, and, more importantly, who had the ability but was not making or selling skill books, were all important things for a capital city to know. If he was just handing out dangerous skills to unknown parties, what sort of chaos could it cause in the city? Jones was well aware of their reservations about him. But it took the ancient dragon real effort not to let slip that the sole reason he had reached Totem Rank was because he possessed the ability and willingness to part with the sort of rare and powerful hidden skills and treasures that others did not. Even when everyone emerged from the separate space and began preparing to open the shop for the day, they didn't know that anything had happened. All their excitement was focused on what was likely unfolding at the castle, a fairly normal state of affairs for Drada's residents. It wasn't until a customer entered, requesting potions and mentioning Jones the Magma Dragon's return as a totem, that anyone in the shop learned of any commotion in the city. So that's how you managed to get a new spell. You helped a dragon advance to Totem Rank, Dana whispered once the customers had all left the shop again. I claim no knowledge of these events. But aren't you pleased with the new spell? It will make long journeys so much more comfortable, Carl replied. Dana smiled. Did you know Ray calls it the Dana Space? Lotus laughed. That's a great name. But why isn't it the Lotus Space? Dana shrugged. She wasn't sure why she had been named. Was she secretly Ray's favorite? Did they see her as Carl's pet? Or did Ray just view her as an item to be equipped? The possibilities were many and varied. While the city was in a frenzy over the new Totem Rank dragon in town, the atmosphere at the Darklight Host Guild House was quite relaxed. Sales had settled into a more manageable pace in the last few weeks, and they could actually maintain their inventory now. With 2 commander rank apprentices, they were doing quite well on standard stock items. But the professors from Lard Academy were going to have to return to their school soon, and that would put the alchemy side in a bind. The 2 apprentices focused on runesmithing were primarily crafting experimental pieces based on Carl's assignments, but the other 2 were assisting Remi with her daily potion production. Once they returned to their regular duties, she was going to need new assistants, unless she could convince Little Butterfly to create some solid illusions to handle the grunt work. They wouldn't be as good as actual alchemists, but they could manage a good portion of the mundane tasks. Portioning, cleaning, and chopping required no magical skill whatsoever. Should we put up an ad? If people knew that we needed an apprentice, I'm sure they would send us one, Remi suggested. We sell plenty of potions, we should take more than one, Thor added. Carl turned to Davis. It seems we should look for at least 2 alchemy apprentices. We're about to lose our current ones, as they have positions to return to at the academy. Without them, Remi will be short-handed. The black-winged demon smiled. I will post notices both in the shop and at the hiring board for candidates. Would Remi prefer them with or without a pre-chosen trade skill? Remi mentally shrugged, an action Carl conveyed similarly. Davis nodded in understanding. It didn't really matter, as most of their output was still alchemy potions, simply with new recipes. There were only a few special recipes that would be impossible for the average alchemist. Ophelia took the notice when Davis finished writing it, and tapped her temple. I know just where to find alchemist apprentices eager to learn and loyal to their employer, she declared, then walked out the gate to affix the hiring notice to the notice board outside the gates. When she came back in, she had a smug smile on her furry face. Now Remi can just go out when the guards stop an applicant. I asked them to save the kids the silver and simply call for us to come out, since we're right here. Remi smiled, an unnatural expression for a Naga's serpentine head. That's brilliant. But we can put it up in town as well if we don't get good candidates. We should get some good ones from the outer suburbs, though. They're always looking for good jobs, and the pay here at the Darklight Host shop is significantly better than most other places in town, since we give apprentices a share of the profits. Carl was unaware that other shops didn't offer apprentices a share of the profits, and just paid them a base salary. The products that their shop sold were incredibly expensive, for the most part, and it just didn't seem right to deny them any portion of the windfall. The guild had already amassed a considerable fortune in the store's branch of the guild bank, and that was after they had paid all their workers. The guild bank wasn't one single, monolithic storage area. Instead, it was divided into a main bank, a branch bank, and individual store storage. Carl hadn't used the main bank for anything, in case others could access it without his knowledge. But the branch and store storage were strictly designated for authorized users at this location only, so they felt secure enough for storing money and items. He could find no other active branches, and there was nothing in the main guild bank, but that was hardly unexpected after 10,000 years of inactivity. His greater concern was ancient dragons noticing his activity and coming to investigate the interlopers who had gained access to the guild. They might not be as understanding when he explained how he had become a member during a trip to the past. Dragons were territorial, from all Carl knew about them, and they could view the guild as their own. Especially if they were from the main branch. But he didn't have long to dwell on that, as there were already applicants waiting outside the guild walls, hoping to become the new alchemists for the Darklight Host. Remember, you can't just select the cute ones. They need skills and motivation, he reminded Remi as she headed out of the yard with Lotus trailing close behind. If they're here first, and not under duress, they obviously have motivation, right? That's halfway there. Carl sighed. Just remember that you're only making your own days harder if you don't get good ones. Carl knew that things were about to go awry the moment that Lotus followed Remi out to evaluate their candidates. The candidates that had gathered were mostly nerdy demon youngsters in their early teens, too small for a physically demanding trade, and too timid for business. But Carl had some hope that a reasonable selection would be made, even if it was primarily based on who arrived at the posting first. It had been up less than an hour, which didn't seem like much time for good candidates to find out about the job, especially if they were already in the city working as day laborers. But luck was part of the requirement when it came to getting the best jobs. The ones who were in the right spot at the right time were the ones who got the opportunities. With the assistance of the guards, they quickly formed 2 groups, those who had witnessed alchemy before and those who had not. The first group was very small, and after the most perfunctory questioning by the gate guards, they were all regrouped into a single larger cohort. So Remi decided to sort them differently, those willing to wear black and white uniforms daily, and those who were not. For alchemists, that was just a splash-resistant lab coat, but it did eliminate a few who weren't truly committed. Then Lotus asked them random questions about plants used in the alchemy process, followed by more common-sense questions regarding the handling of dangerous liquids. Simple questions, ones that you could have learned even in a kitchen. But that helped them identify candidates with quick minds. At this point, the process became arbitrary, as they still had half a dozen candidates remaining, and they only required 2. But Lotus and Remi had a dilemma. 2 of them were small and fluffy, 2 of them were brilliant and possessed extensive plant knowledge, and the other 2 had correctly answered all the safety questions. So, they brought all 6 back on a temporary basis, intending to give them a few days of temporary work to assess their qualifications. Dana laughed as Remi led the procession back towards the city. "What do you think the odds are that they picked only cute girls?" she whispered. "Not as high as expected. The satyr is a boy, and that's a young incubus, not a succubus," Carl noted. "I'm proud of them. They might have taken their job seriously for a full 10 minutes, Dana whispered. "And then brought back 3 times as many employees as they went looking for," Ray agreed. That was a minor detail. But Carl honestly didn't expect any of the young alchemists to actually be fired. Remi led them straight inside the house to the 2nd floor, where she had them select rooms and change into the outfits that Ray had made for them. Only a few minutes later, an angry young incubus stomped back out of the house, ignoring Carl and everyone else as he exited the city. "What happened?" Carl asked Remi. "He was upset about the lab coats. Apparently, it's insulting to tell an incubus that he needs to be covered up at all times while working," Remi laughed. "He tried to flirt with someone, didn't he?" Carl guessed. "Yes. And he didn't take it well when Lotus immediately shot him down. That brought them down to only 5 new alchemist apprentices, but Remi had them all changed into white lab coats and was herding them into the illusory city outside the library for their first day of lessons. It's a good thing we acquired all those books. I've got the textbook they need to get started, right here. Oh, I need a teacher's outfit. Maybe Lotus can craft me some glasses. Teachers always look smarter with glasses." Carl chuckled a little at her enthusiasm for teaching. 2 of her new students were newly advanced commanders from powerful demonic bloodlines, but the others were going to struggle to ever reach that standard. That would create an interesting dynamic in the alchemy shop, as they would now have 3 lead potion makers, once the students learned alchemy, that is. Commander rank potions were good enough to sell, and as the new hires progressed, the pair of them should have no trouble becoming royals or even monarchs. And then there were 3 more who could work as assistants, portioning, chopping, and prepping ingredients for Remi and the stronger alchemists. Naturally, they would split into pairs, working more smoothly with one person than with others. But for now, they all needed to learn the basics, and Remi wanted them to study for a while before she resorted to cheating and simply having Carl teach them apprentice runic alchemy as a reward for their hard work. According to a teaching manual she had found in the house's library, that was the proper way to instill discipline and order among students. Cara and Ray both disagreed, but for different reasons. Cara didn't believe mental discipline was necessary, as long as one possessed time management and creativity. Ray thought it was just more effective to simply make them too terrified to misbehave. They debated it for a few minutes, and then Thor suggested that life was about compromise. Some hatchlings needed a good tail swat to the head, and others just needed encouragement. It was better not to set one's limits too strictly, in case something more, or something different, was required to keep them on the right track. Honestly, Thor didn't know much about raising hatchlings. But he had read a book in the library about it one day. That left Carl to work on inscriptions on the 2nd floor, while the professors finished their last few projects and prepared for their journey home. "You know, I could have hawkfly you back. It would save you days of travel," he suggested as Moira finished a template for the latest challenge he had set. "I appreciate the offer, but we are tasked with accompanying a bulk order back as part of the security detail. With all the trade disruptions lately, the Academy wanted to ensure their orders arrived safely." The next morning, the 4 educators returned to the Lard Academy. Their departure left the guild house feeling oddly empty, even with the 5 new additions, whom Tessa was teaching basic writing lessons that morning. It was an oversight in the selection process. While they were all hardworking and intelligent, none of them had attended a formal school, and their grasp of both demonic and human common languages was shaky at best. They could read the textbook, but primarily through word recognition, and that simply wouldn't suffice. But the Red Dragon clerics were adept at caring for children of all sorts, even if their specialty was war orphans. So, she had brought out her old lesson books, and began teaching them more of the human common tongue that morning, as that was the language most of the coursebooks were written in. How and when that language had spread across the world was a mystery to Carl, but it seemed, for textbooks, it remained the standard. He had a suspicion he might know the answer, though. The common language was the one dragons chose to speak in humanoid form, as so few other species could speak serpent, which lacked a written language entirely, apart from the old magical runes. So, as this region was known as the Dragon Isles, they had most likely maintained it as their language here, and the humans were being presumptuous by claiming it as their own common tongue. Carl was sitting on the porch, enjoying the early dawn light and the scent of dew on the grass, when the first visitor of the morning came into the yard. A ragged-looking cat girl, mostly human, but with ears of the same white and black striped pattern as his bestial form, crept through the gate and then flopped down in the grass with a sigh of relief, just as the healing spell pulsed from the altar in the backyard. Carl looked out toward the city gates, and caught a guard's eye. The guard gestured toward the city, indicating she hadn't arrived from outside to see him. It was still a bit cool outside for someone to be wearing only a tattered tunic, so Carl brought over one of the knitted quilts Ray had made, in a spiderweb pattern, and wrapped the sleeping beastkin, then moved her to the other veranda swing, into the sun. They were still there, on opposite benches, when the first clients of the dawn arrived. A pair of wrath fiends with a group of 6 Orcish warriors behind them entered the yard, where the Orcish folk promptly began squabbling over who would fill their canteens from the well first. The demons seemed poised to apologize, but Carl just laughed and waved them indoors. Appraiser Davis isn't in yet, but Mick can assist you with anything you need, he informed the duo. Actually, we wanted to place a custom order for our next trip. You see, we're traveling around the southern tip to visit the Orc King in Gedge, and the orcs lack most forms of advanced crafting. We wanted to bring them an assortment of magical items, but they cannot be combat-related in any way, the larger of the 2 wrath demons explained. Carl nodded. Orcs don't accept weapons from others, only what they craft within their own clans. But that's not a problem. We actually have a wide variety of designs for useful domestic items. Cleaning, canteen filling, bathing. We've got waterproof war paint. I can also craft many of these items using stone, bone, and rough gems as well. I know that some clans prefer not to use the most refined metals or intricately cut gems. The demon appeared startled by Carl's words. You know a lot about the tribal lands of the orcs. There aren't many left who feel that way. Most of the clans are now becoming more metropolitan, with their tastes aligning with fancy clothing and almost human tastes in items. But there are still many in the deserts of Gedge that are difficult to procure goods for. Carl smiled and gestured to the far wall of the shop behind him. We also have a wide variety of silk in multiple qualities. If you want to trade them raw silk for them to create their own fashions, I'm sure that most clans wouldn't refuse it. I met a few clans in my homeland that wouldn't accept much more than food and trade, but I suspect that most aren't so restrictive, Carl offered. The merchant winced, then smiled. This will be a difficult trip for our finances either way. The potential profits are high, bringing magical items and silk down the coast. But the cost to load a trade ship, even a light schooner like ours, is immense. Carl rose from his seat in the sun. Let's go inside, and we can discuss your requirements. I am certain that we can work out a bulk discount as long as you don't need massive quantities of higher-grade trade items. Commander rank and under, we have journeyman tradespeople to assist you. But as a smaller guild, our Overlord-Rank Master Crafters are very limited. The second Wrath Demon, who had been silent until that point, spoke with a gentle lisp. I will be honest with you, Overlord. We don't have the sort of funding that would be required to purchase even a handful of master-crafted items to trade. One or two, possibly. But even that would cost more than the average cargo for our ship. Carl thought about that for a second. They had a good point. The one or two Overlord-ranked weapons they sold every month brought in more revenue than all the commander rank and lower items combined. All right, there is no need for me to pressure you to overspend. What power level do you require? Ascended and commander rank. I don't think that we have any awakened rank apprentices at the moment, but we might have some old stock awakened rank silk. The two demons silently conferred via system messages. Ascended and commander rank is fine. We would like to purchase 3 tons of silk bolts in various colors. Also, if you can custom make one roll at commander or royal rank in the pattern that the men outside are wearing, I would like to gift them new tartan as a New Year's gift. Carl waited for Ray to confirm that much weight was viable. All right, we can have that ready by morning. Now, let's talk about the rest of the shipment. After discussing the items required for the shipment to the desert orcs, 1,000 water-creating rings, Carl realized that 2 sculptors and himself would be nowhere near enough for the shop's runecrafting section either. They needed someone like Lotus on the team, who could mass-produce basic item templates. Fortunately, for this particular shipment, the orcs had suggested that most of the items be made of bone and wood. The desert orcs adored these 2 materials for fashion, and Carl's team had literal tons of monster bones that could be cleaned and polished for the purpose. Once a monster was eaten, there was no need to throw out the bones. They were still a magical crafting material in their own right, a minor treasure, so both Hawk and Ray had collected them. Hawk piled them out of the way, while Ray mostly used them for decoration in her nocturnal forest. Ghostfire burned away everything undesirable, leaving the bones a nice charred black. The runic string for creating small amounts of water to fill a canteen took only seconds to write. The limiting factor would be the energy drain of doing it hundreds of times over. So, Carl requested that the group return in 4 days, the day before they intended to depart, to pick up their order. That was still cutting it rather close, so Carl prepared yet another employee wanted sign, then realized he already knew someone who might be able to make a reference. Loros, Wendy, if you can get started on this stack of bones for water creation, I will be back as soon as I can. I'm going to try to recruit someone who can make us more wooden items, Carl explained. All right, boss. See you soon, Wendy agreed, happily carving runes into the small bones. It might not be sculpting, but practice made perfect, and carving runes into this whole pile of small bones that Hawk had provided would be excellent practice. Her dad would be proud of her skill gains. As soon as he left the room, Carl headed straight for the Dryads. He could hear someone in the back workshop, so he turned down the alley and called out to the younger crafter. Rain, is your mom awake? I'm hoping that you two can help me find a new employee, Carl called from 2 buildings away. The younger Dryad poked her head through the vines around the workshop and smiled. She's still asleep, but what can I help you with? I need a full-time nature magic user to make wooden item blanks for the shop. If they don't have a trade skill, I can teach them an apprentice runecrafting skill as well. But they need to be powerful, as we get plenty of requests for Royal and Monarch ranked items. Royal ranked wood is good for Monarch ranked items most of the time, but if there's still a commander or even a strong ascended, they will be able to make the bulk items that we need, Carl explained. So, the prerequisites are essentially that we have someone with the artistry to make ring blanks, and strong enough with nature magic to make the items you're shipping out in bulk, which are commander rank. She clarified. I suppose that someone with the same qualifications and earth magic, who could make permanent stone and metal items, would be all right as well, Carl agreed. Creation type earth magic. Well, I do know one of those, but I'm not sure how that request would go. It's one of Joan's sister's grandkids. Carl chuckled. I am certain that our resident nature priestess would treat a young dragon very well. That made the dryad giggle loud enough that the neighbors poked their heads out to see what was going on. I have no doubt that you are telling me the truth, but that might be precisely the problem. She has always been protective of her whelps, and seeing them take to new people might be too much for her to bear. Her partner is a stone dragon, one of the non-flying sorts of earth subdragons. But that means their children all have exceptional earth talents, and an affinity for fire, which would make them strong crafters. You would have to talk to Jones about that, though. I don't know if you can get to him, but I know that me trying to visit is difficult these days, with all the totems taking up his time. Now that he's advanced, he's got new responsibilities, and they want him to be in meetings all day while he learns their rules. Carl nodded. Yeah, that is a hazard of advancements. Once you have power, you get stuck with all sorts of new rules on how to use your power. As they talked, Misty came outside with a smile. Overlord Carl, my daughter says that you require a full-time worker to create items for your shop's sculptors. I know exactly the right person for the job if they are willing to agree. Would you like to take a little trip with me? The dryad asked. Of course. Rain was suggesting one of Joan's relatives, but if you have someone else in mind, I can talk to both. You can never have enough artisans in a shop, as I have come to realize. The dryad nodded in agreement. It's a bit of a journey to Gazdry, but with your Ghostfire Thunderbird, we should be able to cover 1,200 kilometers in a day. We just need to follow the river northwest, then where it ends, go straight west and we will find the city. That route would be faster than following the main road. That sounded like a great idea to Hawk. Over that much distance, there had to be all sorts of new things to see. They had been all around the city of Drod already, and a little bit outside it for only a few trips. But this one should take them almost to the western border of Drod. Hawk remembered someone saying there were orcs there. Were they going to hire an orc shaman to make them items? That would be different. Maybe he could watch someone get shot down while flirting with Ophelia again. Carl dispatched a message to the guild, letting them know that he was going to travel for a few days to check on some potential new hires, and received immediate indignation in return. Neither Dana nor Lotus was pleased that he was going on a road journey without them, but they both had tasks left in the city. Even Thor and Ray were going to be remaining behind, in case Carl was slow to return. The only ones who would be coming with Carl on this trip were Hawk and Cara, as well as the reclusive little butterfly, whose trauma regarding the outside world left it unwilling to go outside its space. No matter how curious it was about the world. After all, it could create illusions to interact with the world, and the illusionary library would be fine, even if it were thousands of kilometers away. It had crafted the space to fuel itself, so it wouldn't run out of mana, as long as it wasn't heavily damaged. Are we all going? Or just one? Carl asked. Rain vanished back into her workshop, and the older dryad smiled at Carl. It's just us today. She is in the middle of a project. It would take more than curiosity to drag her away. Hawk exited his space to circle above them, and Carl picked up the petite dryad before leaping into the sky to board the giant bird. He sat with her between his legs, securely in place, as she belatedly realized that she was actually terrified of heights. Don't worry, the protective magic won't let you fall. It will be a longer flight, though. Likely 5 hours as we follow the river to the end and search for the appropriate city. But we will fly high enough that we don't have to fear being attacked from the ground, Carl consoled her. And what about flying beasts? She asked. Unless they are totem ranked, they won't bother Hawk as he flies past. If it makes you more comfortable, I can make us invisible, Carl offered. The terrified dryad nodded, and Little Butterfly extended her totem rank, invisibility, over the group. Now, there wasn't much that would be able to detect them during a rapid, high-altitude flight. Indeed, While they were perfectly safe, the Dryad refused to detach herself from Carl to even turn and face forward. Though, after the first hour, looking out over the skyline didn't seem so bad. They were so far from the ground that falling wasn't an immediate threat. She couldn't even see the small details of the ground from here, and for a large part of the flight they were above misty swamplands, until the sun burned the morning fog away. They traversed over the main force of the Leg Regiment, which was engaged in an immense battle with undead, and then a number of smaller battles either between local beasts and monsters, or between two villages' militia forces. Carl didn't hear anything about a full-blown civil war going on, so these issues must be fairly common, or considered to be isolated. Or at least limited to the two villages' personal grudges. But it did give him a lot of understanding about how unstable the rural regions actually were. But as they flew, the nature of the region began to change. The land grew more arid, and the small villages gave way to larger farming communities along the river, and finally a massive city made entirely of log buildings. That must be Overlord. We're a bit over halfway there. Overlord is the first of the Orcish cities that we will come across. If you follow the road from here, it isn't much different in distance from the river, and it will be impossible to miss Gazdry. It's the second large city after leaving Overlord, but it's still 300 kilometers away. Hawk changed course, ensuring that they wouldn't have to search for their target across open grasslands. But also so that he could see what sorts of animals the local farmers raised. The power level in the wilderness towns was at least as high as in Drought City, and Hawk could sense at least 4 totem rank beings in Overlord, even though it was well under half the size of the capital. Even the farmers were mostly monarchs out here, and each of the clusters of houses had an overlord with them. Then, as they made their way down the road, Hawk sensed even more totem rank guardians among the small villages. This place really was a dangerous one to be casually traveling. But it had to be, as they raised royal rank oxen for food, and there were Overlord-rank giant tigers in the forested areas. We might have to come here to find our next friend. Or even further west. They are strong. Hawk praised the local wildlife. I'm sure that we can find a suitable friend somewhere. But there is no rush. Thor isn't even at Overlord yet, and we just gained Little Butterfly. Carl felt Hawk's voice shift, as he focused on speaking privately. You know that Thor is going to need the evolution spell, right? He made Monarch based on the new spell, but there is no way that he can make it to the Overlord rank bottleneck. Even with the treasures we've found him, it's not enough. Carl patted Hawk's back. Yeah, I will help him when we get back. He's struggled long enough, and we don't want him falling behind. Hawk mentally smirked. You know, if he got to stay with Tessa, he wouldn't mind. As long as he was 1 rank stronger than her, that is. Carl laughed at the thought. The bird wasn't wrong. Especially after she learned, beast form, to turn into a fully scaled dragonkin. Thor had been smitten with their war cleric. Everyone cheered on their romance, but nobody said it openly, for fear that they would find some nonsense reason that it wasn't acceptable. Another medium-sized city passed beneath them, and Hawk spotted their target on the horizon. Under 100 kilometers to Gazdry. We will be there in half an hour, Carl informed Misty, who was sleeping fitfully in his arms. Too many hours of being terrified had mentally exhausted her. Once they got close to the cluster of farms around Gazdry, Carl asked Little Butterfly to cancel the invisibility spell around them, and led Hawk down out of the clouds, to a lower altitude where guards on the ground would be able to see that there were riders on his back. They didn't want to alarm the city or make them think that an Overlord-ranked flying beast was attacking the outlying areas. Carl had Hawk land 50 meters from the large platform outside the city gates, which was being used as a portal platform. It wasn't a permanent portal by any means, but it was the designated spot where merchants traveling by portal arrived and departed. Carl memorized the surroundings so that he could easily return. Having seen the whole region from above, it was much easier than expected, and Carl knew that he could open a portal here again without any issues. A burly Overlord-ranked orc gazed over Carl's furry form and the sleeping dryad in his arms as Hawk vanished into his space. "It's a silver each to enter the town if you're not here to trade," the guard notified them. Carl passed him 2 coins and awakened the dryad. "Misty, it's time to get up. We're on the ground again and in Gazdry," he whispered. Her eyes opened, and the dryad immediately grew vines that stretched to the ground from her feet. "Ground." She sighed happily, then settled to her own 2 feet as the orc laughed. "I take it that the nature elemental is not a big fan of flying?" he queried Carl. "Do you have time for a test? I think your skills might be a perfect fit for our guild." Dora grinned and nodded. "What would you like me to make?" "The tradition is for new crafters to make their first item for their employer to use. So, make an item that you would wear daily while working, and I will enhance it for use. Assuming that you can create an item of the required standard, that is," Carl explained. Dora nodded and crafted a simple silver hoop bracelet, about 2 centimeters wide, with a scaled pattern on the outside and a smooth interior. Carl examined the item carefully. "Can you create complex carvings? I see that this is a repeating pattern." Dora shook her head. "That's pushing my skills. Normally, I would create them with a smooth surface." Carl shrugged. "That is fine. We have skilled sculptors on staff, and most of the items will be getting visible upgrades anyhow. But before this, I have a work contract for you. It's just the standard stuff. Weekly pay rate, commission on the fully finished items you produce for sale in the shop, and the basic expectations and rules of the Dark Light Host Guild." Beth's eyes went wide at that reference, but Dora didn't appear to recognize the name and instead studied the contract carefully. "This is quite generous, and it includes both food and lodging in the guild house. Is it mandatory to remain there? Once I find a partner, I do intend to get married and have a family." Carl shook his head. "Not everyone lives in the guild house, but it is a standard benefit. Our chief appraiser, Davis, lives with his mother in Drod Castle." Beth acknowledged in understanding, then read the contract again. Carl stopped her before she could sign it. "I will confirm the item first, and then we can complete the process." Carl carved the same set of bonuses that the other crafters were after: increased crafting success chance, mana storage, skill power, and luck. That was fitting for a test item, and easy to inscribe on the inside of a bracelet. Carl began adding mana, and the item seemed to absorb the energy as eagerly as the nature stone had absorbed the fertility charm. That was an excellent sign. This material should have impressive levels of mana compatibility. It absorbed power without restriction all the way through the royal rank, then showed slowly increasing resistance through the monarch rank. Carl continued for a little longer and pushed the runes to Overlord rank. He could feel the material reaching its limit as the runes shifted to a ghostly green, a paler shade than her skin. But it successfully made it to the Overlord ranked item standard. Circlet of Crafter's Luck, Epic Quality. Increases success chance while crafting with a skill, increases skill power, increases luck by 50, 2x standard mana storage amounts. Carl nodded in satisfaction. "I would call that more than a pass. The material is much more mana compatible than expected, and our smith will be glad to have you on the staff as much as the sculptors are. Now, equip that and sign the contract. Then we can return to the guild house and you can meet the team," he insisted. Misty looked confused. It was already late, and she had no intention of making that flight in the dark, especially with an extra passenger, which would make it too awkward to wrap herself around Carl again. Dora signed the contract, which vanished as it registered with the system. Then she affixed the new item around her wrist, already adorned with a half-dozen metal bracelets in different colors. The bracelet vanished, and Dora's hand flew to her throat, where a bright silver choker now rested softly against her scales. Her mother laughed, and the gnome at the reception desk giggled. Did it just adjust its design position because you already had magical bracelets on, and you can only wear two? The gnome gasped between giggles. Dora scowled at her and pulled at the choker, which seemed to stretch, expanding to cover her whole neck, then shrunk back to its normal shape when released. That is the strangest metal I have ever seen, Carl noted. I don't know what I did wrong, Dora complained, her eyes shining with suppressed tears. I think it's fine. Epic items always have some quirks. At least it didn't make a hard metal collar around your neck. People would get the wrong idea. Beth snorted with laughter, and Dora smacked her mother with her book. I blame you, Mother. You are the one who made a half-dozen new species with your odd taste in men. Beth couldn't argue with that. She herself was a mix of dragon and orc, but the father of her older daughter was a green dragon, leading to a very orky dragonkin. She was still a bit small, but Beth was sure she would grow in time, as she was already properly violent when agitated, an excellent trait in a young orc. It had certainly blended better than the kitsune who fathered her younger daughter. Orc Green and Fluffy was cute, but she was tiny. Are we not staying the night? Misty asked when it appeared that Carl was about to say goodbye to the healer. Did you want to stay the night and go back in the morning? That's not a problem. I was just going to open a portal home to introduce Dora to the others, but it's not a rush. She can meet them all tomorrow, he offered. Wait, you can use the portal spell. We're not flying back. Misty asked. We only flew here because I'd never been here before. The next time you want to visit, just ask, and I'll send you here with an escort if I have time, Carl explained. That was a huge relief. Why don't you get a room with your new guild crafter, and I will catch up with my friend for the night, the dryad suggested. Dora smiled. I know the perfect spot. They've got great food, and it's only a few blocks. Mother, we will see you in the morning. That would also give Carl a private moment to impart the apprentice runesmithing skill to their new hire. It was less embarrassing if they didn't freak out in public the first time that "Follow me, little one" was used on them. Dora led Carl to the hotel, then looked hopefully at the fancy restaurant attached to the side. Meals on the road are included in the guild contract, right? She inquired. Carl laughed. Naturally. That necklace you're wearing is worth well over 10,000 gold coins. The guild can afford to eat well. It was one of the finest restaurants in the town, though that wasn't saying much for most Orcish cities. Orcish cuisine wasn't well known for its flavors, but this spot was run by an old elf, and elvish food was usually incredible. Carl presented Dora with a pile of cloth, and she stared at it for a moment, wondering why she was holding it. Equip it. It's an evening gown so that we meet the dress code for the restaurant, Carl explained, changing into a white silk suit with a black shirt. They strolled into the hotel, and Carl gestured for a concierge. Dora looked a bit horrified, but the staff member came over with a smile. We require a room for the evening. 2 beds, and a reservation at the restaurant. Is it possible to eat now? Carl asked. The concierge bowed politely. Yes, sir. I can arrange that for you. Staff will settle the accounts during the aperitif. Carl nodded, handed the man a silver coin, then escorted Dora, now in a flowing black gown, to the restaurant's host. He quickly seated them, inquired if they preferred wine or a harder liquor, then vanished. This is so exciting. His daily dinner specials are legendary, Dora whispered. An elf accompanied the Orcish host back to the table with a polite smile. My name is Oakleaf, and I will be your chef for the evening. Have either of you sampled elven cuisine before? He asked. Dora shook her head, while Carl nodded. On the Nia continent, in the Republic of Maria, there are a number of elven villages. Their food is most excellent. The chef looked shocked. You've been to Nia continent. And to the Captumia continent, as it is called here. I wouldn't say I've traveled the entirety of either, but I did get a chance to enjoy traditional elven cuisine in the village of Glatt. The chef smiled happily. Then this should be nostalgic for you. For the lady, I would like to warn you that most elven cooking is vegan, but if you prefer meat, I am skilled in its preparation. Dora waggled her head. I can eat anything, thank you. The first course was some sort of nut and berry meatball and a sweet barbecue sauce, after which the concierge came in with the paperwork for the hotel and their room key. Carl signed and returned it with payment, then the server delivered a butternut squash soup. Dora was nearly in ecstasy with the flavors, and Carl made a note to have the kitchen staff add it to the menu. They had all the ingredients, or Lotus could make them, it was just a matter of making them into a soup. Course after course, the meal was delivered, until Carl began to suspect the half-orc was going to fall into a food coma at the table. Then a sweet dessert cake was delivered, and Carl became quite certain he'd be carrying her to their room. Fortunately, she was light, and after a few minutes' nap, she was riding a sugar high from the dessert and wide awake again. Feeling better now? Carl inquired as Dora groaned, holding her distended stomach. I ate too much. So full, she mumbled, slowly getting to her feet to walk it off. Then how about something to take your mind off of your overindulgence? Carl suggested, before activating, follow me, little one. This is a skill. I learned a whole trade from a skill. That is incredible. Dora began to do a happy dance around the room, cheering and laughing. Her stomachache was completely forgotten, and her mind was fully overtaken with the possibilities that came with the apprentice runesmithing skill. That is what I hired you to do. There are 2 sculptors on the team who aren't capable of creating materials from nothing, so they needed someone just like you to keep them stocked, Carl explained. Absolutely brilliant. And now I am one of them. I can make anything. Even as great as the new choker. Well, maybe not better than that, but really good. Carl considered spinning her around the way her mother had Misty, but reconsidered almost immediately. She might have forgotten that she was ready to burst from overreading, but spinning her in circles might not be a great idea. Now, that ability transfer skill is a guild secret. Everyone in the guild knows about it, but you can't tell anyone else, not even your mom, Carl warned. Half of Drod likely knew about it by now, but if the other half remained ignorant, that was better than nothing. Got it. No telling anyone that we all learned the most amazing crafting skill through a memory transfer. But does that mean that you know this crafting skill too? Dora asked. Indeed. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. I actually know a more advanced form of it, but it's easier to transfer just the basics and then let the crafters advance the knowledge on their own. For one, it has far fewer restrictions on who can use it, and for two, an increase in skill level within the system comes with crafting bonuses, Carl explained. Dora abruptly sat down in the middle of the floor, conjured another bracelet, this time in smooth metal, and then began to write on the outside in runic script. Then she realized that she had messed up the character linking and smoothed the metal to start over. That was going to make her training phase much easier. She could just erase runes that she had carved incorrectly, and wouldn't waste an item. Carl was quite certain Dora didn't sleep at all that night. When he went to sleep, she was working on making bracelets. When he woke up, she was still working on making bracelets, but with a half dozen of them on the table in the hotel room. You know you can wait until I go over some of the compound runes and common phrases with you, right? You don't need to keep working all night, he joked. But how could I not? They're so pretty. Dora complained, waving her hand at the stack of wooden rings with glowing purple runes. Plus, it took me so long to figure out what wood was the best for mana transfer. For metals, it's pretty obvious, mana and lightning compatibility go hand in hand. But for wood, no wood conducts electricity well, but some of it conducts mana very well. Carl laughed at her enthusiasm, realizing her green dragon side was showing very clearly through her personality. Even if she looked like a small orc with a lizard tail, she was very much half dragon. They went to the restaurant for breakfast, which was served in a local style, with a trollish cook. "What you need?" the troll called as they sat down. "I will need 10 eggs, and all the bacon," Carl called back, then briefly wondered why he had spoken in trollish. Not that it had been translated, the words had simply come out in trollish. The cook gave him a thumbs up, while Dora stared strangely at him. "You speak trollish?" "I could hear the translation in my head," she asked. "Orcish too," Carl agreed. Dora laughed. "Well, obviously. Everyone speaks Orcish." Carl poked her in the forehead. "We're going to the capital, Drot City, where demon is the common language. So the system will do all the translation for you." Dora hesitated as the food arrived, a whole plate of bacon and eggs, with a side of toast. "Your breakfast, sir," the server explained, giving the plates a strange look. "Wonderful, thank you. That is exactly what I needed this morning." The server looked somewhere between horrified and fascinated by the plate, but Carl was more interested in the pair of orcs that were waiting outside the window wearing druid robes with their hoods up. He had never seen an Orcish druid. Shamans, yes. But these were very clearly druids, according to their name plates. After breakfast, Carl checked out and led Dora into the street to say goodbye to her mother and collect Misty, so the dryad wasn't left on the wrong side of the country. As soon as they stepped into the street, the two orcs in druid robes moved to walk beside Carl. "Come with me, we can converse by the healer's shop while Dora talks to her mom." Commander rank druids weren't much of a threat when he had void body active passively. Dora ran inside the healers, where Carl could hear Misty happily chatting with her friend while they waited for customers. "All right, I see you were waiting for me. Is there something I can help you with?" Carl inquired of the two druids. "I am Larry, and this is Daryl. We heard from a friend that your guild might have a spot for inscriptionists. There aren't many inscription shops here on the west side of the country, but you're from Drod, right? I heard that the demons like all sorts of written knowledge. Like Dora, we both specialize in nature magic, but we also have the inscriptionist skill, and we're ready to work." Carl contemplated this. Selling skilled books to the library, or stocking them in the guild house for new members, wasn't a bad idea. But they also had nature magic. That would work well for the items that Loros and Wendy were producing. Dora could work with slightly higher quality materials and metal, whereas the druids only used nature magic, like Lotus. "All right. If you accompany me back to the guild house, we can sign an employment contract. We can always use more skilled workers, if you don't mind living in a city full of demons." The orc smiled. "That's not a problem. There are orcs in Drod as well. Just not so many of them. Besides, we're not the orkiest of orcs." Larry had a point. They were both large for humans, but definitely undersized for full-grown Orcish males. Possibly because they'd picked a less violent class, or perhaps simply due to a lack of accomplishments. Either way, Carl was sure he could get them whipped into shape soon enough. Sending the girls to the dungeon had worked exceptionally well. Dora and Misty arrived back outside and found Carl still standing with the two orcs. "Did you need more time to finish business?" Dora inquired politely. Carl shook his head. "No, we're hiring these two druids as well. They can use nature magic to make wooden items, and they have inscription skills, so they can make scrolls and skilled books for the guild. Dora, meet Larry and Daryl. Daryl, Larry, meet Dora." The three of them chuckled quietly. "Yeah, we've met. This might be a good-sized city, but oddballs tend to find each other." Carl opened a portal near the wall of the healer's shop, leading to the portal platform outside Drod. Immediately, a half-dozen curious onlookers stuck their heads out of nearby shops. Carl followed the others through, allowing the portal to close behind them just in time for the guard to notice he was part of the group. "Oh, War Champion. Welcome home. Are these your people?" Carl nodded. "Yeah, I went on a recruiting mission. 3 of them will be working with the Dark Light host soon." The guard smiled. "Understood. Have a lovely day, and enjoy your stay in the city. Misty, I'll come by next week to pick up the table I ordered from your daughter." Misty nodded happily. "It's ready whenever you are. She had it finished last night before I left. We just hadn't had time to bring it across town yet." The guard gave her a smile and a pat on the shoulder. "In that case, I'll come by after my shift. I've got some of that raspberry tea you like." The moment Carl brought Dora through the gates of the guild house, pandemonium reigned. The altar in the backyard pulsed with energy to heal the fatigue and lingering injuries of the new arrivals. The half-orc, half-green dragon rebirth shaman took off dashing toward the altar. Then, a tiny green dragon, lotus in beast form, tackled her to the ground as the priestess transformed back. That panicked the shaman, which confused the Orcish druids, which brought the gate guards dashing to watch the show. "Is it constantly like this?" Larry questioned quietly as Carl continued leading them toward the workshop. "Only sometimes. The Green Dragon High Priestess just discovered a half-dragon of the Green Dragon clan, and the shaman just found an altar to her species' patron deity. Give them about 6 hours and they'll be calm again." From the porch, Davis chuckled as he heard those words, but there was a good chance that Carl was not wrong. Even if they calmed down enough to move out of the yard, they weren't getting anything productive done today. "Gentlemen, meet the sculptors. These are Loros and Wendy. In the back corner is Ashbringer, our Grandmaster Smith. He looks busy, so we will do introductions later." Ashbringer flapped one leathery wing in acknowledgement, and then went back to his crafting. "Ladies, these are Larry and Daryl, a pair of druids who have commander rank nature magic. They will make many of the item blanks that you require in the future, but they are also inscriptionists, so they will be toiling inside the majority of the time, creating scrolls and skill books," Carl explained. "I get it now. We make the rough form, they make it pretty, then they do some magic and turn it into a powerful item." Daryl asked. Loros acknowledged in agreement. "That's exactly right. We can make all sorts of useful commander rank rings, weapons, amulets, and statues. We just need material to work with. Until now, we have been buying the raw materials, or having Lotus make them, but if we've got 2 more that can do it, that's much less strain on the members." Carl smiled. "Dora can as well. She will also be joining you in the runecrafting section, though she's not so much a sculptor. Mostly she will be creating the base items and then engraving items that are already carved, as she is royal rank and can make items for the city." Wendy acknowledged Carl's words, then grinned at the druids. "Tell me, can you turn into bears?" she asked. Both looked confused. "No, we're not on the beast transformation path of the skill tree." "Why?" Wendy shrugged. "We've got a bear totem berserker, and she's really cuddly. I thought you might make a good teddy bear." The pair of orcs laughed. "I don't think those words usually go together, but I'm sorry to let you down. However, once I get a few more skill points, I will be able to summon a common creature. Some of those can be cuddly." Loros laughed. "There is an Overlord-ranked illusionist here. She's not actually short on soft things, she was just looking for new ones." Carl smiled. "There is a lot about this guild that you should probably know now that you're here. Let's go inside and meet the others. That should help it all make sense." When they came inside, both Davis and Mick were busy with customers, so Carl took them straight to the 2nd floor, where everyone but Remi and her new hires were waiting. Both orcs froze when they saw Ray, and the spider smiled at them in her humanoid disguise. "Sir, no offense, but you do know what that is, right?" Larry whispered. The blood destruction demonic spider. She's one of my partners. We've been together since she was just an adorable little emo hatchling bloodbath spider. Ray nodded happily. I made my first web in a separate space that his skill created. Don't worry, I'm quite civilized. Thor is the one that you need to worry about. He likes people far too much, and if you're not careful, he will talk your ear off. Thor chuckled, and the two orcs belatedly realized that Ray was not the only magical beast in the room. Are there others? Larry asked. There's a Naga Queen around here somewhere, and a Ghostfire Thunderbird. You probably won't meet Little Butterfly, but you'll see her illusions all over. And then there is Cara, whose hands are currently in your pockets. The orcs looked down, to find their pockets turned inside out, and a very disappointed Cara was preparing to put snacks in the empty spaces, as if to compensate for their apparent lack of belongings. Larry and Daryl simply stared at the badger as she focused on fixing their pockets, then stuffing an entire cupcake in each. Much better. Cara just gave you a cupcake. Technically two, but they're a bit squished now, so you can call it one each, Carl agreed. From the bottom of the stairs, Mick was laughing. She had seen Cara go to the kitchen for the cupcakes, and followed to see what she needed them for. She wasn't the sort to snack between meals, so there had to be something going on with the new guys. Daryl began to laugh, a deep-throated one that made his whole body shake. I think that we are going to like this place. I had been afraid that being stuck in a city would be too boring and far from nature, but that's not the case at all. Plus, we're on the edge of the inner city, so it's not far to go out if we need some time in the forest. He managed to stammer out while he worked to control his amusement. Larry held his hands at his side and unequipped his robes, letting the smashed cupcakes fall into his palms so he could eat them without losing any icing. The cooks are spectacular as well. I have to give them this much, the demons are much better cooks than the orcs are. He added. Over the course of the next week, things began to calm at the guild house again. The crafters were settling into their new jobs, and with the extra help, they were no longer short on anything, except for potions. Remi was finally finishing her trial period to make sure that all of the candidates she had picked were worthy of transferring an advanced ability to them, and after the dropout the first day, they had all proven to be exceptionally skilled. Now, she was ready to have them all advanced, but there was another important event coming up in only a few weeks, birthdays. They had managed to miss one during the time gap after the temple trial, but this year everyone was ready to go all out and celebrate the entire core party's birthdays at once. They were all within a month of each other, a result of a lack of other entertainment during the winter months, Carl was certain, so one huge gathering would be the best option. The 5 aspiring alchemists were gathered in the main chamber on the second floor for the first time since they arrived. They had been sleeping in the rooms of the building Remi had taken as a lab, as the Naga Queen was known to call them back to work as soon as she had decided that they were rested enough. With the unchanging light of the illusionary city, they had no idea how long they had been asleep, how long they had been working for the Dark Light host, or anything else. They were like lost cave dwellers seeing the sun for the first time. Boss, let me introduce you to my lab assistants, and the Dark Light host's applicants for the position of Runic Alchemist. In order, these are Amber, Billy, Charlie, Danny, and Emma, Remi announced proudly. Seriously? Carl queried as he realized they were alphabetically organized. Pure coincidence, I swear. Lotus picked half of them. Remi defended. So, you have all passed Remi's tests, have you? All right. Has she explained what is going to come now? Carl asked. The 5 shook their heads. I am going to impart a skill to you. Once you possess it, you will understand the basics of runic alchemy, which will allow you to more effectively assist Remi and also craft functional potions of your own for sale in the shop. Remi will still be responsible for your education and the plans for production of various products. That is her department, and she knows what everyone needs. Now, prepare yourselves. Carl activated "Follow Me, Little One" to transfer the mix of runecrafting and Remi's alchemy skills that would provide them apprentice runic alchemy. Carl could feel that it was far inferior to what he could actually be giving them, but it had worked out well for the others to get apprentice-ranked skills. The 4 obsession demons and 1 satyr all leaped in joy when they received the skill, and Ray presented them all with new lab coats as an advancement gift. The new alchemists looked around the 2nd floor, and especially at the rooms which had been marked as theirs. This house really holds a lot of people, doesn't it? There were a bunch more rooms on the 3rd floor as well. Are they all special, like the library? Billy, the satyr boy among the otherwise female alchemists, asked. No, just the one chamber so far. Overlapping numerous illusionary domains would not only induce magical conflicts, but it would take an immense amount of power to sustain. Even when it's not taking damage, it does take some magic energy to sustain, and there is no real need to make more of them when we've only got a quarter of the rooms filled, Carl explained. That was understandable to them. And the city beyond the library almost felt like their own private place, as it was accessed through a ramp outside a window in the library. Of course, others were their most nights, as Little Butterfly loved to put on shows for them based on whatever she and Remi were reading. But during the workday, it was completely silent, without interruptions, unless Cara was bored and chasing illusions around. While they were planning a celebratory dinner for that evening, they also had other plans for the day, with messing with the city resource collection officers being first and foremost among these. First, Carl had the druids make 4 identical skill books. It took them the whole week to write 2 each. Only Ray could use Entangling Vines, but as she could use it, so could Carl. That left 3 books to go to the city. Second, they had a whole stack of royal rank practice items with combat buffs on them, courtesy of Dora. But the real masterpiece of this month's order was the matched pair of daggers that Carl and Ashbringer had made. Dagger of Soul Poison, Epic Grade. Overlord-Rank. Attacks cause a lethal poison effect. Deals an additional 30 fan-tram weapon damage as soul damage. They were positively cruel daggers, and Ray had gone out into the wilderness to discreetly test them. The slightest scratch would cause a Monarch Rank being to begin to spasm within 5 seconds, and most were dead within 30 seconds. However, Ray had learned that if you focused on the location of the wound, you could change that. It didn't change the outcome by much, they were still dying. But a wound over the heart or to the armpit of humanoids was nearly instant, while wounds to the ends of the limbs were closer to a minute. Carl and Ashbringer had considered not selling these ones at all, and simply selling something else to prove to the city that they weren't smuggling weapons. But when Governor Shin had come himself to make a custom order during the pickup, the plan had been changed. This Overlord-Rank Lethal Poison. You can't think that we would actually auction that item. The governor stammered as he looked at the pair of daggers. Ray and Ashbringer smirked at each other. Well, I suppose that if you don't want them, we can give them to Lady Ray. Carl reluctantly agreed. For a half-second, the governor looked relieved. Then realized that they were going to give lethal poison to a blood-destruction demonic spider. You are doing this just to increase my blood pressure, aren't you? He demanded. Here, let's move on to the next item. We've got spell books. Spell books that no more than a handful of creatures in the city could possibly use. In the end, they kept the daggers, and only one Overlord-ranked Ghostfire blade had been sold from Ashbringer's Forge this month. But they had another custom order. There was a government envoy from Nababin coming to the city for trade meetings, and the Lord had every intention of showing the dwarves that Drod had options other than importing dwarven steel and mithril to maintain the nation supplied with top-quality items. It was a bluff, obviously. But they were asking every Overlord-ranked and higher artisan they could find to create a masterpiece to be sold to the dwarves. Nothing that would cause a huge stir, Governor Shin had warned, but something that would make them sit up and take notice. Carl had eagerly concurred before ushering the governor out and bringing Ashbringer to his private room on the 3rd floor for the extra soundproofing. I have an idea, and I think that it's going to make us countless new friends. Or maybe some enemies. You see, I have a whole book of dwarven runecrafting that most of my designs are based on. They're bound to recognize them the moment that I hand them a runecrafted item of any real quality. So, I wish to make it memorable. What do you need to obtain the materials to make an artifact-grade weapon base? I don't care what sort of weapon you pick, but it has to be so over the top that the dwarves won't know what to say. Carl explained. And then the Darklight host gets an invitation to the forges in Bara, which just conveniently happens to possess an Overlord-Rank dungeon, full of elven steel. Ashbringer replied with a smile. Carl nodded in agreement. It would be a wonderful new source of materials, and the dwarves clearly knew more about crafting magical items than most other species. Ashbringer was a fantastic blacksmith, but because of his nature as a demon, he was very restricted in the elements that he could produce. He could do all sorts of fire, and his magic didn't hinder poison or soul effects, but that was about it. I can get the materials easily enough. They're rare, but not so rare that you can't find them if you know where to look. The real challenge is making an item of high enough quality. I am certain that I can do it, and we have already seen that your runes can make an artifact-grade item, though it was not easy. If we want to work together on an item for the dwarves, I recommend a battle axe. Two-handed, asymmetric double blades. They love them. Second would be a hammer axe. Then a hammer. Carl smiled. Well, I will leave the base weapon design to you, and then I will design the runes to go with the shape that you have designed. I think that we could likely toss a nice skill gem into the creation as well, a special touch that most crafters wouldn't be able to manage. Ashbringer nodded, then sketched out the design for a battle axe, or possibly a polearm of some sort, with one wedge blade and one crescent blade. The design will make them both identical in weight distribution, so the axe will swing perfectly, but cut differently on either side. The demon explained. All right, I can work with this. It's going to be two-handed, correct? So I will have room to carve down the handle if needed. Carl asked. Ashbringer extended his hands apart. I will make it to my size, so the handle will be 2 meters long. That was more than enough room to work. All right, you get started on that. I will get started on the inscription and the spellstone. Do you have one in mind that will go with the weapon you're making? Carl asked. Ashbringer smiled. Gravity Slam, the ability that Ophelia and Thor use. It's great for shattering stone, and dwarves get a little turned on just thinking about weapons that can also be used as mining tools. Carl laughed and made a note of it. Gravity Slam is one that I've done before. It's a real winner in combat. I will add inscriptions for vibration damage as well, so that the stone crumbles under the attack. With the basics decided, they split off to their respective workstations, and began preparing to fulfill the governor's request. You know, if I advanced, we would probably have more skills that the dwarves would like. Thor suggested gently in Carl's mind. Still stuck short of the bottleneck? Carl asked. Thor mentally nodded. There isn't even pressure anymore. I'm just here. Well, resources and luck can only take us so far. All right, when do you want to do the evolution, and do you have something in mind, in case it gives us options for the materials? Carl asked. Tanky. But rideable. Thor insisted. Carl wasn't sure that there would even be an option, but if Thor focused hard enough, he might be able to shape his own evolution. All right, I will check what we need now. Carl agreed. Thor was the only one yet to make Overlord, and that was holding back the growth of the others. Even if Carl knew how to set Thor free to ride into battle with Tessa, they were already the same rank, and eventually Tessa would probably advance again. Target, Thor, Species, Divine Thunder Sero, Evolution Requirements, Tribulation Sero, 1 Totem Rank Lightning Gem, 1 kilogram holy stones, white spot divine grass, holy radiant sorrow, 1 totem ranked holy stone, misty breath flowers, impenetrable bulwark behemoth, 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed with limited invulnerability effects. 10 kilograms overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element from the elemental stone. Thor read the options at the same time. Carl. I can use a lightning stone for that, right? There are lightning stones in the bag from the sword dragon guy. He suggested. Do we have the fruits? Carl asked. Remi has overlord rank water and ice berries. Thor confirmed. Then I will start making the horn decorations as soon as I finish the pattern for the governor's request this afternoon. We should be able to advance you in the morning. It wasn't even a contest after Thor saw the options presented for his evolution. Impenetrable bulwark behemoth required 1 totem ranked elemental stone, 3 overlord ranked horn ornaments inscribed or enchanted with limited invulnerability effects, and 10 kilograms of overlord ranked fruits of the opposite element to the elemental stone. By morning, all the materials had been gathered, and Carl had made the 3 horn ornaments that the spell demanded. Why Thor's horns needed limited invulnerability for this advancement was a mystery, but it certainly fit the name. For this event, they had gathered in the courtyard in front of the guild house, at Thor's insistence. If he was going to become an overlord, he wanted people to notice. After all, how would enemies know to stay away if they had never seen the might of the guild's protector? Everyone, welcome to Thor's advancement ceremony. As he has reached the peak of his bloodline, it will take a special ritual to help him advance. First, the specially made jewelry goes on the horns. Next, the bowl full of overlord-ranked fruit is balanced on his head, and the elemental stone is placed on his snout. Carl began. The rings on the horns were necessary. The rest was just to see if Thor could stand still enough not to dump them. And now, with a bit of magic, the guild members began to cheer for Thor, and Carl activated Evolution. Evolution successful, Divine Thunder Sorrow Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth, Skill gained, Behemoth, Passive ability. Increases volume by 10x, Skill gained, Behemoth's Vitality, Triples regeneration speed, Skill gained, Behemoth's Vitality, Triples regeneration speed, Skill gained, Impenetrable Bulwark, Passive skill. Reduces damage taken by 20%, plus 1 point per day of the behemoth's age. Skill gained, Blockade, creates a wall of ice or lightning up to 50 cubic meters per rank of the caster. Thor's body began to shift, seeming to ripple and shudder under his scales as his body grew. He grew longer, with a more powerful tail, and the protective fringe at the back of his head vanished, while his neck extended slightly. The thick stomping pads of Thor's feet reshaped to have long, clawed toes, with webbing between them, but kept a powerful musculature to them, not dainty like hawk's claws. His scales gained vibrant white streaks to go with the gold, and finally, his evolution finished. A few of the gate guards had come in to watch the spectacle, and whistled in appreciation for the evolved beast. Now 4 meters tall, but nearly 15 meters long including his tail, with 3 ebony black horns on his beaked head, and thick armored plates down his back, he was quite the imposing sight. "Is that some form of swamp dragon?" one of them asked. "It's an evolution for the Divine Thunder Sorrow. The system calls it the Impenetrable Bulwark Behemoth," Carl explained. The guard looked confused, then moved his hands in a shrinking gesture, bringing them almost together. "That's one of them. I didn't know that they got so small. They have them on the southwestern island, and the ones there are big enough to make ancient dragons look small," the guard explained. Carl shrugged. "Perhaps they're older. Or the evolution might have reset him to a juvenile state." "What rank are the ones you met?" The guard frowned. "They're all Overlord-rank beasts, but they're like dragons and snakes. They just keep getting bigger with age. There is a rumor that the oldest of the behemoths is literally invincible. It's simply so large and resilient that nothing can hurt it." "That sounded right," going by the skills that Thor had. 1 point a day wasn't a big deal when he was less than 3 years old. But what if he was 300? The damage reduction would have stacked so high, and his base health would be so high with an eternally growing body, that even totem-ranked attacks wouldn't get past its passive skills. If someone taught impenetrable bulwark to Orthos, what would happen? He was 12,000 or more years old. A creature like that could nearly survive the end of the world without taking damage. You look deep in thought, Ashbringer whispered to Carl. His new skill reduces damage taken by 1 point per day he has lived. What if I taught that skill to an ancient dragon? Carl whispered back. Ashbringer smirked. Before or after every demigod of every other pantheon drew lots for the chance to obliterate your body and scatter your soul between the planes. Carl chuckled, but everyone else thought that it was a laugh of joy for Thor's new advancement. He had made a huge step today, and his power was still growing. Then, he broke through to the Overlord rank, and his body began to grow rapidly, before shrinking to hatchling size as Thor deactivated Behemoth. Then it grew back to slightly larger than it had been at Monarch rank, nearing 20 meters. With Behemoth increasing his volume, his size would roughly double in all directions, making him 8 meters tall and 40 meters long, the size of an adult chromatic dragon, minus the wings. But much more powerfully built. However, for Thor that was impractical, and his brain was working overtime, trying to solve the problem of remaining a rideable battle Thor. He had it. The opposite of Behemoth. He could feel how to grow, now he understood how to shrink. Skill learned, unobtrusive Behemoth, reduces size by up to 10x. Remi loved that skill the moment that she realized it would work on her and Carl as well. But the name was all wrong. Shouldn't it be called just a small snake? If she was 1/10 her current size, she would be absolutely adorable. Advancing to Overlord had already put her back into a smaller, juvenile state. But 1/10 that size would be perfect for making pleading attempts. Shameless, utterly shameless, Hawk insisted. Just wait, nobody can resist cute things for long. One day, it will help us get the best snacks, Remi replied haughtily. In the courtyard, Thor adjusted his size to be only 2 meters tall, and Tessa hopped on his back with a smile. He was longer now, more stable. While he had lost the defensive fringe at the back of his head, that also gave her more freedom to attack to the front. Fighting from Thor's back would not be a problem. Thor's first instinct was to run off to the dungeon with Tessa on his back to test his new abilities, but they also had more guild members to bring with them. Everyone had been growing so well that they were slowly building a weekly training regimen, the way most people built a gym routine. Thor was definitely above the dungeon's required rank now, but this didn't stop the overlords from entering, and it would take some time for him to get used to his new body shape and the change in tactics with Tessa fighting on a different-sized mount. This time, they had Ray and the 2 Orcish druids with them. It was an odd combination, but Ray had ideas on the best way to use the Entangling Vines spell in combat. The combination of vines and webs was a good one for crowd control, and if she could teach the orcs to do it right, it wouldn't matter that their vines were a rank below the ogres. They would be able to keep the groups from reinforcing each other and fighting as a team. It was probably a good thing that Ray was going with the orcs and not with any of the others. Despite their fearsome reputation, the demons in the guild didn't really have the iron nerves that were needed to be around Ray in combat. For one, she had a habit of making the enemies explode like it was a reset button when you messed up a lesson, and her habit of vanishing to grab enemies for you to train on, then reappearing with an ogre was disconcerting, to say the least. But Carl had other concerns. Ashbringer was nearly finished with the weapon they were making for the governor's commission, and they didn't have long before the dwarves were due to arrive. He wanted to make a good impression on them, so he could go visit their city freely in the future and gather materials from the Overlord-Rank dungeon. Carefully, he prepared an Overlord-Rank nature stone for the Gravity Slam spell, which Ashbringer mounted in the head of the axe, and then Carl got to work. With the runes drawn on a life-sized blueprint, the idea was simple and clear. He just needed to ensure that all the runes were correct, and that he had gotten the inscriptions for weapon growth with use correct. Well, that and verifying that the extra bits he had added to give the weapon a purpose, as that appeared to be a necessary part of creating an artifact. Once he was past the first few runic groups, Carl knew he was doing something right, as the weapon was starting to draw power from him the same way the blade he had upgraded for the Divine Fire Dragon had. This one was obviously a lower quality base stock, but the result should be the sort of masterpiece that you would only expect to see in a royal treasury somewhere. The weapon resonated with power as Carl finished his inscription and then waited for the item to stabilize as he continued to add mana to it. The power level wasn't increasing anymore, it was remaining on the low side of Overlord. But the aura of power that it gave off was becoming smooth and mellow, almost confident, if magic could have an emotion. Can someone send a runner to the governor? The weapon is ready for pickup, and I believe that he will want to do that personally. You know what? Never mind. I will bring it straight to him. Ashbringer, did you want to see the look on his face? Carl called as he finished admiring the guild's newest masterpiece. Ashbringer came upstairs to take a look at the weapon, and smiled as he read the information from the system. Stone Crusher Axe, Artifact Grade. Innate Skill, Gravity Slam. Adds gravity damage to every strike, deals extra damage to buildings, fortifications, and solid stone. Enemies struck suffer, knockdown, effect. Deceptively simple. But at artifact grade, it has to be brutally effective. I wonder if there is somewhere that we can test this before we turn it over for display. Ashbringer wondered. I should be able to use it without bonding it, if you want to take it to the dungeon. Carl suggested. From the dungeon, Ray laughed. Right, there is a team there now. We would have to wait. Ashbringer shrugged. Let's just go turn it over to the governor before any of us makes a mistake and bonds it. If we have to start over, it will be a mess. You can't make two identical artifacts in your lifetime, so I would have to come up with a whole new design. Carl didn't know that. Perhaps if he tried the same layout again, it would come out as an epic grade weapon instead of an artifact. No wonder they were so rare. Carl led the way to the castle, where the guard motioned for them to step forward and bypass the line. Guild champion, what brings you to the castle today? The guard asked politely. Governor Shin commissioned a custom weapon to be made for the dwarves' imminent visit, Carl explained. Oh, thank goodness. They're already here. Came through the portal platform weeks early, to try the seafood, they said, like they aren't also from a coastal town. The guard flagged someone forward, and a castle attendant came to escort Carl and Ashbringer. The boy was almost at a run, but the long strides of the two much larger men had no trouble keeping up as they raced through the corridors. The attendant rapped a pattern on a thick wooden door, and the gem on his sleeve glowed green as the servants inside let him know it was safe to enter. The room was soundproof, as Carl realized as the door was cracked open, and he heard deep laughter to go with the nervous chuckle of the governor. Oh, Grandmaster Ashbringer, Lord Carl, what brings you here today? Governor Shin asked. Lord. He doesn't look like a demon lord to me. Plus, he smells like stone and void, one elderly dwarf commented. Lord Carl is a 2-golden-ringed war champion. But also the city's premier runemaster, Governor Shin commented. The dwarves began to laugh so hard they had to set their drinks down. Carl clapped the old man on the shoulder and smiled, then placed the Stone Crusher axe on the desk between them and the governor. We have produced the item you requested, Governor. Everyone went silent as the weapon was placed on the desk. It's beautiful, Governor Shin sighed. That has to hit harder than I'd smash your sister, one of the dwarves announced, smiling at the governor. You'd need 2 hands either way. His sister is a big old gal, and you've got stumpy legs, Carl agreed. WTF? Ashbringer queried in a private message, but Carl just winked at him as the dwarves commenced to laugh. Freshly made, runes haven't even settled overnight yet. It's not a fake, the oldest of the dwarves announced. Oi! That's in Dwarven, one of the emissaries declared as he examined the runes. Well, I am somewhat better at Dwarven poetry than any other language when the topic is the finer aspects of striking stone, Carl shrugged. The dwarf stared at him suspiciously, so Carl took the governor's notepad and wrote out the Dwarven runes he had used for Overlord Othello's new blade back in the Golden Dragon Nation. This is the first one I made using that technique, and the result was spectacular. Even gave her a personalized effect of extra damage against perverts, Carl explained. The dwarves read the sheet and began to laugh. Transform back, let's get a look at you then, the eldest dwarf insisted. Governor Shin looked curious, but Carl didn't hesitate to dismiss beast form and stand on his human legs for the first time in a month or more. What do you know, you're not a dwarf. You kind of smell like one, though. So perhaps just a little bit, the old man muttered. Not a human either. Now, I've done some things I'm not proud of while drinking, but did someone shag a void elemental? One of the other men asked. The old man laughed. Don't be silly. That would be like taking a fire elemental to bed. Carl cleared his throat. Ashbringer is half fire elemental. The dwarves roared with laughter, and Carl commenced to wonder if this whole visit was just entertainment for them, and not some serious political matter, the way that Governor Shin saw it. Carl sneered at one of the younger men, a ginger-haired dwarf with soot embedded deep in the lines and pores of his hands. Don't even pretend you wouldn't give it a shot if the Lady of the Forge came to life, he added. Ashbringer smirked, and the dwarf looked pensive for a moment before nodding in agreement. The elderly dwarf leading the delegation sighed. All right, enough jokes. I see that you've managed to secure an actual room master. If there were more, Drod wouldn't need months and months to prepare for a visit. The quality of the weapon, as well, is incredible. Especially for a demon. We will accept that you are a proper producing city, but we can't say that Drod is a weapon-making nation. In light of that, we will have the tariff. Governor Shin sighed in relief, until the old dwarf picked up the axe. How much? I can trade you another artifact, or various items of equal value, he insisted. Governor Shin got a shrewd look on his face. He hadn't expected the dwarves to actually want the weapon. He was trying to show off and avoid getting embarrassed during the trade negotiations, even if it cost him totem-ranked resources. I will let you deal directly with the creators, Governor Shin deflected. Ashbringer acquiesced to Carl, who grinned at the dwarves. How about this? I need a short list of materials, and I would like to request free access to your Bara City's dungeon, Carl requested. The dwarf smiled. He hadn't queried for anything outlandish, just crafting materials to make more equipment. Ashbringer brought out his list of materials for making Overlord-Rank weapons, which was mostly metals, with a few gems. Carl could use those to finish any of the enchantments the weapons needed, but he added one more item to the list, Mythic Rank Magical Beast Blood. 5 gallons worth. He was certain that Ray was doing a happy dance in the dungeon right now, but Carl was also reasonably sure that he could secure her next advancement's bath products. The dwarfs frowned at the last addition to the list. Does it have to be from a beast? Carl shrugged. Demon, shadow element monster, or even dragon blood would work as well. But I have found that sentient beings get quite particular about being stabbed and bled. The dwarves began to seriously consider it. It wasn't like there were no mythic rank creatures in their nation. In fact, there were quite a few. But as Carl had pointed out, they would get more than a little bit insulted if someone stabbed them. And the more civilized of the mythic beasts had agreements in place with the dwarves to control a region of the nation so that the dwarves didn't have to continually eliminate growing threats. Killing one would leave a territory open and cause more problems than it solved. However, the oldest of the dwarves had a plan. I know a source. But before I agree to it, I need to know what it is for. Carl considered how he would answer, then decided that the simple truth would be easiest. The system gave me the class of Beastmaster, now Beastmaster Packmaster. I have a bonded partner, a blood destruction demonic spider, formerly a bloodbath spider. Her advancement process involves higher rank blood in large quantities. In order for her to reach Totem Rank, I will need that blood. The dwarf nodded. There is a long tradition of bonded animals in dwarven culture. Now, it's normally one of the mountain goats, a stone wolf or a dire bear, but spiders aren't unheard of, as they also like to live in the mountains. The dwarves had a class that could bond monsters. Now that was convenient. But perhaps his class wasn't as special as it had seemed in the Golden Dragon Nation. Unless they were something like the Beast Rangers, who only got a single partner. The old dwarf extended his hand. I agree to your price. We will bring you and Grandmaster Ashbringer to Bara and register you with the guard station for entry to the dungeon. It is a 10-person instance. Does your guild have enough overlords? Carl shook his head. We can get close, but there aren't 10 of us at Overlord rank. We are primarily a crafting guild. 2 plus the beasts was close to 10, in a way. But the old man seemed to expect that. There are places to form a group in the city. I will arrange for someone to show you around and take you in on a visit. The first time you visit, the guide normally charges a large fee to protect the newbies from the elves and spiders, but for a room master, I am certain I can get a group to compromise. Ashbringer sighed. I have a non-combat class. Bringing me into the dungeon would only be dead weight. However, bringing Carl is worth half a dozen overlords on his own. He can bring his bonded beasts with him, counted as a single person. The dwarves looked impressed at that. That's even better than the golem mages, who can summon extra fighters, one of them noted. I can do that as well. Golems, skill-wielding bodyguards, plus the beasts, with their carefully curated selection of abilities, Carl explained. That is just incredibly overpowered. If you brought a few healers and tank-type classes, you could likely do the dungeon with only half the usual number of overlords. But it's still best to bring all 10. The dungeon is unique in how it rewards its entrance. There is no loot on the creatures at all. When you finish the run, everyone is rewarded for their participation, and there is a cap. We tried sending a totem-ranked golem mage through with just his 4 constructs, and he didn't receive any more reward than a single individual would, even when 3 of them went through together. Carl nodded in understanding. So there are rewards for doing better, but the rewards for carrying an underleveled or non-contributing group are capped. You know, taking the young demons through the dungeon here really helps them grow. I wonder if I could bring a half group of overlords and then pad the numbers with weaker guild members. As long as they're doing something, they should get some reward. The old dwarf laughed. You mean, if they're not ensnared by the spiders and eaten, right? You still need a body to resurrect them. Carl shrugged. I have an Overlord-ranked group barrier skill. As long as they don't draw too much attention, they shouldn't be targeted. But I get your point. It might be too much risk to take a commander-ranked demonist through the dungeon. Especially when there is no loot for them to pick up for us. The dwarf chuckled. Yes, it's a bit odd not to need a pack mule for a dungeon of this size. We have other instances nearby as well, but they're all of the more conventional sort, and the groups bring a few miners with them to collect ores until the timer is almost up. If you stay in too long, you lose everything that you collected, and you're ejected. Carl didn't know that. But he had never tried to sleep in a dungeon, or anything of that nature. The trial instances did have a time limit on them, though. So it made sense that there would be a limit on the dungeons, and perhaps a much shorter one, since they would allow more frequent entry. If you could go all the time, there wasn't really a reason why the dungeon should let you just live in it rent-free. Then the old man gestured to the governor. We still have a day's worth of negotiations to finish here. I will come get you tomorrow morning once we're finished. Carl bowed and prepared to head for the door, ignoring the pleading look that the governor was giving him. He was much better at dealing with the dwarves than Governor Shin was. They loved to pick on him, and he simply could not understand their sense of humor. Even worse, they ordered the most awful food. Governor Shin couldn't stand the taste of ale to begin with, but the dwarves would boil meat and potatoes in it as a form of seasoning. Just the smell of it was enough to make formal events torture. Now, if they would agree to have the meat braised in wine, that would be different. Carl and Ashbringer returned to the guild house in high spirits. They had obtained a whole list of rare materials from the dwarves, and now they were going to get access to the dungeon, full of Overlord-ranked steel and other materials for crafting. Carl could loot the place dry every other day for all that Ashbringer cared. The more materials the merrier, and he could turn it all into item blanks and refined bars for the sculptors to work with. Ray, how is Thor's run through the dungeon going? We finished with the governor's office, and we arranged to leave tomorrow morning to go to an Overlord-ranked dungeon. Carl asked. Overlord-ranked consecrated ground is broken. Or maybe it's the change to eternal lightning. The ogres are half dead even before anyone hits them. Ray replied with glee. She was running a tutorial on the proper way to restrain ogres with entangling vines, which was essentially turning the ogres into smashing posts for Thor and lance targets for Tessa and her spear. It couldn't really be called a fight when they were held in place with their hands restrained, but Thor was having a lot of fun in the dungeon today. Carl laughed at the series of mental images Ray was sending to him. Even though his feet weren't round and stompy anymore, he was still just as happily prancing around after tearing the ogres apart. Carl wasn't sure if that was the appropriate way to flirt with a war priestess, but it seemed to be working fairly well on Tessa. She appeared to be having just as much fun as Thor was, and they were nearly done the dungeon already. Thor had also learned a great new trick. Blockade didn't have to be a stationary skill. He could target the location on himself and use it like a plow or a battering ram. The only trick that he was still trying to master was using Behemoth on other targets. But there was a minor issue. Unobtrusive Behemoth reduced size by up to 10 times. Behemoth increased volume by 10 times, which was closer to a doubled length and height. Even if he could use it on Tessa, their base sizes were so different that he still couldn't be max size in combat without turning her into an assistant. In short, Tessa needed ranged holy damage. Maybe a bow. That way she could shoot at things from the back of a giant Thor and not have to strain herself reaching with a spear. Once Carl was back at the guild house, he began formulating a plan for his future advancements and the stockpiling of materials for the guild house. If they couldn't amass 10 overlords to do the dungeon as a guild, then he would go with others. But that limited the amount of trash loot that they would be able to bring back to the guild. So, he would have to do it multiple times to get all that they needed for the forges and the accessories. Which meant more time away from the guild house. It was a vicious circle, but doing the dungeon repeatedly, as often as it would let him, was a viable option to keep them fully stocked, even if it wasn't a massive loot haul every time that they went. However, he did know that there was a trick to it. He ideally wanted his share of the loot to be 1/3 of the total. That was the cap according to the dwarves. So, if he went with another group and let Ray and Cara rampage, it shouldn't be an issue to do half as much as the other 9 combined. Especially when you factored in that at least 2 were likely to be on healing duty the whole time. Carl didn't know how the healing factored into the calculations, but he knew enough about the system to understand that they would be getting appropriately rewarded for their contributions. But since the dungeon was Overlord ranked, and Carl didn't know how dangerous it was, or what the power level standard for the teams that were going into it would be, he wasn't going to take the rest of the guild this time. If it were appropriate, he would bring the ladies on another trip, as they were only a rank lower than what was in the dungeon. For some fights, a single rank difference wasn't a big deal. But if the spiders were on the level of Ray at Monarch, minus the incorporeal bodies, then it would be a nightmare to bring a Monarch-ranked group into the dungeon, and trying to power-level newbies would be a lost cause. He should get a ranged weapon made before the next battle, though. His bow was sadly underpowered for his needs, and if he was going with a random group, then there was a high chance that a predominance of warrior-class assignments would make it undesirable to be another front-line fighter. Telling them that he could summon additional ranged attackers, in the form of the bodyguards, in addition to the beasts, would be much more likely to make him friends among the adventurers. Bara was a dwarven city, in a coastal mountain town, so Carl assumed that the city would function somewhat closer to how the Golden Dragon Nation did, with dedicated groups of people who would be willing to enter the dungeon, and not hundreds or thousands of wrath demons who simply got bored and went there to pick a fight. That system worked very well in Drod, but it wasn't exactly what most cultures would call a normal state of affairs. Other than the orcs, who loved fighting as much as the wrath demons did, Carl couldn't think of another sentient species that was likely to pick that sort of setup. Civilized living was hard on the wrath demons, they needed the outlet. And while only the stronger ones could go into the dungeon, it was a perfect place for them to not only prove their strength, but to vent their frustrations. Nothing would help them relax quite like imagining the ogres as their annoying coworker or their boss. "You look lost in thought, Chief," Ashbringer noted as they reached the guild house. "I need to get a new bow made, Overlord ranked. They're likely going to need a ranged attacker, especially if I leave Remi and Thor here to hold down the fort." The demon frowned. "You would leave part of your team behind while going to a dungeon in another country." Carl shrugged. "I'll take Ray, Cara, and Hawk, along with Little Butterfly. Thor can look after the ladies, Remi can work on her potions, and I will entrust you to keep the runesmiths in line while I'm away. That keeps everything running smoothly, except for more powerful commissions, but we don't have one of those right now." "Well, there are plenty of items that I should be making for the guild members, but they can wait an extra day while I'm in Bara." Ashbringer nodded. "All right, I will make you an Overlord-Rank metallic compound bow now, and you can finish it tonight, so you have it ready for the morning." From the dungeon, Ray added her thoughts. "I have leather armor made for almost everyone now. I didn't make one for you yet, and making one for our Dana mage has been hard as she keeps changing between cat and human. It's not easy to make things that look good on both." She explained. Well, that was an improvement. Overlord-ranked armor to go with the accessories that they already had would keep them mostly out of danger. The fact that they were made by Ray meant that the ladies would also look good doing it. As far as armorers, there were not many who could beat Ray for pure fashionability. Of course, many simply wanted functionality, but even if they tried, it would be challenging to create anything at her standards. Again, Carl found himself stuck at a workbench all day, drawing runic patterns. But when Ashbringer came in with a 3-pulley compound bow made from shining silver metal, it was definitely worth the extra time spent. The bow had an incredible affinity to the void element, thanks to its core materials, and Carl knew just the spell to add to it. Cara's Void Blast. The upgraded version of Disintegration was epic grade, incredibly mana efficient while being even more deadly, and he could adjust it every shot to determine the size of the void explosion on the arrow. Building it into the bow made it both faster and even more mana efficient to cast. Using Blessed Item and Poison Arrow to create the arrows would give a base of holy damage with a lingering toxic effect, which may or may not be an advantage, but it was unlikely to be a disadvantage. That would be 3 different spell gems that would need to be made, but a few instructions to the sculptors had them carving a wooden grip sized for his hand with the holes to hide the inscribed stones in the back. The rest of the bow was dedicated to increasing arrow speed and targeting by user intent, along with linking the 3 spells. The final result was absolutely magnificent. The bow glowed with a ghostly green light from the Overlord-ranked runes, which went well with the toxic arrow vibe. But the deceptively simple bow hardly needed the arrow speed enhancement. Ashbringer had made it specifically for Carl, who had well beyond human strength. With a draw that heavy, the arrows would be difficult to dodge even without enhancement. Now, he had all that he needed to go to an Overlord-ranked dungeon in any role that they might need. The next morning, the dwarfs came by while Carl and the others were eating breakfast, and joined the group for a large mug of coffee before opening a portal to Bara in the yard. The group start early, and we're in the same time zone as Drod is. Don't want you to have to go with one of the groups of rejects and leftovers. If you're going to stay in the city and keep running the dungeon, you should be at the meeting grounds just after dawn. Unless you can find a steady group to go with, that is. There are plenty who go in to farm the place for loot, but they normally have a full group already. It's the visiting adventurers who go with a small core group of guides that you're looking for. Just be careful not to get scammed in the future. Some of them will try to charge an exorbitant rate, as if they weren't getting anything out of the dungeon, or as if they could do it without the rest of the group, the oldest of the dwarves explained. All right. I made a new bow to go with my other gear, in case they preferred a ranged fighter, complementing his melee and magical beasts. I think that I should have everything that I need, Carl agreed. What about healing? I'm sure there are potion shops here in town, the dwarf replied. We are one of the potion shops. Not just healing and mana, but we've got all sorts of utility items as well. The anti-aging cream is a big hit. And it does actually work, Carl explained. Anti-aging that works, the old dwarf asked. A rejuvenation potion that brings skin and muscle tissue back to its base state, to its state as a juvenile. The more that you use it, the more dramatically the body's state will change. The dwarf chuckled, then stopped walking toward the portal. How about you get me some of that? The missus might appreciate it, or she might get mad, and I'll have a bit of extra entertainment for the day. One of the others sighed. He only says that because he's a totem, and she can't kick his ass. It's the rest of us who suffer when he gets her in a bad mood. Carl reached into the crates in Remi's space and picked out a bottle of the cream, then handed it to the old dwarf. Either use it directly on problem areas, or dilute a bit with water to use as a body wash for all-around improvement, Carl offered. The missus is 210 years old. Most likely, she will need to slather it on like burned cream to have it make any difference, the old man joked. Remi laughed in Carl's mind at the thought. Some of their customers had done just that, and it had temporarily suppressed the rank of one of the wrath demons by a level due to the amount her body had regressed. Try it as a body wash first. The effect lasts for nearly a month on most species. If she uses it every day for a week, you'll have a much more youthful-looking wife. Then Carl snagged a small bottle of hair regrowth serum from Remi's space. If you take one shot glass of that, she'll have a more youthful-looking husband as well, he whispered, just loud enough that the others could hear. The old man chuckled, then took a swig straight from the potion bottle. The bald crown of his head began to grow at a visible pace, and his beard filled into a thick and luxurious mass, leaving loose beard hairs all around his formerly immaculate braid. It didn't change his hair color from snow white, though. The others stared in amazement as the old man looked down into the well, using it as a mirror to see the change. Well, now I'm not sure if she'll recognize me. But I've got to fix my beard. I can't be wandering around like this. Carl chuckled and pointed to the house. There are full-length mirrors in the second-floor common shower room. The dwarf turned and pocketed the potions into his inventory before anyone could try to grab them from him, then trundled back inside. The shaman in the group sighed and closed the portal, as it had already been opened too long for courtesy. I guess a minute or two won't matter, he muttered, checking his watch. They surely had better things to do today than escort Carl around, or wait for an old man to braid his beard. But those were the minor hazards of being around the Dark Light host. He came back surprisingly quickly, with his hair in a long braid down his back, and his beard split into 3 braids, a thick central one, and 2 smaller side braids running down his cheeks and hanging to the sides of his chest. All right, now we can go. If you need more products from this shop, you can order them from the branch manager, the old man insisted, now eager to get headed back and surprise his wife. The portal opened into absolute darkness, allowing Carl's vision to quickly switch to thermal imaging and echolocation, along with soul sight. The overlay of the three was almost as good as regular vision, but the colors were entirely different, and some of the moving objects here had no soul image at all. Do the dwarves use mini-golems and automatons? Carl asked as they walked out of the room and into a dimly lit corridor. Yes, how did you know? The old man asked. Soul sight. There are moving creatures that are not living. The dwarves nodded. The new ones have some improvements. We put heat pads on them so that night sight of other species can find them more easily. But we forgot for a moment that you might not have the same level of night vision that we do. Carl smiled. No worries. I can see without any light at all. As well as in the middle of the day, in fact. Just not quite the same. The dwarves nodded happily. It was good when visitors adapted quickly to the city. If they had to go buy him a night vision amulet from the tourist shops, it would be a huge waste of time, as they hadn't come in at the public platform, but a private one, mostly used for travel within the city itself. The old dwarf stopped at a house a few blocks away and knocked on the door, then waited while the others tried not to laugh. The door opened and an ancient woman, bent with age, glared out at him. Go away, we're not buying. She snapped, then slammed the door in his face. The old man knocked again, and the woman huffed as she opened the door, then stepped away to let him inside. His mother-in-law. We can go to the dungeon staging area now. I will show you the public portal's location, so you know where to arrive next time, and then help you set up a group, the shaman who had cast their portals for them explained. That revelation completely changed the way Carl understood the dwarves' interaction. Carl had thought it was his wife at first, but if it was his mother-in-law slamming the door in his face and then relenting, rather than his wife failing to recognize him, it became much more amusing. The dungeon formed on the outer surface of the mountain, so the staging areas are just inside the entrance, near the public portals. This helps reduce the need for bright lights throughout the city, but you'll find that most of the items closest to the entrance are overpriced, intended for the gullible or extremely wealthy. Not that you're likely to be short on money, being an Overlord-ranked craftsman, but the dungeon gate is less popular among locals as a shopping district than the Deep Gate, 40 levels below us, which comes out on the west side of the river, the shaman explained. That would also explain why Carl was seeing so many other species in this area. Even if the city was primarily dwarven, the outer regions were more hospitable to other species than the inner parts of the city, where the oppressive weight of the stone and the depths would bear down on their minds. Carl was still at home in the city the same way he was in the mines, but he could see that many of the other species didn't like to stray too far from the light. This is the staging area for groups, and that building with the stepped double spiral pillars covers the portal. If you follow me this way, I will introduce you to a few of the better group leaders. The shaman led Carl to a group of dwarves who were standing around with 4 nervous-looking dragonkin. Thomas, good timing. Do you still have a spot left? You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. We made a new friend in Drod, and he's got a pass for free entry. The shaman greeted the leader of the team, a stout dwarven paladin with long red hair. Shaman Petros. It's not often that the council makes friends with the demons, so this one must be special, the paladin replied in an even tone. He's a rune master, and he can write dwarven mystic runes, the shaman replied. The whole group turned to look at Carl, and one of the dragonkin rumbled in amusement, a distinctly draconic sound. So, he's not a demon at all. Only a dwarf's offspring could make dwarven runes work. But a true rune master. Council Shaman, Slate Petros, you have found exceptional luck today, the jet black-haired dragonkin girl noted with a smile. You don't sound surprised. Thomas, the paladin leading the group, asked. The dragon priestess winked at him. I am a high priestess of the death god. There are few things that I don't know. Carl smiled. Is that it, or is it simply that dragons gossip incessantly and Nacht already told your bishop? The priestess began to laugh, amusement dancing in her eyes. Naksha, youngest niece of Nacht, of the divine beast nation. Welcome to the Dragon Isles, fellow exile. She replied, and briefly pulsed with pure draconic power, letting Carl know that she was not, in fact, a dragonkin, but a purebred black dragon. Oh, so it's first-hand gossip, Carl laughed. You know her? One of the other dragonkin asked, curious about the interaction. I know her uncle. In fact, I was there when he met the requirements to become a black dragon ancient, Carl offered. He's an ancient now. Damn, I had wanted to be there for the inheritance. Who got it? Has the inheritance awakened, or are they still waiting for the gods' attention? Carl shrugged. I have no idea what the status of the inheritance is now. I haven't heard about it being activated yet. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. The other dragonkin were getting excited about a lore drop on their reclusive companion, but Thomas was all business. We will take Overlord Carl with the group for this trip. Even if we weren't short a member for the day, he's got a free entry pass, the dwarf insisted, as if that settled everything. Shaman Petros laughed. Yes, that does make it easier for him to find a group, does it not? Few will turn down the chance for a free group entry. But compared to the value of the trade we made, it's nothing. Now the dwarves were all fascinated. It was not cheap to get a 10-person group into the Overlord-Rank dungeon, nearly equal to a 10% tax on your gains. If your group was incompetent, it could be a losing day for you. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, then simply turned and left, his duty done. He had more to do today, and the group leader would show Carl the rest of what he needed to know. All right, what are your skills? The paladin asked, wondering where Carl should be in their lineup. I am a beast master, so I have a small group of beasts with me. But I also have golems, bodyguard-type summons, as well as ranged and melee damage skills. It might be best to let the beasts out after we're inside, but there is a Ghostfire Thunderbird, a Blood Destruction Demonic Spider, and a Void Badger, all at Overlord rank, Carl explained. The dragonkin stared at him for a moment, and the dwarves were suspiciously silent. It was Thomas who broke the silence. You brought a Void Badger here. To an entire mountain filled with gems and shiny objects. Carl smiled at the dwarf. I know that it sounds bad, but I promise that she has been taught all about property rights, and the difference between purchasing and looting. Did she care? Thomas asked. Carl shook his head. Not particularly. But she's willing to listen, at least long enough to find out what sort of shiny objects she can purchase with the ones that she already has. You see, we made out rather well with the Bomgan fleet, and she is not short on loot. The dwarves and the dragonkin laughed at that. A badger that has enough loot. That's like saying you know a dryad who doesn't like flowers, or a vegetarian snake. I feel understood and appreciated. Cara agreed, putting her paws over her heart as if touched by their words. How about this? For now, I will keep her in a separate space, and purchase the things that she wants on her behalf. Inside the dungeon, everyone will abide by the rules, though I'm told that this one assigns loot automatically at the end. So that shouldn't be an issue, Carl suggested. Thomas nodded in agreement, then asked. What skill advanced when she reached Overlord rank? Void Blast. Don't worry, our damage output should be more than sufficient, Carl replied. The paladin stared at him for a few seconds. You're saying that your Void Badger doesn't have Void Shield, but Void Blast. Carl frowned. She never had Void Shield. She had Disintegration when she was little, and then when she reached Overlord, the combination of her skills and mine advanced it to the epic grade skill, Void Blast, at Totem Rank. But now that you have mentioned it, she really wants Void Shield. One of my other beasts has Eternal Lightning, a holy and lightning element barrier ability, and a void elemental version of that sounds excellent to Cara. The paladin sighed. You have no idea how long I worked to get the holy barrier skill. It's even above consecrated ground in my skill tree. In some ways, beasts have it easy, starting out with powerful innate skills. But no more dilly-dallying. Let's get a move on and get into the dungeon. On a good day, it takes 4 hours to get through, so I'm expecting no more than 6 hours. Cara and Ray laughed in their spaces. 6 hours to finish a dungeon. Oh, this man was in for a surprise. His little dwarven legs were going to be working hard today. Thomas grabbed Carl and led him to the dungeon to get their free entry, where the guard handed Carl a token. Keep this on your person, to save time in the future. It is your dungeon pass. Just flash it and you can lead your group inside, the guard explained, then smiled at the dwarves. Overlord Thomas, it seems you had some good luck today with a member calling out sick. See you after lunch. They entered the dungeon, which was an ancient dark elven forest, filled with the same sort of mushroom trees that had been in the dungeon where Thor first got the rare grasses he liked so much. They were only inside a few seconds when the little butterfly sent out a pair of illusionary Dana clones, who uprooted small mushrooms, then vanished with them back into the beast space. All right, bring out your beasts, and let's meet them. Then summon any other constructs and protectors you have. That means all of you. I know the mages should have golems as well, Thomas insisted. Carl brought out Hawk, Ray, and Cara. Then summoned the bodyguards, as Ray remembered she needed to be visible for people to remember that she existed. The epic guard came out last, and then Carl decided to try summoning golems as well. Ray could do it, so he could do it. He just hadn't. Please select basic bestial form. Carl blinked as a display with hundreds of common animals appeared in his vision. He hadn't been expecting that. But what golem form would be best? Dire Bear selected. A pair of 3-ton giant black bears appeared, but they were clearly constructs, not living beings. The other group members watched all the summons and constructs appear around the Beastmaster after the beasts came out, and Naksha shook her head in dismay. That's just broken. You've got an entire army with you, and they're all overlords. Carl laughed. No, I can make an actual army, and it's even more ridiculous. But they're not really combat troops. Thomas smiled. I would like to see it anyhow, so it's not a surprise if you need to use it. Carl focused on illusionary domain and created 20 clones of the dwarf standing in 2 ranks with their shields up in a protective formation. Then he extended Eternal Lightning over them and nodded in satisfaction. Thomas brushed his beard a bit straighter as he realized that Carl had even duplicated the strands that had escaped his braid. Is that a group barrier skill? Thomas asked. Yeah, I'll put it over everyone when we're ready to start fighting. But I can't keep it active on a whole army of illusions for long. I just cast it, then let it wear off with combat. But if we're going to loot some of the ore before going, they're good for that, Carl offered. The other dwarves nodded. No harm in a bit of extra looting. The ore is the only thing in here that isn't at least vaguely offensive. Now, the first thing that we will come across is a nest of spiderlings. They're nasty, and everything in here is Overlord-ranked. There are no weak monsters in here, only large and small ones. Carl, you can join the mages on ranged damage duty, while 2 of your beasts join the melee group. If the Thunderbird can avoid flying too high, that would be best. Sometimes you can pull extra groups accidentally if you fly over their airspace. Use the Thor Shrink on me. Hawk insisted. Unobtrusive Behemoth shrunk Hawk to a 3-meter wingspan. Still large, but in a city, that was much more maneuverable than a 30-meter body. Oh, that is perfect. All right, I think everyone knows their role. What attacks should we expect from the beasts, other than Miss Cara, unless she has more unexpected skills? Thomas continued. Lady Ray has a skill to make her incorporeal and immune to physical damage, as well as invisibility. The spider-shaped golems are hers, so they will follow her lead in combat. Also, she has blood destruction, which can be used at a range, and will get messy. Hawk will be using fire. That simple description was enough for them to understand the basics of what was about to happen, but when Thomas moved the group to engage the spiderling's nest, what he found was like nothing he had ever seen before. Ray had activated demonic oppression, and the weaker spiders were cowering in terror, avoiding attacking the area where Ray was, and visibly less aggressive than any dungeon monster should be. Carl fired a void blast, enhanced arrow into one side, while Hawk dove and bombarded the other with fireballs, setting the webs on fire and scorching the spiderlings. The destruction was instant, and Carl didn't even get a chance to see how good the lingering poison effect would be. Well, that was different. Apparently, they're terrified of your Lady Ray, Naksha joked. Everyone is terrified of her, one of the other dragonkin muttered. Everyone except Thomas, who only looked pleased at the clearance speed as he led them forward. The next group had a pair of dark elves riding on spiders, leading the group of spiderlings. While the elves didn't hesitate to engage, their mounts balked for a moment before obeying, giving the ranged fighters a half-second longer than usual to prepare before being engaged by the insanely agile combatants. The spider riders leaped straight over the defenders, heading for the ranged fighters. One was bombarded with spells, while the other had its rider snatched by Hawk, who twirled in the air, adjusting to the weight, then lit the dark elf on fire and hurled it into the nest where the dire bear golems were waiting. The elf put up a valiant fight, but against two dire bears and already covered in ghostfire, it was a losing battle. One of the dragonkin intercepted the spider, stopping its flight, while the ranged fighters focused on killing it. Then they could turn their attention to the spiderlings, which were fighting the melee group and the golems. The pure number of monsters would make it difficult for a small group to survive in here. They had over a dozen golems and summons active, and they were all fighting multiple spiderlings at the start of the engagement. Ranged, pull the next group to us. This spot is more defensible, and there are groups on either side of that intersection, Thomas instructed. Hawk has it. The bird grabbed a dying spiderling and hurled it off the wall across the street, letting it bounce into the group hiding around the corner. That was something most spells couldn't achieve. Generally, spells required a line of sight. Firing them blindly around a corner was possible but difficult. Moreover, if you missed, or if the target group didn't perceive the attack, they wouldn't engage. While this allowed for bombarding a hidden group from out of sight, it would take all day. However, the dying spiderling knew exactly where it came from, and the bombarded group ran to provide support, just as Hawk had hoped. Thomas smiled as he saw the group of elves with 3 spider riders in the back charge down the street and towards them. Good work, Bird. There is a mage in this group. Focus him down first, the paladin called. Ray, shadow stepped behind the group and grabbed the mage, who then exploded into a dark red mist. Carl had to admire her restraint. She made it 2 whole groups before she made something explode. The surprise attack distracted the attackers just before the dwarven warriors charged. They slammed into the troops, while the ranged fighters targeted the spider riders. It was an efficient clearance, and the dwarven shaman who was doing the majority of their healing was using a long-duration healing spell that was keeping everyone in top form, even when they happened to take enough damage that the eternal lightning barrier briefly broke. The amount of damage that these elves could do with their deep black blades that seemed to absorb the light around them was impressive. For so many fights, Carl and Thor had rarely worried about the barrier being broken. But now Carl was using the majority of his mana regeneration to keep them active, and the rest on firing arrows. He wasn't the primary damage dealer this time, unless you counted his beasts and summons. It was a great relief for the healers, as the secondary healer was a black dragon cleric, and her specialty was not healing, but adding damage buffs to others. Between that and casting shadow magic for damage, she was still busy, but they were getting by with just the one shamanistic healer and Carl's barriers. They were also moving through the fights at a remarkably fast pace, as far as Carl could tell. Thomas was having Hawk pull groups directly to them to continue fighting in the same location, and Hawk could get them moving before the previous fight had even ended. 5 groups into the fight at that location, Thomas held up his hand, signaling a pause between groups. Take a breather and keep hydrated. This isn't like those short 30-minute dungeons. We will be in here long enough to need at least one meal and a few hydration breaks, he declared. That was wonderful news for Ray. She could be in a dungeon all day long and still have things to kill, plus inferior spider species to bully. This place was incredible. Even Hawk approved. Spiderlings and their webs burned in a most beautiful way. Once the water break was over, Thomas led them to another intersection, and then had Ray pull the next group. Once they had followed her into combat, Hawk could pull the ones that came after, so nobody needed to leave their station. But without other dungeon mobs in combat to lure them in, or having Hawk move into range of the elves' magic, attacking and retreating could fail to pull them away from their position. That would not be true if Ray and her golems went on the attack, however. Just remember, bring them back to us. It's faster that way, the dwarf reminded her, as Ray laughed in Carl's head. They had only known each other for under an hour, yet the dwarf already understood her. Not just her, but Hawk and Cara as well. She had even caught the paladin holding an elf sword arm so that Cara could use pilfer before killing the unfortunate warrior. Why is the Void Badger so confident in battle? Is she used to fighting with your barriers active? One of the Dragonkin mages asked. Carl smiled. She is, but she is like that all the time. You see, a winged Void Badger has a racial equivalent of limited immunity, and an incredibly large health pool. If you can't deal 10% of her health in a single strike, you can't hurt her. Plus, we managed to upgrade it, so she heals at the same rate at Trollish Regeneration. The mage looked impressed. The Beastmaster class is truly terrifying. Ray pulled the first group to them, and Carl noticed that the formation had shifted, as had the incoming targets. These were all dark elves, with a cleric and 2 mages behind 6 warriors. At this point, everyone knew the routine: let Ray eat the cleric while they focused on the mages. It was a tried and true method, as the spider priests, as the dwarves called the dark elven clerics, were similar to the black dragon clerics, and that their specialty was buffing their allies, not directly healing. However, they did have an excellent lifesteal spell that Ray was hoping to gain by osmosis. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be an absolutely ridiculous idea. But this was Ray, Queen of Blood Magic. If anyone could learn a skill simply by eating enough creatures that had the skill, it would be her. Plus, it looked like these dark elves worshipped the spider goddess, so that was an extra point in her favor. If the spell was a blessing from their god, Ray might just gain it as a form of divine blessing. Hawk grabbed another group, while Ray patiently waited on the wall of a building for their cleric to pass by. The moment it did, she pounced, tearing it apart and then eating the pieces. What is the spider doing? One of the beastkin asked in a terrified, pleading tone as the pieces of cleric seemed to simply vanish into thin air. She's incorporeal. Don't worry about it too much, she will be fine, and she's not taking damage, Carl replied casually. That didn't answer the question, but Ray was close to a breakthrough. She could feel the skill she was after, and with some practice, she knew that she would eventually get the life-stealing effect right. But if she could find a few more targets, it would be much faster. Why she actually needed the skill was a mystery. Night Haunter came with incredible regenerative powers in incorporeal form. Plus, Carl already knew a lifesteal skill that she could use, just not this particular one. Ray was happy, though. And that was what really mattered. Then, on one pull, the mages retreated behind a barrier and were attempting to cast a major group spell of some sort. Carl reinforced the barrier. This effect uses all their mana, and it's been known to kill multiple party members if the healing over the duration isn't high enough, Thomas insisted. Carl nodded, but didn't change the barrier. Cara, you're up. They've got like 10 seconds left in the casting. 8, 6, 4, nope. Mwahaha. Everyone watched as the mages finished their chant and threw their hands up in the air. Then, nothing. The mages looked just as shocked and confused as the rest of the group. Winged Void Badger. She can nullify at the Overlord rank. Carl shouted to the warriors in front, so they didn't leave their positions. The Dark Elves didn't seem to understand, but the mages were exhausted. A single flick with Cara's claw took down their barrier, and then the badger was on them, pummeling them into the dirt and pulling their robes up over their heads to stop them from being able to properly fight back. The dragonkin didn't seem to know how to respond to that, but the dwarves thought it was brilliant. Yeah, jersey them and sucker punch to the face. Oh, is that a void blast on her fist? The healing shaman cheered. Cara is known for her creative fighting style, Carl agreed. I swear that every badger-type magical beast has the soul of a hooligan who pleased the gods trapped in them, the black dragon cleric laughed. They finished with another group of the mages in under a minute, as after the first time, Cara simply nullified their barrier and let Rei in with her golems. The elves had insane magical power, but the group had a Cara. Once that was factored in, the Dark Elves really did stand no chance against the dynamic duo. For the boss ahead, the best option is to slow them down as much as possible. What do we have for options today? Thomas asked as they finished with the mages and took a breather for a drink and a light snack. The mages listed the basics, slow, and paralyze. Well, I can have Rei wrap it up in Overlord-Rank webbing, that should slow it down. Or I can create an ice or lightning barrier on the ground. That will make things spicy, Carl suggested. How about a big fat no to turning the entire boss encounter into a skating rink, the shaman suggested. So, lightning. It's a wall-type spell, but nothing says that you have to extend it upwards. If we can get the boss to leap or move, I can create the sheet of lightning under its feet. It won't hurt group members, but lightning has a stun effect when enemies are standing in it, Carl offered. Technically, he had two options. Thor knew, Lightning Zone, and Blockade. The Blockade skill covered a much larger area, though. At least it did if you only made it a few centimeters thick. Thomas shook his head. The reason we need to slow it is so the warriors can keep it from flying around. Encouraging it not to land only makes things worse for us. The spider silk trap seems like a viable option, and we can try to slow or paralyze it, but the boss monsters are highly resistant to negative spell effects. The group nodded, and the warriors worked on a plan. All right, Rei will wrap it, keep it near the ground. The buildings at the edge should make good anchors if you need to tie the webs off. But we suspect that the boss will cut through them fast enough that it is all you'll be doing. Cara, nullify the more powerful spells. Mages, no fire and nothing that will shred the webs if you can avoid it. The warriors have a shorter attack range, so we will do what we can. But primarily, we are there as a meat shield to protect the mages from the wrath of the boss while they bring it down, Thomas announced. Got it. We will spread around the area, so it can't attack us all at once, and Carl can focus on restoring the barriers of whoever has its attention, the shaman agreed. Thomas smiled. I have a taunt ability, which will keep it on me for a while. Just do as much damage as you can while it's distracted. Unlike other boss monsters that they had faced in the past, this one was not any larger than the average dark elf. It looked just like any other elven warrior, other than the more elaborate armor, but the sense of danger Carl got was much higher. Thomas nodded and led the group into battle, using his taunt to draw the target's attention to him. However, with the power of the boss, Carl could see that it wasn't completely devoted to attacking him, and was still positioning itself to watch the rest of the group. It simply viewed him as the largest threat. For a moment, Ray launched a stream of Overlord-Rank webbing that stuck to the boss as it tried to fight, and then the spells began as the warriors charged into melee range. The sticky silk webbing was much better than anyone could have hoped for. With the boss forced to deal with repeated attacks from close range, there was no chance to tear it all away, which left it essentially tethered to Ray. She took advantage of that fact to periodically pull the boss off balance, but never off its feet, so that it didn't stop attacking to tear the silk all the way off. Then the boss exploded with power, and the web was obliterated instantly, while the boss leapt into the air and began to cast a spell. Carl fired a volley of arrows into him as Cara interrupted his spell with Nullify. The boss immediately tried again, only to be interrupted once more. It wasn't going to stand for that, and fired a hailstorm of small metal darts at Cara, who countered with a Void Blast. The winged Void Badger stuck out her tongue at the boss as she also leapt into the air and began to circle. They were instant mortal enemies, and she loved it. The boss tried another spell, only to be countered and blasted with a volley of spells and arrows from their ranged members. This was definitely not the usual way of fighting the boss. But even when Thomas tried to use Taunt, the boss only fired a single spell at him before returning his attention to Cara. The dark elf shimmered, and then appeared behind Cara, who turned on him in a ball of angry, growling fur. They were circling too fast for most of the mages to get a clear line of sight for their spells anywhere in that direction, but Ray's golems darted in and out, stabbing the enemy while Ray waited for the right moment to ensnare him again. Cara shifted to attack the boss's face, and Ray took the opportunity. She snared the boss feet and pulled him down, crashing to the ground, where he was set upon by the warriors. Angry Badger is bloody terrifying, the dwarven shaman noted. It's as if she's everywhere at once, isn't it? And being so close like that, you can't even use a blade on her, Carl agreed. Once the boss was on the ground, it died remarkably quickly. The warriors held its arms down, and Cara nullified all its attempts to break free with its explosion of power as she held the boss's collar and beat his face with Void Blast, enhanced slaps. A chime sounded through the dungeon as the boss was defeated, and Thomas smiled. That's one zone down. We're half done with the dungeon now. This is the first real chance to leave the instance, as if you leave before defeating the first boss, you get no loot. If you leave now, you get half, and that's a big loss, but if things have gone wrong, at least you won't lose money for the day, he explained. Carl mentally calculated the time, as he could see others doing. They were way ahead of schedule. Now, the second half is basically the same as the first, except that there is more of everything. Many new groups fall into a routine after the first half, but that is dangerous. Starting from now, we will split the melee duties into 3 groups. One controls the spiderlings, one deals with the elves, one with the spider riders. Do we have any preferences before I assign roles? Thomas continued. Ray transformed to humanoid for a moment and gave him a sharp-toothed smile. I want the spider priestesses. As long as you put me in that group, I am happy. Then she transformed back into her natural state and the paladin nodded. All right, we have our damage dealers for the elves. I will join her with them, as they are the most difficult, due to their intelligence. Carl, Hawk, Cara, and Naksha, you are on spiderling duty. You all have the best area damage abilities. Everyone else will start with the spider riders, and then move to the elves, Thomas decided. He led the way again, with Ray using Night Haunter to climb through the fungi trees without attracting attention. Every so often, an illusion would appear and cut down or pluck something to bring to the butterfly, but nobody in the group seemed to notice or care. Those items had no real value for trade, so if someone needed them, they were welcome to them. Carl had the bear golems block the spiderlings as they were burnt and bombarded to death. Then, Hawk got tired of doing things normally, and decided that stacking Hellstorm vortexes for additional suction was a better way to collect the spiderlings. It worked wonderfully, as they were Overlord ranked, but only a few kilos in weight, with no good way to anchor themselves to the ground after their webs were burnt. Unlike Ray, their legs weren't bladed, they were just chitinous limbs. So, all the spiderlings ended up in the fire, where Carl and Naksha bombarded them with spells to accelerate the process. That had their part of the battle finished well before any of the others, so Hawk moved to deal with the Spider Riders, who were fun to pull from their mounts and hurl at Ray. Carl and Naksha turned their attention to the elves, who had higher numbers, and the group was quickly corralled. Excellent. Just like that. The next few groups are the same. The next few pulls went smoothly, with Hellstorm gathering all the spiderlings into one spot for elimination. They were mostly a nuisance to most groups, but eliminating them from the equation freed up the whole group to deal with the elves, and prevented the priests from buffing the spiderlings so they could do real damage to the adventurers. Not that Ray let them live that long. That was the great thing about dungeons. You could use the same trick over and over because the next group never learned them, as long as you ended the fight before you drew their attention. It might not be the most realistic situation in the real world, where groups would communicate. But if the dungeon mobs did communicate, and they had a whole city of dark elves coming at them the moment they entered, not many groups would survive a dungeon run. Ray naturally thought it would be fun to try, and Cara was sure that it would be hilarious to herd them all into an elaborate trap. But the rest of the group would definitely not agree with their ideas of fun. All right, this next group is a nightmare. As soon as you pull the first one, it triggers the others, and they will keep coming until everything is dead. It's a guard garrison, so mostly dark elven warriors, no spiderlings. Then as soon as that ends, the boss will appear in the middle of that courtyard. Normally, we pull them here, so we have a chance to take a break before the boss. But you all look like you're in good shape today, so I say that we fight in the middle of the courtyard and use area damage to deal with the waves of warriors. The final boss is a spider priestess. So, expect self-healing, unholy spell attacks if Cara can't block them all, and under no circumstances should anyone without a shield try to take a blow from her staff. The damage is incredible, and it has a petrification effect. It doesn't trigger through a shield, but if your armor gets touched, even a barrier effect won't stop it. Everyone got it? Thomas asked. The group nodded in the affirmative and took a short drink before following him forward. I will apologize for the lack of visibility in advance. I have an area attack spell, but it's hard to see through, Carl warned. They got into position, and Thomas used Taunt to grab a group of warriors, starting the battle. Then Carl activated Apocalypse, filling the air with a flaming blizzard as hellstorm vortexes formed at random around the group. Then, meteors began to fall from the sky, and Thomas cursed. "Are you insane?" he shouted. Hawk began calling even more vortexes as he added his own flaming blizzard to the mix, making it impossible to see more than 10 meters. Then Carl used Thor's Consecrated Ground buff to guard the group. It would reduce damage and increase holy attacks, if anyone had them. But most importantly, it would deal area holy damage to any enemies that made it past the apocalypse. Carl took a knee and focused on regenerating mana as he pushed the spell output upwards and elves began to flood the training grounds. The spell's radius was too large, and they had grabbed everything, but the dark elves couldn't see where they were. They were running blindly into the storm, while the adventurers did their best to attack. Even Ray was waiting with the group, so she didn't catch friendly fire. It was a good time to practice rapidly deploying blood destruction, which did even more area damage and confused the dungeon residents as to the direction they were under attack from. They figured it out, Thomas warned as the first few warriors made it past the ring of hellstorm vortexes. They were in terrible shape, and under attack by the mages, but charging into combat. Fortunately, the storm and the meteor impacts were so loud that the remaining enemies couldn't clearly hear the calls for assistance. Or, they could hear them, but couldn't determine how to get to them. Carl could feel the number of enemies in the storm rapidly reducing after a few minutes, so either they had retreated to their spots after being unable to engage, or they were all dead. Either one would be fine by him, and the remaining force was manageable enough, so he let the spell naturally fade as he recovered his mana and prepared for the boss fight. "You're insane," Thomas noted as he moved to engage the last few burned and battered warriors of the Dark Elven Guard. "It worked, didn't it? There are bodies everywhere, so we must have gotten most of them." The group looked around at the scorched ground, craters, and blood. It looked like the dungeon had seen the end of the world firsthand. But more than that, they would have to watch where they stepped, as some of those craters were deep. Deep enough that they could hide in them during the upcoming boss fight if necessary. Normally, you were caught out in the middle of the courtyard and had to build any defensive fortifications you might want. But this time, there was a whole series of craters to work with. The shaman began setting up small stone walls around the battlefield, and Carl got the idea. Blockade made clear ice walls that you could hide behind and still keep track of the boss. So, Carl scattered them around as well, further back from the stone walls that the shaman had created. Now, they could move around the battlefield and remain out of the direct line of fire. When it erupts with its area attack, get behind a pillar. "Cara, we're counting on you for this one," Thomas insisted. Cara gave him a thumbs-up gesture with both paws, and the dwarf smiled. Naksha leaned over to whisper to Carl. "So, that's why everyone fears the Void Badgers. They have opposable thumbs." The boss suddenly appeared, and the fight was on before Thomas could even react. Carl and Ray's golems all grabbed a limb and attempted, but failed, to pin the priestess to the ground, while Ray channeled blood destruction on it and Cara used the Totem Rank Void Blast to disintegrate chunks of its body. The golems were replaced every few seconds as they were destroyed by even a glancing blow from the boss cleric's staff, but it appeared completely overwhelmed. Carl shrugged. "Just let them do it. If they need help, they'll tell us. Besides, it has something that Ray wants." "Something Ray wants?" the paladin asked as he watched the fight with his shield up. "Some sort of lifesteal spell exclusive to the spider god. She's been trying to learn it from the priestesses all day." The boss blasted everything away with black unholy light, and the group's melee team charged in. It had shattered eternal lightning, and even did severe damage to Ray and Cara after the reductions from Void Body that the Epic Guard shared. But Ray got what she wanted. New spell learned, essence transfer, passive skill. Steals life force from a target's blood. Regenerates the user and reverses the effects of hostile, time element, skills. Carl didn't know of too many time element skills, but slow was one, he assumed. The essence transfer was a very familiar skill now that he saw it in action on Ray. It was very likely the same skill that the Blade of Champions used to empower its bearer. The High Priestess suffered the most brutal beatdown in the recent history of the Bara dungeon. Not only did it fail to unleash a single major skill, but it was so thoroughly overwhelmed with pure brute force that it remained on the defensive for the entire battle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our full run through the dungeon. In double time, as it were. Our total time is only a little over 3 hours, half what I had expected. Normally, 4 hours is considered a top clear speed for practiced guild groups, so I must say that we had an exceptionally efficient day today. Now, there are a few standards once we get out of the dungeon. You are not obligated to tell others what you got, and that has resulted in a general taboo against asking, unless you're a vendor looking to purchase something. But there is one more matter. The Dark Light Host member has the ability to create mining illusions, and the mountain faces, as well as many of the ore nodules throughout the city, can be mined. That is one of the primary reasons to do a full clear. If you don't, then the designated miners can't work safely. It is customary to split both the work and the reward in a pickup group if you do it at all. So, I have pickaxes in my inventory. Today, we have a flying scout who can examine the city for anything we might have missed, like wandering spiderlings. But I've done this a number of times now, and I am fairly certain that we got it all. Thomas's explanation caught them all off guard. They were going to mine out the dungeon. Only the crafting guilds did that, and none of them saw much benefit in spending hours gathering what was an abundant resource here in Bara City. Carl and Little Butterfly both dispatched teams of dwarves, each accompanied by 24 mining illusions armed with pickaxes, instructing them to gather all the ore and gems. The others laughed as they saw the small army headed into the dungeon, with a few starting work only meters away, where a node of ore was growing from the ground behind a tree-sized mushroom. I will pile it here if we want to split it. It's just extra materials for our guild's Grandmaster Elemental Smith, Carl offered. The others shook their heads. Don't worry about it. You have the dungeon pass, and that already saved us as much as selling those ores would earn. Keep them for your workers, we won't begrudge you that. Especially when you have so many summoned miners to gather it. The amount of ore varies from run to run, and it doesn't always appear at the same spots, unlike the basic dungeon features and the enemies, which always appear in the same locations, Thomas explained to Carl as the illusion spread and began piling up the ore in Cara's space with the other loot. That explains why a group of dwarves didn't go straight to a specific spot for the most valuable nodules, Carl realized. Thomas sighed. Some stereotypes never fade, do they? Carl laughed. Don't think too deeply about it. I grew up in the lithium mines, and spent most of my childhood deep underground. I know the appeal of finding a particularly valuable vein, or surprise inclusion. The dwarves all chuckled, and a few of them nodded in agreement. The dwarves might get annoyed by being stereotyped as miners obsessed with ore and treasure, but it was still generally true. The illusion spread quickly, and each nodule only took a minute or so to extract the surface ore from. Carl didn't order them to dig deeper to follow the vein, and Little Butterfly didn't know anything at all about mining, so they moved quickly through the dungeon, then vanished when the job was done. All right, we're good to go. They finished collecting the surface ore and transferred it to me. There might be more beneath the surface, but this is good enough for me to show the smithy what is available, Carl explained. Thomas led them all out of the dungeon, and the beasts returned to their spaces. Cara wasn't actually interested in raw ore, but there wasn't a better spot to put it until they got home. Besides, it didn't take up too much space, just a small hill in one corner. Thomas led the group out of the dungeon and to a quiet pub only a few blocks into the mountain. The 10 members of the dungeon team sat down around a large table, and Thomas ordered a round of drinks. Normally, this is where we go over what went wrong, and how to improve for next time, but this run was somewhat unconventional. I don't expect you'll ever have another run like this one in the future, so you can just disregard all the fighting techniques that you learned today, other than the initial group placements. However, we got a full clear, we finished in time for a proper meal, and the newcomers get an afternoon to explore the city. That's all we can ask for, the paladin insisted. Carl smiled. That's a good idea. I should bring things back home to Drod. Souvenirs for the guild members. Thomas chuckled. Well, don't spend too much on that special lady. International portals aren't cheap. Carl laughed. Well, I don't need to worry too much about that, as I can cast the portal for myself. I just don't know too many locations within the Dragon Isles, so the only places I can go are here or home. After all those other skills, you still have the ability to portal, one of the dragonkin asked. Yes. A portal is the usual option, though I could use recall instead, as I'm going back home to my guild house once I'm done here anyhow, Carl remembered. Portal and recall. Whose mother did you sleep with to get that much influence? Carl frowned. Recall wasn't hard to get. I got it as part of a payment from the Lord Royal Academy. I made some gifts for their graduating class. Portal, well, that was a special circumstance. The dragonkin slowly nodded. That makes sense. Lar created the recall stones, so it's not a big deal for them to pass out the spell. But that also means you can come back here at will. That's huge, with your free entry pass. He's totally jealous. Cara laughed. Tell them that you made an artifact-grade weapon to get the free pass. Ray suggested. I think they're jealous enough. Let's make friends here. Real friends that we can adventure with. Another round of drinks was ordered to celebrate their victory in the dungeon today, including the remarkably fast clearance time. That was always worth celebrating, as it meant that all went smoothly, and nobody had suffered too badly. For Carl, it had a different meaning as well. Looking into his inventory now that the run was over, he had a huge amount of ore in Cara's space, a half-dozen mediocre quality Overlord-ranked weapon and armor drops, and one epic quality statue-type item. At first, Carl wasn't sure what it was, but when he looked more closely, it was something for shamans and priestesses that boosted their magic. Most classes couldn't use it at all, but Remi could, and she would be sure to appreciate it when he brought it back for her. And if she didn't want it, Ray did. Not that she could use it, but it was a cute spider statue. Naksha turned to Carl as the dragonkin among the group finished their drinking. Want to explore the shopping district? I hear it's a bit overpriced compared to the areas deeper in the mountains, but it's still worth a look, she suggested. Carl got to his feet with a smile. Of course. I was also warned, but as it's my first time in the city, I need to bring back souvenirs, and that means shopping in the tourist district. The black dragon chuckled. You make it sound like going deeper into the mountain doesn't freak you out, even a little bit. Carl shrugged. I grew up in the mines. You get over claustrophobia fast at the bottom of the main vein. The moment they were out of the tavern, the other dragonkin split off, leaving Carl with Naksha. I hope you didn't get the wrong idea. I'm spoken for, Carl explained cautiously. Naksha nodded. Uncle Nak told me. But honestly, I think that I freaked the rest of them out a little bit. The aura of a black dragon is death, and it makes most people uncomfortable to sit too close to me. You're a bit of an odd one, though. I suspect that it has to do with the spider and the void badger. Between the two, you're already used to strong auras and darkness-related elements. But the other dragonkin mostly live among other beastkin, and the black dragons don't socialize much with even their own kin. The ones on the other continent might be different, but here the black dragon temples only get visitors for funerals, and impending funerals. Carl chuckled, and Ray came out to stand next to them in humanoid form. I think I like your god. More people should pray properly when they're about to have their funeral, Ray agreed. The dragon blinked slowly, then shook her head. The god of death isn't a god of forgiveness, she offered. Ray shook her head. That's not what I meant. Think of all the people with a price on their head. Should they not be praying to the god of death for at least a quick end? I read in one of the history books how the dragons would pull off a traitor's scales, one at a time. Naksha looked offended, and Carl thumped Ray on the head. No talking about fun ways to kill people in public. Ray sighed, and Naksha gave her an unimpressed look. They stopped using that as a punishment thousands of years ago, Ray said. But now that you're out and in a form that doesn't scare everyone away, should we go shopping? Ray smiled back at her. We simply must go shopping. My sister is waiting for us to get back with an item that we found in the dungeon, and then we need to deliver the ore for the smithy. But this place feels fun. I can sense powerful creatures all over, even in the ocean near the mountain. Will you be hunting later, not in the dungeon? You want to go hunt the magical beasts in the mountains? Naksha asked hopefully. You too. We definitely need to get together and go hunting. Are there good things? Ray asked. Naksha sighed happily as her mind wandered away. We will have to go a fair ways. They have these Monarch and Overlord-Rank mountain goats here, but they're livestock, and we're not allowed to eat them, no matter how good they smell. Dragons have an incredible sense of smell, you know. But further into the mountains, there is a massive inland desert. They have these sand rats. Don't let the name turn you off. They're delicious, she agreed. We're going, Hawk demanded. After. We have things to do first, Carl reminded him. Hawk wasn't happy about it, but now that he knew that there were still mice at his level, he was willing to be patient until they could go get them. But if he hunted with the dragon, he would even have a flying buddy. Cara only flew far enough to get snacks or attack pests. She was a lousy flight partner. But a dragon seemed like just the right sort to go for long flights. Suddenly, Ray grabbed the dragon and pulled her into a group of stalls that were selling beads. Carl didn't know what she might want with that, as they were clearly just glass beads with the word bar written on the larger ones at the front. Well, they were good tourist items, as they had the city name on them, but they were the cheapest of the cheap. The girls came back with matching black beaded bracelets a few minutes later, and then Ray was dragging Naksha off to another stall that was selling cookies and tins with the view of the mountain from the ocean painted on them. Then to a shop selling bookmarks. Then to a shop selling little wooden storage boxes that were actually storage devices with a spatial magic storage spell on them. Those were expensive, but Ray was not deterred. Storage boxes offered new ways to organize her treasures and hide the shining rocks without burying them. Carl just followed along behind the pair and did his best not to laugh as Ray dragged her new friend through the shopping district, even stopping to get honey garlic meatball kebabs for her when Naksha complained that she couldn't keep up this pace forever. Finally, Naksha turned to Carl for assistance, and Ray relented. Fine, we can explore the rest of the shops on this floor of the city another time, she reluctantly agreed. You were planning to go to every shop, the dragon asked, horrified. Well, at least walk past it. You never know if they're going to have good stuff on some random side street. But you don't have to go inside all of them to know that they're not interesting. I can smell that most of them aren't, Ray explained. That level of dedication is terrifying. A nearby shopkeeper chuckled, and Ray went over to see what he was selling. What do you call this? She asked, unable to identify the strange scent. It's rotisserie roasted mutton, with garlic sauce, hot sauce, and pickles, wrapped in bread, to keep the hands clean, the gruff dwarf explained. Spicy meat. Can I have 20? I think that our people in Drod would love them as well. The dwarf rumbled with laughter. Give me a few minutes and I can make that for you. Ray placed coins from the dungeon on the counter, and Carl wondered where they had come from. He didn't see her pull them from his storage, but he didn't recall transferring any. Was it possible that Ray, Cara, and Hawk all got a payout at the end of the dungeon run? He would figure it out later, but at least the shops had no problem accepting dungeon gold, and he didn't have to go for currency exchange. We have lots of dwarven coins in the pile, Cara noted, then picked up one from the pile beneath her to twirl between her claws. We will save that for when we go inland to hunt. They're less likely to accept foreign coins easily. The trio waited patiently as the shopkeeper made 20 of the mutton wraps, and then Ray nodded to Carl. Okay, we can go now. Dragon, are you coming with us? We can send you back later, she offered. You would bring a black dragon cleric home with you. Naksha laughed, but Ray just shrugged. We've got a red and a green. Black brings us one closer to the full set. Naksha laughed, then actually considered it for a bit. All right, let's find the rest of my team, and I will let them know that I'm leaving for a day or two. We aren't a long-term group, we just traveled here together for the group discount and safety in numbers, she explained. It didn't take long for Ray to find the other dragonkin in the crowd. For one, they were taller than the locals by at least a head, for another, they registered a different temperature. With her sight, that made it even more obvious. Hey, I'm going on a short trip to Drod with the Beastmaster. There are a few dragon clerics with his group, and I would like to see the city before returning here, Naksha explained. Go ahead then. There is no shortage of clerics or mages to fill the role. Just let us know if you run into any trouble so you don't end up a missing persons report when we get back home, the leader of their group agreed. That was all the departing sentiment that they needed, Ray assumed, as she led them to the portal platform. She had overheard others saying that it was impolite to open them just anywhere in the city, you should only do it at one of the designated points. Fortunately, there was one right by the dungeon, and they could get to it before all these meat wraps got cold. Reheating them would be no good, there were cold pickles in there, and she assumed that they would get all soggy if you cooked them. But she didn't take the portal all the way to the designated point in Drod. Instead, she created it in the open area by the guard station outside their gate, so they were only a few paces away from the guild house, but outside the city, where they wouldn't startle any security guard watching. Overlord, Lady Ray, and guest. Welcome home, the guard greeted them. They seem to know you very well, Naksha noted. That's our guild house on the left, right next to the city walls. Most of the guards take their smoke breaks in the garden, and there is a healing effect on the green dragon altar in the yard, so relaxing here is a common pastime, Carl laughed. The guard smiled at the priestess. They're a welcoming bunch, and they sell utility-type accessories, as well as all sorts of potions. The Darklight host is quite popular here in Drot City. The guild members were not expecting him to come back so quickly, and they were definitely not expecting him to come back with a guest. But Dana and Lotus both ran out to greet them. Welcome back. You brought me a dragon. The responses were very different, and Naksha began to laugh. You must be the green dragon cleric I heard about. It's a pleasure to meet you, and you have quite the altar here in the yard. I can feel the magic, the black dragon greeted her. And this is my Dana mage, Carl added, with an arm around Dana's shoulders. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Dana. I am called Naksha. I believe that you know my uncle Nakt, who I was named after. Dana smiled. He is quite famous where we come from, and a good friend of the Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church, so he spends more time around humans than most other dragons do. That wasn't technically correct. But unlike Carl, who had found dozens of them hidden within the upper ranks of the nation's leadership, most of the people did not know how many dragons were hiding in plain sight. Lotus circled the transformed black dragon, then grabbed Naksha's hand and pulled her into the backyard. Look at the altar Carl made. Isn't it pretty? She asked. It looks like you grew a tree totem, and then he enhanced it with runes. This is quite the piece of work. Just living near will help you advance, not to mention the extra favor from the gods you'll get for having a healing totem active in your house, Naksha agreed. It's also good for the grass. So much softer on the feet than when we moved in. How long are you staying? Did you come to try the coffee? Lotus inquired eagerly. Coffee. Dwarven coffee is a harsh thing, but the demons must make something different if you're so excited about it, Naksha asked. Oh, it's so good. We'll have to go to the boardwalk and see all the things. Why don't I take you on a tour of the city? We can grab Thor and Tessa and make it a full outing. I take it that the one known as Thor is the Red Dragon Cleric's bonded knight. Naksha replied with a smile as she followed Lotus back to the front of the house. Sort of. Technically, he's one of Carl's bonded partners, and was a lightning Sero before he evolved to become an overlord. But they're together a lot, Lotus winked as she finished the sentence, and the black dragon smirked. Whether he was someone else's bonded partner or not, it did sound like he was certain to become the Red Dragon Cleric's knight. Inside, everyone had gathered in the shop, which had no customers at the moment. These are all my people, Lotus explained, then went around the group, introducing everyone to Naksha. When they got to Thor and Tessa, Naksha smiled at the protective way he was standing by her shoulder, then examined him more closely. Some sort of behemoth. An impenetrable bulwark behemoth, I believe. I have felt that skill before, but an overlord and still so young. Not even 3 years old yet, but very soon. You have a bright future ahead of you, Mr. Thor. Take good care of your cleric, she greeted him. Thor smiled at her. Have you met our Cara yet? Naksha nodded, confused by the sudden change of topics, but Cara knew what he meant. Turns out, all black dragons taste the same. Carl rescued her before someone gave too many details. The winged void badger has a thing for dragons. She likes to bop them on the nose and tease them, so they'll chase her around. Naksha giggled softly, a noise that had a haunting echo, as if coming from another realm and not a small transformed dragonkin body. But the noise made Tessa laugh as well. It seems your god still approves of small, fearless things, she joked. Indeed. I wonder if she could convince Carl to tour the northern island with me. There are so many out-of-control monster and beast zones that the god wants the black clerics to bring back into balance, but they're all Overlord and Totem ranked, and finding Totem ranked assistants is such a pain. However, I did notice that Carl has some truly powerful skills that might level the battlefield, the Black Dragon cleric suggested. The others looked concerned, but Carl considered that for a bit. If he could get even a few Totem rank beast kills, Rei would have more variety for her next advancement, and they would have food above their own rank again. That had been a huge factor in their rapid advancement in the past. If they could keep eating food with complex and dense power in it, their bodies would more easily adapt to the next rank when they reached the bottleneck, Carl theorized. It wasn't completely certain, but the evidence all pointed towards it working. I think that there should be a chance for us to do it. Just perhaps not right away. Unless I leave a few of my bonded partners here, I am still needed around the guild house for crafting at least a day or two every week. Though, Davis could put them in the branch's guild bank and I would be able to do the rune crafting wherever I was, if we weren't in danger. Naksha considered that. You still have to be close enough to another branch to get access, though. Is there a branch of your guild on the North Island? Carl shrugged. There was a thing, and I was assigned by the system to the Dark Light Host Guild. So, I don't know if there are any other branches active. When I try to search for other guild members or branches, I don't see anything. She understood the issue right away. A legendary guild. Unless they are granted entry by the gods, there is no way for anyone but a branch manager to recruit members. So, it's quite likely that there are no more active branches right now, unless a member from the last resurgence is still alive. Carl nodded. There is a bronze dragon, who was young at the time. But he's on another continent entirely, and the guild system hasn't awakened there. Naksha frowned. Well, I might be able to check. I'm from Mars, on the north coast of the North Continent. Definitely too far for the guild bank function to work. If I use the guild function to search for the Dark Light Host near my home location. She paused, and then her eyes went wide. You have guild members on the North Island. In the nation of Saihosesa there is a branch of the Dark Light Host. But I'm not sure that you want to meet them. There are only 2 listed members of the branch, and one of them is Supreme Lady Matilda. Carl shrugged. I have no idea who that is. Naksha rolled her eyes. 100,000-year-old Supreme Rank Chaos. Of course that crazy old dragon would get along with Cara. Maybe that's all that the Supreme Lady needs. Going too long without a real friend might be why she gets bored so easily and causes incidents. I had no idea that the power level on this continent was so insanely exaggerated, though. I don't even fully understand where Supreme Rank would fit in the power structure, Carl explained. Naksha shrugged. Well, you have the totems, mythical beings, immortals at various stages, and then those who are simply too powerful to be called mere immortals are called supreme. Honestly, I don't think that they truly belong in this world. They have the power to leave at will, to go to another realm. But for some reason, she does not. There have been countless theories on why that is, but many of the dragon avatars, our leaders, theorize that she is an anchor for this world. The reason that the world's magic can recover from the loss of the system's power might be because the Supreme Lady and a few other truly powerful beings remained in this world, creating a link to other realms, and leaking their intensely magical auras over thousands of years. I remember in my history lessons, she was asked to help recover the fragments of the world dragon's scale, and she refused. Then she told the orcs that it was hidden on another continent, and half the bloody species just up and left to go look for it. One day, they just got on ships and vanished. It left Drod and the other Orcish nations nearly depopulated. Carl felt a butterfly perk up in her space. This was a huge lore drop, and it would make a great play. Davis brought out a map, so the others could see where Naksha was talking about. Once he could see it on the map, Carl realized that he could indeed detect a guild branch there, but it was simply labeled, out of range. He couldn't communicate with it from here. Remi laughed as Naksha finished her story. She just tricked an entire species into going on a 10,000-year-long treasure hunt. That is epic. I'm not normally the sort for practical jokes, but to send them all hunting for something that doesn't exist and keep them at it. Glorious. Naksha chuckled. Oh, it exists. They just haven't managed to find it. According to the Black Dragon's history books, it looks like this. She took out a small holy book, similar to the prayer books that Tessa and Lotus carried, and flipped it open. On the page was a hand-drawn dragon scale, chipped and cracked. It was small, not a major armor scale, and somehow familiar. I think we have that. Carl noted as he stared at the drawing. It's in a box in Hawk's space. Remi agreed. Hawk thought about it for a few seconds. He remembered that thing from somewhere. The disappointing broken thing that he had stolen from the totems. Where did he put that? He flipped through boxes of treasures, and then found what he was looking for. A small golden scale, buried among assorted flawed gems and water element items. Hawk's equivalent of a trash pile. He brought it out and dusted it off, now that he knew it was simply ancient and not junk. It was a bit shinier than he remembered as well, while the other stuff in the box was dimmer. Did it need energy to reform? He could feed it all the water element magic that Remi didn't claim. Remi mentally rolled her eyes at him. Water element magic was useful, and the items were valuable for trading. Plenty of people wanted them, but Hawk wanted to hoard them to limit the amount of water magic in the world. Be careful, or you'll make your space water element, just with all the items you are hoarding. She teased. Carl, Remi is cursing at me again. Carl did his best not to let on that he knew where the broken scale was, or laugh at the internal thoughts of the beasts. He didn't want to look like a crazy man in front of their new friend. Well, if they do manage to find the shard of the world dragon scale, things will certainly begin to change in a hurry, Dana joked as she looked at the picture. They certainly would. It said that once the shard is revealed and returns to its full potential, the entire world will enjoy the limitless potential of the system. The problem is trying to keep it intact until then. More than a few groups, especially the stronger monsters, would prefer to see it destroyed, so that the weaker species can't use the system to usurp their power. The humans have some mages among them, but out at the gate I saw a slasher, a form of lesser wrath demon. Without the system, they can't make it over low royal rank. That one is an overlord. The whole power balance of the world would change if the system collapsed entirely, Naksha explained. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. And that would anger the Death God, as they have carefully balanced everything as it is now, and changing that balance so drastically would cause mass death, Carl realized. The Black Dragon smiled. You get it. The Death God likes things as they are. That's why I want to go on a hunting trip through the wild lands. To bring things back to a balanced state. But with totem-ranked creatures out there, it's not a solo adventure. Dana frowned at the cleric. She was really pushing to take Carl out on an adventure, but it was one that would not be safe for anyone under Overlord rank. They simply didn't have the ability to properly defend themselves if a totem-ranked beast attacked, and Carl would need to have all his focus on the battle, not on keeping his friends alive. Why couldn't it have been a male dragon? This gender-selective magnetism that Carl had was beginning to get on her nerves. What she needed was a fast way to get to Overlord rank. If she could catch up in power, there would be no good reason to leave her behind. Well, Naksha, why don't we borrow you for a ladies' day on the town? We can show you around all the highlight spots and then come back for dinner and get you settled in. Dana suggested. Oh, that is a great idea. How many do we have? I know that Sister Lotus will be up for a trip. I think that we can get Tessa and Ophelia as well. I'm not sure about the others. Dana paused and caught Caretaker Joe's eye. The old woman smiled and nodded, then sent Mara forward in her maid uniform. From the workshop, Ashbringer called out, "Take Wendy and Loros as well. They need a break." Davis smiled. "In that case, you might as well take Mick. It's cloudy enough that with a parasol, she shouldn't have too much trouble outdoors." Naksha looked confused for a second, then realized that the girl in the black and white dress was a vampire. Carl turned toward the kitchen. "Ladies, do you want to join them?" A hand appeared in the door and waved him away. "We're watching the pastries. We will tour the city on our day off." Dana turned Naksha by the shoulders, and Carl waved goodbye as the cleric was escorted out of the property. "Well, it looks like you hit a hidden trap," Ashbringer joked once he was sure the ladies were out of earshot. "Oh, I don't think that one was very well hidden. Bringing back not only a dragon, but a female dragon cleric, was bound to cause an explosion. It actually went better than expected." "I think they're going to get along well together," Carl replied. "Despite her being a black dragon." "Yeah. If she would get along well with any guild, it would be this one." "Where did you meet a black dragon? I thought that you were going to see the dwarves in their dungeon." The demon asked. "Oh, I did. I joined the group that she was with for a trip. That dungeon is crazy, it's a whole city, and it takes half the day to clear it. But with the team, we did pretty well. The group of dragonkin that she was with weren't big on hanging out with Naksha, so we ended up shopping together. Oh crap, Ray has a whole stack of meat wraps." "Where did she go?" "She's with the group, but she left the rest for us. Here." Remi greeted them with snacks in all her hands. "You're a lifesaver, Remi. I totally forgot about the food until everyone had already run away. Apparently these are a specialty of the Dwarven City, and we got enough for everyone, including the apprentices, so I'll go pass them all out," Carl explained. Remi handed him a wrap and shook her head. "I'll deliver them all. We're on a break from the potion lab anyhow. You have to let their brains rest, or they get cranky," she explained. Davis shook his head in dismay. "They're only demons, you can't work them day and night." Remi nodded in agreement, but didn't seem at all repentant about working her apprentices until their brains overloaded. In her mind, that was the most efficient way. Like building muscles, you had to train to failure, right? At least they were properly appreciative when she brought them snacks. The ladies were gone for most of the day, and returned fully caffeinated before venturing into the library for a girls' movie night. That let Carl get some much-needed rest while they bonded, and Naksha made new friends among the clergy. He was up right at dawn, thanks to the quiet evening, and went for an early breakfast before heading to the workshop to see what needed to be done. Carl took the chance to make a number of items that were waiting for rune work, according to the list that had been left on the table in the sculpting area. But before he got too involved in the process, he dropped all the rough ore that the illusions had mined from the dungeon, along with the weapon drops. He put the spider totem statue in Remi's space, next to the other shaman statue. This one was the more powerful of the two, but Carl wasn't sure if the spider shaman totem would be well suited to Remi or not. The weapons are all mediocre, but they're Overlord ranked. I say we let the guild members pick anything they want, and then you can sort the rest. The first quarter of the ore is piled in the corner. I will put the rest in the bulk storage of the guild bank. It's just too much to put in the forge, Carl explained as Ashbringer came in behind him. Did you just take all the ore from the run? The demon asked. Nobody wanted it, and I mined it with illusions, and the butterflies help. I also got a free entry pass to the dungeon, so the whole group got to enter free of charge. That was apparently worth more than their share of the ore. Ashbringer nodded. I have heard that the dungeon there is prohibitively expensive to enter, but now that I see what you can recover in a single run, plus presumably some coin, it is more than worth it. Going with more groups that don't want the ore will keep the guild stocked forever. Even this portion will take me months to finish working, and it's all Overlord-ranked crafting materials. Wait, are there gems in there? Carl nodded. I didn't sort anything, we just shoveled it into a space, and then I dumped it out for you. There are a lot of Overlord-ranked rough gems in the ore pile. But you can pass them to the crafters to carve into either elemental stones or cute statues. Tell them not to upgrade those ones, I will do that. No need to waste the expensive materials on commander rank runes. Ashbringer laughed and began to sort the pile into 5 different piles by ore type. This is a wonderful start. There is even mithril in here. It's a core component in elven steel, but the dwarves make entire totem rank and higher weapons out of it. Just what I found here is enough for 2 pure mithril blades. It's basically the perfect material for making artifact-grade items, Ashbringer praised as he worked. Carl looked up from carving runes into an easy childbirth charm, which was highly requested on the list of items to be made. If that many people wanted the same type of charm, surely someone wanted an Overlord-ranked one, which was pushing the limits of the Monarch Rank wood that Lotus had been making for them to carve. Ashbringer was in such a good mood that the flames on his head danced as he sorted the ores. His happy singing was loud enough to draw the off-duty guards, who had been having a smoke break on the bench, over to see what was going on in the workshop. If they didn't want to be disturbed, they usually closed the door. But today it was wide open, and Ashbringer was clearly singing, which he never did. Oh, someone got a whole shipment of ore in. That's quite the haul, Ashy, one of the guards joked. Ashbringer winked at the female wrath demoness and went back to sorting the pile. Overlord Carl went to the dungeon in Bara and managed to convince a group to give him the whole ore haul from their run. I've got enough loot here to keep the ladies dripping with priceless treasures for years to come. The guard laughed at his response. Since when have you ever paid any attention to the ladies? The only ladies you even talk to are the sculptors who work here with you, and they're all too young for you. It was clear that she was attempting to flirt, but Ashbringer was still more interested in his new pile of ore, and the guard was second, or possibly third, on his priority list. That was no change for him, though. The ladies had always come well behind the forge on his list of priorities. So, does that mean that we can commission some Overlord-rank metal items now? Assuming that we can afford them, that is, one of the other guards asked. Ashbringer nodded. Custom orders are welcome. Master-crafted, room-crafted, both. Prices will vary, but we can make you anything you like. The guard smiled, and Carl knew that they would have a wealthy merchant or district overseer by to see them soon. The guard's equipment came from the city and didn't belong to them until their contract terms were over. The weapons and armor were worth years of their salary, so if they quit the guard early, they had to repay the cost of the bonded items. It was great for retention and gave the city a good reason to put a bounty on former guards who ran off with their gear. They were both getting settled in for the day's work when the stomping of multiple boots caught Carl's attention. That was a lot of customers at once, and Carl assumed that it was most likely some local merchant group coming to look for a custom order. So, he finished the flooding canals, Overlord-rank charm statue he was working on and went out to greet them. Only, it was not a local merchant, but Shaman Petros and a whole group of dwarves. Lord Petros, it's a pleasure to have you here at my guild house again. Please come in, what can I help you with today? Carl greeted them. What is that in your hand? The shaman asked, staring intently at the statue Carl had not set down when he finished. Oh, the statue has a spell effect for flooded canals. We had some requests from farmers for help with water shortages in the irrigation system for the rice fields. This will create a steady flood of water when activated, and should be enough to fill a whole county's canal system. It would create a whole minute worth of flow from a kilometer-wide river, as it was based on the 1,000-year flood skill. But spread out over an hour, so it didn't actually flood the entire region. Shaman Petros held out his hand, and Carl passed him the statue, which was shaped like a smiling Remi, but made from white and red mana jade at the Monarch Rank. This is incredible. That has to be based on shamanistic water magic, right? He asked. Yes. A spell that I learned from the Naga Shaman Queen in my team, Carl agreed. Petros passed back the statue and looked around the courtyard. You know, I didn't fully appreciate the subtle magic here the first time. The runic altar is obvious, but the increased mana level inside the house, the cistern well that never runs dry, the ghostfire forge. The art of the runecrafter is truly incredible. But we actually came here today to see if you can assist us with something more akin to your class skills. Carl nodded and led the group up to the third-floor common area sofas, where they could sit and talk. The kitchen staff brought up a bottle of rum, glasses, and a large bowl of mixed nuts and pretzels. Carl assumed this was a traditional dwarven snack, as he didn't even know that they stocked it at the guild house. Once they had the first drink in them, the dwarves were ready for business. What we have is a dilemma. I don't even know if you can help us with it, but one of the dwarven mythical rank paladins wishes to join his family with that of the Kirin clan through marriage. However, the mythical beasts have no respect for paper contracts like marriage, and want something more tangible as proof of lifelong commitment, the shaman explained. Carl thought about it. What rank are dwarves when they get their class, and what rank are newborn Kirin? Shaman Petros gave Carl a strange look, wondering why he was missing basic knowledge about the world. Dwarves are born as common rank beings and grow quickly as they mature. But most are still common or awakened when they awaken their class. Kirin are born as overlords. Carl sighed. Well, then my first plan isn't going to work. The power difference is too great. Petros waited for him to explain. I was thinking of a bond between youngsters, much like my beasts with myself. But you can't be more than a rank apart, or it will tear apart the mind of the host beast master. Well, it might be possible for the Kirin to be the host, but I don't think my skills are compatible that way, as even by the largest stretch of the phrasing, dwarves aren't a magical beast. That made the dwarves laugh. Well, not when young, one of the men, a berserker with blue paint stripes on his face, joked. Is there a ranger among the eligible candidates? An advancement to beast ranger class is possible, and then they could be bonded at the same rank, Carl offered. The shaman looked confused. And how would that be equal, and not just subjugation of the Kirin clan? Carl smiled. If the bonded beast attacks the space, they can cause massive mental trauma to the bonded partner. They can also read each other's thoughts. There are no secrets. So infidelity would not only be impossible, but the Kirin could kill the ranger if they tried. It also isn't a bond that can be broken. Till death do they part. If Carl combined the beast space ability with follow me, little one, and skill master, he should be able to make a skill book equivalent to the system tokens that let the beasts pick their partners. Shaman Petros considered the option, then nodded. We do have a ranger type among the candidates, though not the actual ranger class. If we bring both candidates here to you, would you be able to do the bonding? That would make things much easier. Carl nodded. I can do it as a blessing if both partners are here and willing. But you must understand that both parties must be wholeheartedly in favor of the bonding for it to work. Petros nodded, and then one of the men left the room. He will go get them from the teleportation platform, Petros explained. Oh. So quickly. Were they already together, or is this akin to a blind date? The dwarf chuckled at Carl's question. You'll understand when they get here. As they waited, the topic turned to the Dark Light host and the items they sold at the shop, then to the dungeon at Bara and how soon Carl was likely to be back again. Thomas was a good friend of the Totem Rank shaman and had a high opinion of his skills, and the dwarf was looking forward to working with him again. A few minutes later, a black-bearded dwarven man followed the older dwarf up the stairs, accompanied by the sound of hooves as a small winged horse with one horn in the middle of its head twined around his feet like a cat, trying to be as close as possible to him at all times, even if it made him trip. "These are our candidates," Petros chuckled, as the dwarf gave the small creature an indulgent look, then petted its head. He was a monarch, and the Kirin was an overlord, but that should be close enough for the new skill to work. Chosen partner, epic grade. Allows an unbonded magical beast to choose a compatible target to bond with through a beast space. The younger dwarven man smiled at Carl. "So, how does this work? What do I need to do?" Carl winked at him. "You just need to mentally prepare yourself for what comes next. You see, my skills are all beast-related. So, the activation goes to Lily." The Kirin looked up as her name was called, then went back to bumping the dwarf for attention. How wise it was to bond someone with a stage 5 clinger of a magical beast girlfriend, Carl did not know. But if things took a yander a twist, till death do us part might be sooner than expected. "All right, Lily. Once I teach you this skill, you use it on your chosen life partner. It's one-time use, so be certain that you want to be together forever," Carl explained. The beast nodded, and Carl transferred the chosen partner skill. Lily tackled the unprepared dwarf with a headbutt that sent him rolling across the floor as she vanished into the newly forming beast space. Carl knew that he would be in the class selection menu now, and the headbutt wasn't actually necessary to enter the space. "Are you sure this is the right way?" "He looks pained," Shaman Petros whispered. "It's right. But she's more powerful, and highly excited. Once he finishes the class advancement he should be able to hear all her thoughts, and he might be able to now, which would be distracting while he was trying to select a class." It took a few minutes before the Monarch Rank dwarf was finished, and Carl saw the class color of his name in the system interface change to the deeper green hue of the Beast Ranger. He didn't look like he was adapting well, though. He was holding his head, and his eyes were closed while he mumbled to himself. Carl was beginning to get concerned for him when he got a message from Lily. "Make him teach me to transform. I want to go shopping, and see the city, and go in the cute clothing stores that say no pets allowed, and try ice cream, and play in the sprinklers, and give hugs, and sleep in a bed, and—" Maximum character count exceeded, Carl smiled. "Gentlemen, I know what the problem is. Lily, please come out and stand by me. I will teach you a humanoid transformation." The Kirin appeared in all of her white-winged glory, and Carl patted her head to transfer humanoid transformation. She immediately turned into a ginger-haired dwarven girl, no more than 10 in human equivalent years. She was wearing a simple linen dress when she transformed, and did a happy twirl, then grabbed her new partner's hand and tried dragging him down the stairs. "Let's go, I want to see all the things," she demanded. He briefly resisted, as it would be impolite to just leave in what was essentially an engagement party. "Go, have fun. Take care of your new partner before she talks your ears off," Carl insisted, then shooed them down the stairs as Lily talked constantly about all the things she needed to see today. "Why do I feel like we did something mean to him?" the berserker asked. "Well, nobody could have known that Lily was a chatterbox when she couldn't speak in her natural form," Carl replied with a shrug. "We knew that they were fond of each other, but we might have underestimated it. Ah, no big deal, we can explain to the Kirin clan what happened, and that they are bonded partners now. That should be enough to satisfy their conditions. It's not like Lily would give him up even if her father demanded it now," Petros joked. "I get the feeling that he was in no way prepared for what he signed up for," one of the other dwarves joked. Carl nodded. There is no way that he was ready for her actual personality. She's way more excitable than anyone would have guessed, and it sounds like she has never gotten to see much of the world. Now that she has a humanoid transformation, he will have to take good care of her. But they should make a good pair. With her power, she will drag him up to Overlord in no time at all, and even to Totem Rank. The stronger of the two pulls the weaker up until they hit their limits, and her limits are very high. Carl almost felt sorry for Lily's new partner. But what he would get in return for his efforts to please the overly excited Kieran would be well worth the effort. Well, that went more smoothly than expected. How about we have a proper meal? Carl suggested. Shaman Petros smiled. We brought ale, and we have no need to rush right back. Plus, we can't go back without Danny and Lily anyhow, the barbarian reminded them. So, you're staying overnight. We've got plenty of guest rooms. The dwarfs chuckled. It was likely to be late at night by the time that those two returned, so they might as well plan to take at least a day off. Wendy and Loros came out of their rooms and paused when they heard the dwarves in the common rooms on the third floor. It was rare to hear anyone up there at all, and even more uncommon for Carl to bring guests upstairs. But they went down to the kitchen to fetch breakfast, and to send Mara for a trip up the dumbwaiter, a game that the little lizard folk girl loved. It was just a shame that she couldn't travel with her cleaning tools all the time. Someone had to activate the lift from the outside. The others slowly came out of the library, which caused great confusion among the gathered dwarfs. They understood architecture on an instinctual level, and there was no way that many people comfortably slept in one room at the corner of the building. It's an illusionary domain, larger than it appears. They had a ladies' night last night, so most of them likely slept in the theater. The plays are solid illusions, so they are quite realistic, every bit as good as going to a regular theater run by mages, Carl explained, as Lotus belatedly tried to smooth her ruffled hair. Good morning, gentlemen. Was there anything more that you needed at the moment? We will be headed down to the kitchen, Tessa asked as she followed them out. We're quite well for now, thank you. But if you can inform your kitchen that there will be additional guests for the day, and that they're dwarves, we would appreciate it, Petros informed them. A totem-ranked guest could basically get anything they wanted from most households, so the staff would surely make a meal that was suited to a dwarven stomach, meat and potatoes, none of the crunchy green stuff. While the others ate, Carl thought of a proper gift to give them, in honor of the visit. That was normally what you did when guests with powerful positions came to see you. There is a book you can give them. I made copies of the Dwarven runecrafting book to give to the apprentices, before I knew that only a dwarf could use them properly. Remi suggested. Brilliant. Thank you, Remi. Carl took out one of the 4 copies of the book and placed it on the low table between the sofas. Here, I think that you might know someone who would be able to make good use of that. A present from me to you, Carl explained as Shaman Petros leaned forward to pick the book up. The totem stared at the book in shock, then reverently flipped the cover open and realized that it was a freshly made transcription, not an ancient tome. But the contents were shocking. This is Dwarven runecrafting. Where did you find this? The art has been lost since before the end of the last system resurgence, he whispered. The dragons had a copy, and they traded it to me. My friend Remi made copies, then realized that only a dwarf or someone with at least a little dwarven lineage could make use of the contents. You see, most of it is in dwarven, and while the standard runes work for everyone, the dwarven parts will only work for those deemed worthy, Carl informed the overwhelmed shaman. The book was suddenly pulled from his hands, though Carl noticed that the strike was to Petros' hands, and not the book, which was held with great delicacy by the old dwarf on his left. It really is a dwarven tome. A primer, the introduction to the skill, but it contains the start of everything. Who would have thought that there would be such a fundamental instructional tome left, when most of the relics we have are master's notebooks? Carl chuckled. You know, in the opening pages, the author repeatedly wonders why he is making an introductory tome for things children should know. But he wrote it anyhow, specifically because he worried that one day the masters might become too exclusive, and a tragedy would cause the basic skills to be lost along with them. The old dwarf smiled. It would be funny if it weren't so true. You see, I am a master smith, and 2/3 of what the ancient tomes say a dwarven smith should be able to do, I cannot. Because the skills were lost in the 10,000 years without the system. Now, with this book, there is a chance to recover some of them. But what is this language? Was ancient dwarven really that informal? No, he must be writing this for his juniors, so he's treating the reader as a brand new apprentice. The others gathered around and chuckled at the nuances that Carl had missed due to his lack of skill with the language. Shaman Petros chuckled as he watched them get excited. You know, it's a good thing you chose this as a gift. If you had put it up for sale, I'm not sure anyone could have afforded it. Carl nodded. And that's why it was a gift. Some things should not have price tags put on them. But, you should know that there are sections on stone totems, a bit about the golem master's profession, and runic alchemy in there as well. If one of them is your trade skill, the book could be useful to all of you. Petros shrugged. I never did take up a trade skill. I got too caught up in learning new shamanistic magic and never had time for anything else. For over a century, I spent my days just looking for new spells and studying beasts with elemental abilities. Carl nodded. Learning skills from the beasts is how my class advances. Almost all my skills come from them, and the oddball skills that many of them use were generally obtained with my help. It's a good way to learn. Carl considered helping him out with a skill but decided it would wait until the next time they met. A little favor every time would stack up quickly and make him a reliable friend to the dwarves. But having the dwarves here did give him an idea. He could add another expanded space on the main floor, using the entrance to the supply closet in the back corner of the showroom. Then, he wouldn't have to take guests into the living quarters, and they could redecorate with a flap of little butterflies' wings. 2 illusionary spaces in one house seemed pretty luxurious, but if the second one was only a small one, to make a sitting room out of a closet, he didn't think it would be a problem. As their power and fame increased, they were sure to receive even more powerful visitors. But those powerful visitors would mean that the powerful residents of Drod would be obliged to come and visit as well. Something Carl was certain would happen within the next few hours. Once Domsk realized that a Totem Rank dwarf had come to his district and hadn't stopped in to say hello, he would surely come to visit the Dark Light host as well. For today, they would host on the 3rd floor in the common area, but after that, Carl would have to create an entertaining space for others, as the library was the private domain of the guild members. The dwarves were completely lost in the new knowledge to the point that they had to be reminded twice that lunch was ready on the 2nd floor, as the 3rd floor sitting room did not have a proper table. You seem to have broken the dwarves. What did you give them? Dana asked as the visitors were still engrossed in their work conversation even as the food was being brought out. A copy of the Introduction to Dwarven Runecrafting. We don't know if anyone has the skills to fully use it, but they've got the introduction now, and they should be able to bring back some of their lost racial crafting skills, Carl explained. That should do it. Is that what they're waiting for? Someone to finish reading. Carl shook his head. They asked me to bond a ranger to a Kirin, a form of flying unicorn. As it turns out, the young Kirin is quite adorable, and like Lotus, easily excited by new things. So, the dwarves are waiting for their friend to finish touring the city. I expect that they'll be staying the night, as the new beast ranger will almost certainly return exhausted. Lotus laughed, and Naksha smirked. If the Kirin has half the energy that Lotus does, the ranger is going to need a refreshing spell to get through the day. By the time that we got back, I was running almost entirely on sugar and caffeine. I didn't even make it through the whole show. Lotus made a pouting face. And yet, you wouldn't transform back into a dragon, even though you were sleepy. You are a dragon cleric, why would you need me to be in dragon form? Plus, You know my uncle, I'm sure you've seen a black dragon, Naksha asked. Carl chuckled. It's a Lotus thing. Dragons are just one more species to cuddle with as she sleeps. Winged void badgers, whirlbears, bloodbath spiders, they're all appropriate nap partners for her. Naksha chuckled. You know, despite being an overlord, I'm not that old yet. My dragon form isn't fully grown. Lotus shrugged. I have a bestial transformation, and it turns me into a meter-long green dragon whelp. It's so cute. I will show you after lunch. Everyone returned to their work for the day after lunch, and the ladies went to the dungeon with Naksha so that she could transform for Lotus. An Overlord-Rank black dragon was pure overkill in the Royal Rank dungeon, but that didn't bother any of them. A dungeon run was still experience and income. Plus, it was important to Lotus that she got to see the dragon. Carl spent the afternoon helping the dwarves with the knowledge that he had, filling in theoretical portions for the ones who had related skills. Fortunately for the dwarven envoys, their wait was shorter than expected, and the ranger returned alone just before dinner. Lily fell asleep in the middle of the boardwalk, so I moved her to the separate space. I think that she's out for the night now, but I'm not sure if I can handle that again in a few hours, he whispered, as if afraid that he would wake her up. Carl gave the man a consoling pat on the shoulder. Now that she's seen most of the things, she should calm down. Everything is new to her, and she couldn't talk to explain it to anyone before, so you got months of pent-up frustration all at once. Just let her rest, and tomorrow will be slightly calmer. Also, you don't need to whisper. The amount of noise outside won't wake her up unless she's on guard against threats. If she's exhausted, she will be relying on you to do that for her, and it will be the intensity of your thoughts that is most likely to get her attention. The ranger sighed and flopped down into a chair. I know that I'm still a young man, but I suddenly feel old today. That amount of energy is unholy. Petro stroked his beard with a mischievous glint in his eye. Just wait until she thinks that someone is trying to steal your attention and affection away from her. You'll find that this is nothing at all. After dinner, the dwarves returned home, and Carl began catching up on some of the most requested items. Not things that customers had paid to have custom-made for them, but ones that they had inquired about, to see if they might be in stock sometime soon. That was how Davis was guiding the shop's stock. First, replenish what they sold, then try to bring in the things that customers had asked about, to see if they sold well too. The fact that it was all commander rank items now, with a few royal rank utility items from Dora, wasn't a big deal to them. The more powerful items might have caught the attention of passing merchants and the super wealthy, but the commander rank items comprised the vast majority of what people needed out of combat. If you were getting a charm made to repel dust in the house, it didn't need to clean the entire block, just the kitchen. The next morning, Carl was just getting started on the first item of the day, an Overlord-Rank mana storage trinket, when Naksha and Tessa came back from the gate together. There is a new mission on the day's sheet, Tessa informed the room. Oh, something caught the attention of the Red Dragon. Dana asked, looking up from a magical theory book. Apparently. The Black Dragon as well. I found Naksha there when I got the urge to go get a mission sheet from the guards, Tessa agreed. That was interesting, so Carl motioned for her to put it on the table, where everyone could see it. Most of the missions were lower-grade monster suppression missions, and a few bandit bounties. But the new one was a border mission. A few 100 kilometers northwest of Gazdri, in the northwest corner of the nation, there were reports of undead raids coming in from Bomgan. Now, the undead came in many varieties, from the shambling zombie and skeleton hordes, to intelligent forces like the Lich Lords and the Whites. The sheet didn't specify, but if it intrigued both the Black and Red Dragon, it was certainly organized with intelligence, and the threat level was considerable enough to cause mass destruction. Should we go over? I can open a portal to Gazdri, and then we can either get a wagon, or I can bring the group over, Carl offered. Naksha looked confused. If you aren't using a wagon, how would we all get there? I could transform and fly with someone small. But the rest of you won't fit on the Thunderbird. Carl winked at her. I have a way to cheat. But it's a small secret. Naksha's full attention was now on him, and Lotus giggled as she realized that Carl had mastered the art of dragon baiting. They loved secrets and new information. It didn't matter what dragon species, they all shared that one common trait. It was practically etched into their bloodline. You have my word that I won't leak the information, Naksha swore. All right, everyone, please step through the portal, and I will bring us to the battle. Dana, would you mind giving her the grand tour? Ray did name this the Dana Space, after all. Dana laughed and stepped through the entrance to the tiny world. Naksha was right behind her, and Carl smiled as he watched the dragon transform and begin flying around the separate space, examining everything. Then Carl gathered the remainder of the team, Remi included for a change, and went to Gazdri. The guild could function without them for a bit. They had enough workers to take care of everything, and Remi had taught her apprentices enough to make the common potions, even if they couldn't make the powerful healing potions that were one of the best sellers. When they had downtime in the evening, she could just make some and refill the stock in the guild bank. They weren't even leaving Drod, and Carl could easily access it from where he was standing in Gazdri. Carl called out Hawk, and then used Remi's swims through air racial ability to get up to his back. You too. First my sister, now the Carl swims in air. Hawk sighed. But you're still flying us to battle. Let's go see what was so interesting that it attracted both clerics. Hawk raced off to the northwest, following the directions from the guard's map. If it was big enough that Tessa noticed, they shouldn't have any problems finding the battle. 20 minutes later, they had located the most likely source of the threat. There was an entire army of skeletons, led by a Lich Lord and a large group of Death Knights. A small force of defenders had gathered, and there was a single totem among them to face the Lich Lord, but Carl had a good feeling about this one. If they worked it right, he might manage to get the overrank kill. It was only a 90% damage reduction, and they had a Cara. Carl landed at the back of the army of orcs and demons, then opened the exit to lead everyone out of the separate space. To others, it looked like he was just summoning them out of a portal, and the defenders began to perk up when they realized he had brought another Overlord and a half-dozen monarchs. Then the beasts came out of their spaces, and things started to look up for the defense. Carl went to the totem, who was most likely the nearest city governor, and nodded in greeting. What does the total force look like? We only got the basics from the Drot City Guard's notice, he asked. This is what we're at this morning. There were 8 points of attack yesterday, but most started afternoon. Standard strategy says that they're testing the border to find vulnerabilities to spread the blight and claim more territory. Carl smiled. Well then, I suppose that I should take a team and go kick some teeth in. Did you want assistance with that Lich Lord? I can lend you a Cara. She can nullify magical attacks. The totem looked at him strangely. You didn't even look at my nameplate, did you? Carl belatedly checked it. Prince Stephen, 34th heir of Drod, cleric. Oh. Not a combat specialist. Carl shrugged. In that case, you do the healing thing. I brought you a healing tree as well. A Monarch Rank green dragon cleric with the epic healing ability, Tree of Life. Then he turned to the group. Cara, Ray, you're with me. Everyone else, spread through the defenders in pairs. Watch each other's backs and let's make the dragon gods proud. Thor bugled happily, and the defenders cheered. Tessa hopped up on his back, and Thor began to expand as he canceled his shrinking abilities and activated his area holy damage spells. With Behemoth and Brutality both active, Thor was even larger than Ophelia's titanic dire bear form. The pair of them towered over the battlefield, dwarfing even the largest of the Wrath Demon clan's warriors. Then Thor activated Bestial Raiment, the trusty armor skill that Carl used for daily fashion, and his already near impenetrable scales were covered in thick plates and layers of chain mail. Against any other army, that sight alone might have been enough to break their morale, but the undead knew no fear, and they continued their charge unabated. Tessa wielded her spear, but she was using it as a conductor's wand. She directed the armies nearby to spread and let Thor through, while she enchanted weapons and granted the defenders holy armor. That made the demons laugh, while the orcs cheered for a warrior with a sense of humor. The Lich Lord was floating above his armies, driving them forward, so Carl did the same and stepped up into the air. Any totem could walk on the mana flows, but Carl was still an overlord, and the sight caught the Lich Lord off guard. Carl smiled at the undead mage as he took out his bow and fired a poison arrow, coated in Void Blast and Nullify, at the undead leader. A wave of the mage's hand brought up a black misty barrier, and the Lich Lord turned away toward the undead closest to the orcs. But the arrow punched through the barrier, sacrificing Nullify in the process. Then, Void Blast exploded as the arrow touched his barriers, and the Death Knights below him were thrown to the ground. "No ignoring me. I will continue to poke you until you take this seriously," Carl warned. "Ray, take out the Knights first. They're probably a power support system." Cara was giving the Lich Lord a strange look. "I have his box. It smells like him. See." She dumped a bone-covered coffin on the ground for a second, and the Lich Lord's eyes flared with magic and rage before she took it back. "Well, it's not ignoring us anymore." Carl ignored Cara's smugness and fired off a volley of arrows toward the Lich Lord. Magic exploded in the air as the undead leader realized that Carl could bypass only a single layer of barrier. Throwing multiple spells at the arrow stopped them with ease, but Carl was happy to keep attacking, and he only had to fire one arrow for every 2 spells. The whole battlefield began to change as Remi activated Apocalypse, at the same time Hawk used Firestorm and Hellstorm on the undead horde, creating an extra layer of fiery blizzard to go with the multiplying tornadoes. The stronger undead hacked at the blizzards with skills, collapsing them, but the orderly charge was no more. "I am going to rip your very essence from your body." The Lich Lord's voice echoed in Carl's mind. Carl smiled and equipped the Haint Claw. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing. I wonder how much of a benefit I will get from the soul of a Lich Lord," he asked as he hung the Blade of Champions from his hip in the sword hanger created by the Bestial Raiment armor spell. Inky black explosions rocked the air around the Lich Lord as Cara split Void Blast into a dozen smaller explosions all around the Lich, and the ground under them shook from the aftershocks. Void Blast had directly become a totem-ranked spell when Cara advanced, and didn't suffer from the damage reduction that a totem would normally enjoy against an Overlord-ranked opponent. But a Lich Lord was not an average magic user, and even with Cara's attempts to nullify his defenses, he was still throwing up defensive spells as fast as Cara and Carl could launch attacks. Ray was already finished with the 10 Death Knights who were closest to the Lich Lord, and their bodies were in her space, just in case the Lich Lord tried to resurrect them. She wasn't clear on what they could do, but it must be some sort of necromancer to be leading an undead army. While the three-way battle between Carl, Cara, and the Lich Lord filled the sky with explosions and flashes of light, Thor was on a rampage through the skeletons. Consecrated Ground was even more effective against the skeletons than it had been against the wights, and the ones closest to him were effectively crippled before he even charged into them. On his back, Tessa held her spear high with a Dark Light Host flag attached to it, periodically pointing into the crowd to smite a large group of skeletons who were giving the defenders trouble. Naksha and Hawk were flying overhead, bombarding the undead army through the storm, while Remi approached with her bodyguards and Carls, as well as a group of lizard men who weren't bothered by the terrain of her Naga Swamp. Even the butterfly was in on the fun, creating armies of demonic warriors that charged at the skeletons, causing them to turn away from the real enemy, only to have the illusions vanish an instant before contact. Then, she disguised the vortexes as stone pillars and made the battlefield look like a ruined city. The skeletons couldn't understand that the pillars were still flaming vortexes with an illusion over them, and they stopped avoiding them. That led to them being sucked in, and the vortexes spawned their reduced power clones. They attacked the new ones, but ignored the ones hidden as stone pillars, which made the butterfly laugh hysterically. Stupid skeletons were great entertainment. Carl began to draw on the mana storage totem he had been making before leaving for battle, letting his own mana regenerate so that he didn't reduce any of the beast's supply. Cara had no such issue. She was much more mana efficient with her innate skill than Carl was, and the butterfly had made her invisible, so the undead had to guess where the explosions were coming from as she flew around the battlefield. Among the group, only Rei was in a bad mood. Skeletons had no bodily fluids at all, so she couldn't make them blow up. Smashing them into tiny bits was a small consolation when she had been looking forward to using blood destruction on a large scale. Maybe next time they would find nice juicy zombies. No, that would smell terrible. There was bound to be something better than skeletons among the undead hordes. At least her demonic oppression skill muted the magic of the constructs, slowing them and reducing the power of their attack skills. Most of them were royal rank, with scattered monarchs among them. Only a very few were overlords, and those were mostly the Death Knights leading groups. But that made her new, entangling vines, skill, obtained from the Orcish druids, much more fun. She could throw down a large net of web, then raise vines to tear apart the trapped skeletons while she stabbed the strong ones. The Lich Lord was beginning to weaken, and some of the spells had managed to disintegrate portions of its robe. That was when Carl summoned his golems. Please choose a form. Ghostfire Thunderbird chosen. The dull imitations of Hawk might not have any of his skills, but Carl coded them in Ghostfire body without any issue, and they began to dive-bomb the Lich Lord, who was already struggling to avoid annihilation. The sudden change in tactics was too much for the undead, and a single arrow made it through its barriers, exploding within the bone cage of its chest. That created a link back to the Hank Claw, and the battle between Carl and the Lich Lord turned into a tug-of-war for its soul. Carl focused all his attention on the Hank Claw, working to tear the soul from the undead, while the Lich Lord took blow after blow from Cara and the golems. The golems didn't do much but distract it, but that was all they needed to do. Each slip costed a bit more of its power, until the bone construct of the Lich Lord's body collapsed and the ghostly image of a pirate lord appeared in the air. No, I will not allow this. The Lich Lord roared, and then charged Carl, slamming into his body in an attempt to merge and possess him. That was the moment that the Lich Lord learned what true terror was. A glowing golden scale floated in the void of Carl's mental space, and the centuries-old undead lord felt its very essence destabilizing. Then, a ghostly butterfly appeared from one of the linked mental spaces, and gently brushed against him. As if attacked by a vampire, the Lich Lord felt its essence being drained at a rapid pace. But without a body, it had no way to defend. Of all the magic that it had learned, spirit combat was only a tiny fraction of a %. But the butterfly happily fed on magical power, and that was all that a Lich Lord was, once robbed of its body. Within seconds, the totality of its power was siphoned away and flooded little butterfly's space, leaving only a tortured fragment of a soul that was being constantly drawn into the Hank Claw. "No. Please, I cannot die. Not like this," the Lich Lord pleaded. Then, it was gone. Skill advanced, Skill Master 4, Skill Master 5, requirements met. All functions unlocked. Skills may upgrade to 1 rank and 2 grades above their base. Carl didn't have the time to think too much about that, as the battle was far from over, and the death of the Lich Lord had not stopped the skeleton horde, only left them aimlessly rampaging. Not that the orcs and wrath demons minded. With the extra area damage, the skeleton horde had already been weakened, and the warriors were smashing through them with ease, while Tessa's holy armor was refreshed every half minute or so, and absorbed the majority of the skills that the skeletons were using. It was the only skill that the average skeleton knew. While it wasn't much, in large numbers, it would allow them to cut through entire villages with ease. But with the bodies of the skeletons weakened by the fires of Remi and Hawk's area skills, any of the Orcish warriors or wrath demons could smash through a skeleton every few seconds. Plus, Lotus and the Totem Ranked Prince were moving forward with the battle, keeping area healing effects active on the majority of the defenders at all times. Without the guidance of the Death Knights and the Lich Lord, it was devastatingly effective as a tactic. The skeletons just attacked whatever was closest. Carl took a moment to catch his breath and watch the battle. Tessa definitely needed a new spear, with bonuses to smite or another ranged spell on it. The tactic of fighting from Thor's back was far too effective for her to stop now. Especially when Thor was so happy stomping on skeletons as consecrated ground crumbled them into dust. The battle was quickly coming to an end, and the Hellstorm spells had been stopped to minimize property damage. Unlike the flaming blizzard effects, neither Hawk nor Remi had learned how to make the flaming vortexes stop damaging everything that they touched. They didn't even have the decency to spare buildings caught in their range. As the last of the skeletons fell, Lotus transformed into beast form and flew up to Naksha as a tiny green dragon. Oh my god, she is even more adorable than I remember. How can a dragon be so cute? The black dragon rumbled. Carl landed next to Prince Stephen and gave the royal a polite nod. Your Highness, the battlefield is clear. Do you have any updates on other battles nearby? He asked. The demon tried not to let his shock show. He had just defeated a totem-ranked Lich Lord. Was that not enough of a feat for one day? Indeed, that was not enough for Carl. After all, he had cheated heavily. Not only was it a pure mage-type undead, subject to nullification, but it was also deprived of its phylactery, unable to restore its power, and the single best target for Carl and Cara to gang up on. Against any other enemy, things would not go so smoothly, he suspected. Nothing so far. It might be as much as an hour before the next attack is reported. The undead have been adjusting their deployments and splitting larger groups to deal with multiple defensive forces at the same time, depending on our deployment. He explained. Carl nodded and checked in with the team. Everyone was in good shape, with no lingering injuries. Most of them were ready to continue if they needed to, though Lotus and Naksha were currently distracted as the nature priestess chased the black dragon around the sky. She was limited by her tiny transformation, but Naksha was having fun, and every so often Hawk would give Lotus a boost, shoving her forward with a wind barrier so that she could catch up again. After a few minutes of playing, the two priestesses transformed back and returned to the group to get an update on the situation. We're waiting for news on the next point of contact. I will bring us there the same way again, and we can move along the line, keeping everything in order. Carl suggested. That sounded great to Naksha and Tessa. Their patrons were pleased with their performance here so far, but they would be even more impressed if they did it again. While they waited, Carl selected an Overlord-ranked spear that Ashbringer had created when the ore was first brought back from the Bara dungeon. It was in the guild bank, along with a number of other items waiting for upgrades or custom orders. Carl only knew a few abilities that would be suitable for her use. But if he combined Smite with Blessed Item, he found that he got Holy Spear, and that sounded like something appropriate. It took a while to work out how the runes would go, but they were still waiting when Carl started to carve them into the weapon, with additional runes for multiple targeting. The idea he had was hurling a whole wave of spears from Thor's back into the crowd of enemies. The demon prince watched Carl working, first with confusion, then awe as the weapon was completed and handed to Tessa, who had come to see what Carl was doing. That should be more effective from Thor's back than your current weapon. Carl offered as Tessa examined the spear. Overlord rank, epic grade. A unique spell, Holy Spear, and bonuses to holy damage, with mana cost reduction. Yes, that would be a wonderful weapon for her. She would be able to use that in any situation, and for quite some time, as it was a rank above her. You're a crafting guild? Prince Stephen asked, utterly baffled by the situation. Mostly. We do have some combat capabilities, but we're best known for our shop at the Western Frostfire Gate and the Old Guard Barracks. The Darklight Host Guild House sells all manner of potions and crafted items, from Commander to Overlord rank. Though, by order of the Lord, we don't sell combat items over Commander rank without special order and quantity limits. If you're in the capital sometime soon, you should drop in. We've got a number of mana storage items on sale that are quite popular among tradesmen, shamans, and clerics. Carl explained. He held up the Overlord-Rank totem that he had been using during the last battle. He hadn't bonded it, and it was currently depleted, but slowly recharging itself. The prince sighed. With as many children as my father has, do you think that he gives us all enough allowance to afford such luxuries? Plus, I am a cleric of the god of magic. Unlike the demon gods, my god does not encourage his adherents to hoard wealth. Instead, we spend it all to obtain new knowledge, much like the adherents of the blue dragon do. Oh, that makes sense. I suppose that is also why you specialize in healing magic. I was under the assumption that the demon god clerics were less healing focused. Carl realized. Prince Stephen nodded. Exactly. Some of them cannot heal at all, while others specialize in damage transfer instead of healing. It's a drawback of having a whole population dedicated to one type of god, but there are still some of us who followed other paths. They continued to wait until mid-afternoon, before deciding that might be the only probing strike of the day. The undead of Bombian were rarely on an urgent schedule, as they literally had forever to accomplish their goals. So, when they suffered a heavy setback, like the loss of a totem, they could take time to regroup and make a new plan. All right, I will take my team back to Drod for the evening. There is no need to sleep out in the wilderness when I can open portals. Carl decided. I will send you a message if there is another attack here. With the dragon gods involved, your team will most likely want to return for future battles. Prince Stephen. Tessa and Naksha both nodded, confirming his guess, while Carl opened the portal back to the open ground outside the gates by the guild house. The guards were startled for half a second when the portal opened, but when they saw who was coming through, and then the prince waving to them from the other side, they didn't make any complaints about the proper location for portals. After all, the guild house was right there, and they were outside the secured inner city, so the wards wouldn't trigger. Welcome home, Darklight. Host. Did you have a productive day? The guard on duty asked, while the other made a discreet trade of chocolates for a bag of herbal cigarettes from Lotus. Carl recalled that the Lord had warned them about that, or maybe it was smoking them at work. But as long as she wasn't caught, it should be fine. Indeed we did. We helped eliminate a totem-ranked Lich Lord and his skeleton army. Prince Stephen says that there will likely be future attacks, so we asked him to contact us through system message. The dragon gods are interested in the outcome. Carl. Oh. Well, that does make things feel a bit more serious. Carl spent the rest of the afternoon making assorted items for the shop, in case someone with too much money came in while they were away, and then turned his attention to the equipment of the rest of the group. Dana used an arrow, straight blade. Ophelia liked axes, though the form didn't matter as much as she usually fought transformed if it was serious. Lotus could use an upgraded healing staff, and Remi could use one for extra spell power or lowered casting costs, as she liked to go all out with stacked area effects, which rapidly drained her mana pool. It was extremely impressive, but in a longer battle, she really did struggle with her mana levels, and simply played it off as reducing the area output as the number of enemies dwindled. That worked most of the time, but there was no telling what they were going to face in the near future. Especially not when they met with a totem-ranked Lich Lord today. If that was the standard of all the attacking groups, they would have to hope that there were more combat-oriented city leaders along the border. It would make sense for most of them to be strong combatants, as they were bordering not only a hostile nation, but one full of undead, where the spread of their cursed energy could render land barren for years after they had occupied it. In conditions like that, even occasional losses would be catastrophic, and recovery would be a generational process, not a simple matter of defeating the enemy next time, unless that next time came soon enough that the land hadn't lost its life force to the undead horde. Even just passing over on their way somewhere would begin to wither the plants, so Carl assumed that even a few months would be enough to cause irreparable damage if the undead lingered in the area. Carl started with the easiest, a new healing staff for Lotus. He had already made her multiple healing items, so he knew the basic rune clusters pretty well. But this time he added a spell to a nature stone, to increase her healing output. Healing Totem was a shaman spell, but the requirements to activate a spell on an item were much less restrictive, and Lotus had an unfathomable affinity for the nature element. If anyone other than the shamans could use a healing totem, it would be the green dragon clerics. Then he added runes for immense amounts of mana storage, reduced casting costs, increased healing effects, and stamina regeneration. The Monarch Rank would held an Overlord-ranked inscription at epic grade very well, and the runes were a happy leaf green color all along the dark brown wood. Carl called Lotus over and handed her the new item. "Here, try out the spell and let me know if it works properly. It's originally a spell that appeared for Remi, but I think that you can use it," he explained. Lotus picked up the staff, which began to hum with power in her hands, then activated the nature stone. 4 wooden totems, all shaped like Remi, appeared evenly spaced around her, and pulsed with healing energy. "Oh, that works very well. It's nearly as much healing magic as the healing tree, but I can put them further away so that I'm not always the target," Lotus realized. Doubled area healing that could be cast on an infirmary staging area to even if Lotus needed to change locations or transform to perform other tasks. That would change the flow of any battle. They also had a much longer duration than the burning venom totems that Remi usually used. They didn't vanish after half a minute, they just continued to sit there and pulse with magic until she finished her inspection of the item and retracted them. "Thank you. Are you making new poking sticks for everyone?" she asked. "Only you, Remi and Tessa. Dana will get a sword, and Ophelia will get an axe. I'm not sure what weapon Naksha would prefer, as she was fighting in dragon form." Lotus smiled at Carl. "All right, I have my mission. I will go find out what her favorite shaped weapon is and tell you before you finish with the others." Carl moved on to an axe for Ophelia, as there was a 2-handed war axe in the guild storage. Ashbringer was making a new blade for Dana, in the same style as the one she was using, but it wasn't ready yet. So, her turn would have to wait. Carl used a firestone to imbue with flaming body, and then added skill power, strength and life steal on hit to the runes of the weapon. The combination made for a wonderfully deadly weapon, and it would let the berserker self-heal as she fought, reducing the need for a cleric to be nearby if she went on a rampage. Carl left that one out on the table, and began on a staff for Remi, mana storage, mana cost reduction, spell power, elemental damage, and a nice Overlord-ranked lightning gem with even more mana and mana collection embedded at the top of the staff. Just what Remi needed. That brought Carl to Dana's blade, still hot from the forge. To complement her fighting style, Carl gave the gem in the hilt swims through air, which was a passive, so she didn't have to use mana to walk on air anymore, and then enhanced the blade entirely for skill power and reduced mana cost to the epic grade. That would add to her combat longevity, while increasing the damage done by her golems. The new greater golem was a beast in combat, easily tearing apart skeletons at its own rank when it was fully buffed by Carl's skills. So, giving it even more damage would solidify its role as Dana's guard dog, while her epic guard was free to work as her wingman, as they shared the same primary attack. Naksha wasn't around to answer, so Carl went for a simple choice. She was a cleric, so she got a staff with skill power, mana storage, and mana regeneration on it. That should let her do whatever she needed, while a spell gem of haste would let her do it faster. That would also increase her flight speed, making her breath attack cover a larger area. With all the new epic grade Overlord weapons, the group would be in an excellent spot for the next battle. But Rei had plans as well. It wouldn't be fast, art took time, but she could make full new suits of clothing to replace the old ones. She was an Overlord now, but only their workwear had been upgraded. That needed to be remedied. Once the weapons were done, Carl just had to locate everyone to hand them out. Some were easy to find. Ophelia was training guard candidates out in the yard, and Carl could bring her the axe whenever he wanted. Remi was in her alchemy lab in the library space, but he simply placed her staff in the Naga Queen space, leaning against a bookshelf on her altar. The hard ones were tracking down Lotus, who had vanished as soon as he had finished talking to her, and Tessa, who had run off with Thor and Naksha. Actually, that made it easier. Thor, pass this to the Black Dragon, would you? Done. Oh, she's delighted with her new stick. Thor agreed. Carl went out to the yard with Ophelia's axe in hand, and the entire training group paused, their attention drawn by the sight of drawn weapons. Ophelia, test this and see how it feels in your hands. I had Ashbringer forge this with you in mind, and enhanced it to complement your fighting style, Carl called as he walked over. The big warbear grabbed the two-handed axe from Carl and hefted it with ease, then spun it around her hand to check the balance. Not bad, though I wouldn't expect anything that comes from Ashbringer's forge to be less than amazing. Then she transformed into a dire bear and made a casual swipe of her paw at the air before transforming back to a warbear. It bonded perfectly and works properly with the dire bear transformation. Having two smaller weapons gives a wider variety of buffs, but this is a much more powerful weapon, and it should contribute far more to my attacks than the others did. Thank you, Carl. And Ashbringer, who I know is listening from in the forge. Carl laughed as the sound of hammering paused for a moment, then gave two ringing taps, clearly the hammer striking directly on the anvil, before returning to an intermittent working rhythm. Now they should all be ready for the next battle, equipped with Overlord-ranked armor and weapons. Carl couldn't say how long it would take them to advance in battle, but they had won some significant engagements in the recent past, and the system recognized them as a party, so they were presumably sharing combat bonuses. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. There was some sort of standard to the advancements, but Carl didn't know if it was deliberately vague how long it took to move up a rank, or if the method to judge it had simply been lost to time. Most likely, there was supposed to be a progress meter of some sort in the system interface, and they had all just forgotten how to reactivate it. Once someone did, that would be a turning point for training methods. Being able to clearly see what was working, what was not, and what only worked a few times before stopping, would revolutionize training across the board. But there was not going to be a lot of time for training this week, as true to his word, Prince Stephen delivered a battle update at the end of the day. There had been 6 possible engagements located for the next day, and they had all been forwarded to the city guard as well, to be put on the morning's battle brief. Some of the battles would begin early, some later in the day, but those 6 were the ones that the military was most confident would materialize. Carl waited until they had finished eating to bring up the information. We have 6 locations identified for battle tomorrow. There are 2 that look like they might be above our pay grade, with multiple totems and hundreds of overlords, but there are 4 that should be at our rank or easier. One of them is just awakened and ascended rank skeletons, so we can likely skip that, unless someone wants to go charging through them for sport. These 3 are the most likely choices. None has a reported totem rank leader. One is a group of lich lords with their summoned undead. One is zombies, and one is a mixture of wights and skeletal hounds. Does anyone have a preference? He asked, then waited for the others to think about the answer. Rei was obviously going to go for the zombies, as they were the only non-skeletal option. Her new skills work best on the living, but zombies should be close enough that her blood destruction skill would easily eradicate them. But fighting against new types of enemies was good as well. There was no specific type of summoned monster mentioned in connection with the Overlord-ranked Lich Lords, so it could be something unknown, and perhaps worth fighting. She knew that she could destroy most types of things, but what if they presented something new, something that would put up a real fight? Wouldn't that be great? After careful consideration, Naksha pointed to the Lich Lords. You and Cara specialize in nullifying magic. I know that it might not be the most glamorous fight when you don't let them do much of anything, but focusing our strengths there allows others to deal with the rest of the challenges, where they might also be most effective. So, we should take out the Lich Lords as quickly as possible in the morning, and then wait for other magic users to present themselves for culling. She explained. Tessa shrugged. The undead were undead, and they were at war with them all. The Red Dragon cared not which target they chose, only that it was strategically important and aimed at the enemy, not civilians. All right then, if there are no objections, we can take on the Lich Lord horde in the morning, and then either camp out near the border or return here for the evening. Dana smiled. Why don't we have Lady Ray make us a tree fort again? We haven't done one of those in a while now, and it would keep us near the border, where we would be on hand if there were unexpected enemies. A tree fort sounded great to everyone. They were comfortable to sleep in, and being near the lines would help maintain the appropriate mindset. Being here in the capital at night removed the sense of danger and urgency, allowing them to talk about picking targets at random, instead of defending specific territories. Fighting was fighting, in a way, but the determination to protect could make all the difference in terms of morale and combat effectiveness. If they knew nothing about the area and its inhabitants, they were unlikely to fight with their full might. That sort of casual approach to defense would force the locals to fight that much harder when something unexpected happened, and there were too few forces nearby. As much as they might like to think that they were giving it their all in battle, if they were only showing up to fight and then leaving, they were never going to have that sense of commitment that would propel them to their greatest feats. It wasn't proven that those were what helped you advance the fastest, but there was strong evidence that harder fights were more likely to help break through a bottleneck if you were at one. Logically, the two factors should be interconnected. One last night in the guild house, catching up on work missed during their absence, and quietly listening to the hustle and bustle of the city, then they would leave at dawn. Many of the people were talking about the fights at the Bombian border, as so many of the troops had been mobilized to help address the situation, but the reason for the attacks wasn't clear. The undead raided, pillaged, and were a general blight upon the world. But they were rarely organized beyond a single group. Now, there were multiple groups attacking at the same time, and no discernible reason for it. That alone was cause for significant concern. They had just suffered an attack by the pirate fleet, but now they were facing intense attacks from the inland undead horde. Had something transpired to alter the undead? Or had something occurred in Drod that was drawing them towards the demon nation? That was the paramount concern for many. The pirate attacks had been increasing for most of a year before the invasion attempt, affecting shipment lanes and causing significant delays in cargo delivery. So, it wasn't as if the extra activity appeared out of nowhere, just that it now had a focus, and they couldn't discern why they had been targeted. First thing in the morning, Carl put on the leather oversilk armored pants and jacket that Ray had made for him. Not that he really needed the extra armor. Carl suspected that she had made him a new set so that he wasn't always wearing a skill instead of smelling like her silk. When he was in battle, the armor skill would be in place, so most of the time the fact that there was physical armor underneath wouldn't change much. But it made Ray happy to have everyone in her armor, and wielding Carl's weapons. Except Carl himself, who was still using the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw. Both of the items were artifact-grade weapons, and both were perfectly suited to his skills, so there was no real reason for him to change to something that he had made himself. However, he did have a number of elemental gems in his armor set, granting skill power, mana storage, and physical enhancement. Those were too good to miss out on, and he couldn't always rely on Rampage to boost his damage output enough to surpass his opponents without exhausting himself. Naksha, will you be airborne again today, or will you be on the ground with the other clerics? Carl asked as the group prepared to leave. Unless I am needed on the ground, I will be in the air with Hawk. It's safer to have two flying targets so that the enemy can't focus on one of us without being vulnerable to the other. We don't know if there will be a full legion there today, so there may or may not be air support. The Black Dragon's reasoning was solid. The safety in numbers mattered, and she didn't have any abilities that needed her to remain within close range of the target, apart from her primary attack abilities, which would be significantly more potent in her dragon form. Did anyone else have a request for changes in the deployment? If not, I will open the separate space, and we can travel to the battlefield. Nobody raised any concerns, so Carl opened the way to the tiny world and let them all in. Then he opened a portal to their last battle location, which was a short flight from their expected encounter with the group of Lich Lords this morning. At least for Hawk, it was. I see the defenders in the distance. Should we go greet them and let them know that we will be here? Our group is, admittedly, a bit unusual. Hawk suggested. That would be for the best. Who knows how they might react when we show up? We don't want them thinking that there are enraged beasts defending this territory. Those would be a threat to both factions, and their reaction could be unpredictable. Carl. Far below, the commander of the 19th Border Legion watched the Ghostfire Thunderbird descending with a cat demon on his back. That was one of the most insane combinations he had seen in his life, but the man was waving at him, and the bird wasn't attacking, so he was willing to interpret it as a good omen. Commander, I have brought a team to assist in the battle with the Lich Lords. I am a Beastmaster, so please overlook the species diversity, but I also have Dragon Clerics and a Black Dragon with my team, as well as a Mage and a Werbear Berserker, Carl declared the moment that he landed. What is your team specialty? Or are you a new group for the border war? The Legion commander asked. Myself, plus one other anti-magic specialist, then 2 flying artillery units, the Thunderbird and the Dragon. The others are a short-range combat unit, with a Green Dragon Cleric specializing in area healing. I recommend putting them near the center of the line, where troops can be brought to the healing tree for recuperation. The commander smiled. Glad to have you. Might I ask, where are these others you speak of? Carl opened the tiny world and let the others out, which elicited a startled gasp from the commander. So, you fly to the battle, then bring the others in with a portal. Very efficient for long-distance travel. How long will you remain in the region? He asked. As long as there are appropriate targets for us. If this zone remains quiet for the day, we will likely move to an active battlefield so that we can maximize our impact along the line while we're deployed here. You have a region to defend, but not every portion of the border will see action every day. The commander nodded. Excellent news. The Lich Lords are behind their army, with a distance of 10 kilometers between us. You said that you specialize in that area, so I will have you join Delta Force for the morning, and advance with them once the enemy has engaged. They are Overlord-Rank specialists, and I will be personally addressing any unexpected totems, as well as overseeing unit organization. Wonderful. I saw them from the sky on my way in, and I didn't sense any totems with them, but you can never be too careful. Lotus grabbed Dana and split off to join the healing contingent, a motley group of trollish shamans who were setting up cots and some sort of shrine that Carl couldn't identify. That was better than he had feared. Many demonic armies didn't have proper healers, but the trolls were easy to get along with, and as soon as Lotus and Dana had arrived, they began adding their personal touch to the shrine, which turned out to be no shrine after all. They were arranging skewers in advance, preparing fried fish for battle snacks. Dana probably wouldn't stay with them for the whole battle, but she normally sent her golems forward to fight, while she kept the epic guard close to her towards the rear of the battle, preventing the enemy from getting too close to the healers. Thor and Tessa were with Ophelia, not far from where Lotus was setting up for her healing tree deployment, so Carl left to go join the Delta Force team, the commander's designated elite unit. Greetings, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Carl, and this is Cara. Oh, we have Remi with us as well. Are you sure you didn't want to go with the healers and mages this time? Carl began. Remi nodded. I can fight and heal, so we will join your team this time. Carl smiled. All right, Remi here is a shaman queen, so she has some healing abilities alongside her fighting skills and her bodyguards. The totems have a limited range, so if you're injured, retreat towards her. Cara is an anti-magic specialist, so she will be doing her best to neutralize the more potent spells originating from the Lich Lord group. The army today wasn't made up of all skeletons. There were ghouls, wights, and zombies as well, representing the diverse specialties of the various leaders present. Lich Lords were normally among the hardest undead to deal with, as unlike so many other species, they were the elites of their magical disciplines and life. A vampire could have come from anyone, zombies and skeletons were mindless, but a Lich Lord could only come from an incredibly powerful mage, and retained their formidable intellect. However, they weren't all military geniuses, even if they were brilliant mages. That was proven true the moment the army approached, as Carl realized the wights and ghouls were at the forefront, leading the charge. It should have been the zombies and skeletons, to absorb the initial wave of damage, allowing the more capable fighters to engage less cohesive defensive lines. But their enhanced intelligence had them charging forward, while the shambling hordes lumbered behind them, struggling to keep pace. Battle strategy appeared to be the last thing that the Lich Lords were concerned with, and they were simply driving the undead forward, intending to use the weight of a massive numbers advantage to overwhelm the defenders. The 5 Lich Lords would be able to not only bring their undead back to life, but turn defeated demons into undead to replace their losses, potentially swelling their army with every engagement. For that purpose, they had brought along a small group of supply wagons holding the relics to which the undead army was bound. Defeated skeletons could easily be raised again, wights reformed from their essence, leaving only the ghouls and zombies susceptible to permanent mutilation. But even if they were defeated in that way, they could still return as skeletons, as a blow to the head was not enough to keep the animated bone monsters from reforming, provided the source of their power remained intact. Once the armies are fully engaged, we will move to take on the Lich Lords. We don't want them turning the army away to surround us, so don't jump the gun. The leader of the Special Forces team, a burnt orange demon with 4 wings and a bird's head, warned. How should I address you? Your nameplate is hidden. Carl asked. The demon smiled. I am an old man, though I suppose not everyone is adept at guessing ages. I was born long before the system's reactivation began, so I don't possess an interface of my own. But you can call me Delta. Delta Force. Carl had assumed that was a phonetic designation for the 4th group in a series, but it turned out to be someone's name. Perhaps they could rectify the demon's system status after the battle. If he could lead a strike force in his current state, he was certainly no weak opponent, and his species was renowned for their magical abilities. Carl heard the demons cheer as Tessa used Holy Weapon as a group spell, enhancing their blades and spears with holy damage that would cleave through the undead like butter. From Thor's back, she made a brilliant red beacon, positioned above the demonic army like a majestic figurehead, and glowing with holy power that was anathema to all unliving things. But she was also behind the lines, protected from the initial charge, which would surely be headed directly for her once the Lich Lords recognized her as a dragon. Hawk, as soon as the 2 sides make contact, you can lead Naksha down into battle. Happy hunting. Carl announced as the charging undead reached the 50-meter mark from the defenders. Happy hunting. Bring me back something shiny. The 2 sides crashed in a flurry of blades, and holy light shone from all over the battlefield as the enchanted weapons activated on contact with the undead. That immediately caught the attention of the Lich Lords, and they began to glow with power as they ordered their troops to adjust and target the Red Dragon Cleric. But that was not to be. As soon as the undead horde began to shift attack angles, Hawk and Naksha descended from the sky to drown the army in fire and a thick black smoke. The power of the god of death seemed to call to them, and the visible undead began to disintegrate around the edges under the onslaught, even while the animating magic of the Lich Lords regenerated the damage done to them. With the two sides now fully engaged, Delta ordered his troops forward, and the team began to circle the battlefield. Take the short route and take point. Keep them from casting while we charge. Delta quietly ordered, hoping that Carl wasn't joking about being an anti-magic specialist. Cara leapt from Carl's shoulder, and Remi moved beside him as Carl used Gravity Slam to toss the few intervening undead out of the way as he approached the Lich Lords. Unfortunately, one or more of them was aware of the horrors of a winged void badger on a mission, and all five turned their focus to Cara, who was ready to dive at them. Both Carl and the badger focused their efforts to nullify the spells, while a disintegration-based shell around Cara absorbed the worst of the other three attacks. Nothing hit her hard enough to cause actual damage, but it bought them some time, and before they were ready to cast again, Carl and Remi would be in melee range. The ground turned marshy under their feet as Remi activated the Naga Swamp, drawing the attention of the undead leaders only an instant before her bodyguards appeared behind them. Then Carl called on the Naga bodyguards, as well as a pair of dire bear golems, to attack from the front as the Delta team charged through the swamp. Rather, half of the team charged through the swamp, and the other half simply flew over it, avoiding the delays of the swamp's soft ground. There didn't appear to be any sort of power difference between the five Lich Lords, which didn't seem right to Carl. Even if they had advanced at the same time, there should be some sort of difference. So, his first thought when his attack was blocked with a casual wave of the Lich Lord's hand was that they were all sharing a power source. This wasn't a group of regular overlords, it was a situation more like his own, where multiple powerful beings were linked together, and the ones that were in the most trouble were able to draw on the reserves of the others to save themselves. That meant that breaking their barriers would mean breaking all five at once, as trying to target a single Lich would only result in them using the power of the others to defend, leaving four on the offensive side. Fortunately, they had an entire team coming to them, and the Lich Lords would all be engaged at once, but the threat of one of them using an overpowered attack and taking out a demon in a single strike was very real. Of course, there was a chance that they could also do that to Carl or one of his teammates, but with Void Body active on the team, the chances were lower that it would work. Instead of engaging, Carl stayed back from the battle and let the summons do the heavy work, while he focused on assisting Cara in nullifying any attack that felt like it carried a dangerous level of power. But with five Lich Lords, and only two of them, it was proving impossible to get them all. Cara nullified an overpowered fireball, then had to dodge as Carl took out an area spell that was raising skeletal hands from the swamp, but couldn't cast fast enough to deal with the unholy fire that another of the undead mages sent her way. Their casting speed was ridiculously fast to begin with, and for the first few seconds, their barriers were having no issues keeping the melee warriors at bay. That changed quickly when Delta began to cast some sort of channeled incantation. The barrier around them began to destabilize, first letting bits of attack abilities through, then failing entirely. The Lich Lords tried desperately to bring it back up, but with Cara and Carl working together, the process was proving impossible. They had to use all five of them to make it as strong as needed, as the effects of Rampage were beginning to stack up, and the damage done by each strike of the bodyguards was enough to take down a lesser barrier with every blow. The Naga were fighting seriously, with grim expressions on their serpentine faces, while the Lamia bodyguards that Carl summoned were clearly smirking at the Lich Lords, even as they rapidly hurled spells at them. They were holding back, limiting their output as the effect of Rampage began to near its time-limited peak, and Carl didn't have to guess why. Once the barriers on the Lich Lords fell completely, they would exert as much pressure as they could, and force the undead to buckle so that the demonic special forces team could finish them off. Only, the Lich Lords did not appear to be weakening. Like Carl and his team, their mana reserve seemed to be limitless, and while they were taking damage without their primary barrier, they were not showing any signs of reducing their mana usage to conserve energy, even when they were fighting 5 opponents at a time. They have a mana battery here somewhere. It must be in the wagons. Delta shouted to Carl as the battle began to drag on, and the demons were beginning to reduce the frequency of their attacks to save stamina. Go, take care of it. I will hold them here while you deal with whatever traps and trickery they have in store. Carl insisted. Hawk, bring Naksha and find the mana battery that the undead are using. Destroy it if you can, we're having trouble doing any real damage to them. If we can't destroy their power source, they're going to escape once they lose their armies. Carl quietly instructed. With 5 Lich Lords, there was no way that none of them knew portal or a related escape spell. The moment that Hawk and Naksha headed for the wagons, the undead changed their tactics. They immediately stopped pushing forward, and all 5 Lich Lords moved to encircle the small supply convoy in a defensive perimeter. That alone would have made it incredibly obvious what the source of their unusually potent power was, even if someone hadn't already guessed, but it raised the more important question of what could they do about it. Carl and Cara had managed to keep the Lich Lords from bringing their area barrier back online, but Hawk was having no luck trying to get attack spells into the convoy that they were defending. We need to learn the trick to their casting speed. I want to be able to throw spells that fast. Remi noted as she adjusted the position of her totems. If anyone can figure it out, it's you. But maybe we will get lucky, and they'll have a grimoire or something on them, and you can stock up on spells after we win this fight. Carl suggested. Remi began plotting new and innovative ways to make the Lich Lords vanish without destroying the caravan, just in case there were good things in there to loot. But that was not actually too difficult, wasn't it? Cara. Remi began. On it. Butterfly, a little help. Cara vanished, and Carl doubled down on the counterspells so that the Lich Lords didn't gain any headway while the Void Badger did what she did best. For a moment, everything was coated in a black mist as Naksha passed overhead and unleashed her breath weapon on the Lich Lords. That was Cara's cue to move. Everyone was distracted, and she was invisible, so she went directly for the core of the Lich Lords' formation, aiming for the supply wagons. The undead were giving everything to protect them, even calling back their armies to defeat the Special Forces group. But the stealthy badgers simply pranced past their defenses and began searching for the treasures. Food, why do they need food? They're all dead. Spare bones, bodies, weapons. Oh, there we go. Cara narrated as she searched. The final wagon contained a large glowing gem locked within a metal box that had swung open the moment that Cara used Nullify on the lock. Yoink! Carl, it won't move. I can't even take the full wagon into my space. Cara complained. Then I guess we just have to deal with the undead first. Unless you're willing to blow it up. Cara considered her options for a half second. On one hand, a huge shiny stone. On the other hand, it was a stone that she couldn't keep. Void Blast solved that dilemma rather easily. The wagon vanished in a mushroom cloud of stored energy, and Cara retreated to her space for a half second to avoid being caught in the epicenter of her handiwork. The metaphysical blast shook Carl's brain, and dropped most of the nearby demons to their knees. Even Remi was dizzy from the blast. But standing right next to the destruction, the Lich Lords were completely out of it for the last half second of their lives, before Hawk and Naksha swooped in to blast them to pieces. However, luck was not on their side today, and the moment that the Lich Lords' power failed, the bodies of the undead mages faded from sight, returning to whatever safe point they had designated as their fallout shelter in the event of an untimely death. Worse, the undead horde that they had brought were still fighting, even if it was mindlessly without the Lich Lords there to guide them. The plus side was that without guidance, Thor and Tessa were absolutely wrecking the zombie horde in a rolling wave of crushing gravity and holy lightning. Using Blockade, one of Thor's new racial abilities, with Gravity Slam and Tessa's spear made for a brutal charging attack. The Gravity Slam knocked everything over, then the wall of lightning swept them all up and pushed them forward in front of Thor, while Tessa launched holy spears into anything that looked like it might still move. With that tactic, they were scooping up entire segments of the undead army, and pushing through them like a bulldozer with its blade down, driving forward and depositing the mulched bodies to the side. Well, that's not terrifying at all. Delta joked as he saw the tactic that the massive behemoth was using. Just wait until he realizes that he can use it like a flapper wheel, and tilt the walls down on them to crush them as he passes by. Carl agreed. Thor laughed in Carl's head. We tried that. The undead just get pounded into the ground and then dig themselves back out. That was something that Carl should have expected. They were Overlord-ranked undead. Expecting them to be less durable than compacted grassland soil was a bit too optimistic. The new weapons appeared to be a big hit with everyone in the group, and even Remi was enjoying her newfound bonuses, even if she wasn't going all out with the area spells today. Just being able to keep up all her other spells at once, including both types of totems and a constant barrage of chain lightning, was enough to keep her happy now that she knew the undead weren't hiding any good stuff among the supply carts. She had collected the few remaining bits of the stone that Cara had destroyed, just in case they were useful, but nothing else in the whole supply caravan stood out to her. It appeared to be nothing but spare parts for making more undead. The army unit was forcing the undead into an ever-tightening circle as they crushed the disorganized force, and Carl simply watched and made mental notes as their years or decades of training showed him the most efficient way to completely surround a disorganized enemy. It was a work of art, and with Thor's bulwark holding one side, it was as good as driving them up against a cliff. The hapless undead couldn't even effectively damage the lightning wall, as without the Lich Lords to give them directions, the skeletons and zombies didn't think to use skills, and the smarter undead had been the first ones eliminated. Once the undead were truly dead, the work of cleaning them up to prevent the spread of plagues or even the zombie virus to the surrounding ecosystem began. The worst thing that you could do, in the minds of the soldiers, was to fight a zombie in running water. The moment that you began to damage it, the undead creature would leak infected fluids into the water, and there was no telling what life form downstream might ingest that in enough concentration that it would turn them and begin an outbreak. Towns along the rivers had detection magic to ensure that nothing of the sort, or any other magical toxin, would make its way through their territories, but a zombie monster could spread the plague just as easily as a zombie farmer or dock worker. Fortunately, they were demons, and they had plenty of fire magic to help them fully sanitize the area and eliminate the possibility of the virus spreading, as well as thorough sanitation procedures in place to ensure that none of the disease was passed on. That was made easier by Lotus, who had her 4 new totems spread out in a ring around her, expanding the effect of her Tree of Life form's healing aura. All they had to do was stand nearby for a while after they had cleaned themselves, and the effect would kill the zombie virus, even if it was already starting to take root in their system. But with barriers up and fire magic at the ready, most of the soldiers didn't actually come into contact with the blood, and could just burn it off themselves if they did. Once they were finished, Delta marshaled his troops and brought them to the command group, who were preparing to set camp for the evening and send out scouts. Carl nodded politely to the group's leaders. We will remain in the area for a while, in case there are more attacks coming. Would you like me to have the Thunderbird scout? Hawk has excellent eyesight, even from thousands of meters in the air, and won't have any trouble tracking the movement of other enemy forces in the region. We will take any and all help you can offer. Will you be staying with the unit? Or somewhere nearby? The commander asked hopefully. Carl looked around the open grasslands. I'm not certain. We usually prefer an elevated position to let the blood destruction spider make us a fort, but we can settle at ground level if necessary. The demon nodded in understanding. Sleeping on the ground wasn't anyone's favorite hobby. However, it was safer to have everyone together, and close enough that they could all be behind a communal barrier to keep out any uninvited guests during the evening hours. Realistically, Carl didn't need to pick a tree to build a fort in. He had the tiny world and an entire underground city worth of tunnels there, plus the recreation of the guild house, with a comfortable bed, silk sheets, and fresh air. That somewhat defeated the purpose of staying with the demon army, though. They wanted the connection that being on the line would give them, so retreating to a separate space would be counterproductive. Well, for most of them. Remi was already in the alchemy lab of the tiny world, and working on the potions that she had missed out on making while they traveled. Once the area was fully cleared, and Hawk had reported that there was nothing within a 20-kilometer search radius, the army began to plan their evening camp location. One of the junior officers gestured off into the distance. "Why don't we move east to the village? They'll be happy to get the sales of bulk goods to the army, and the presence of a whole unit will give them some peace of mind. Things have been tense along the border with all these attacks, and public relations are important." The commander thought about it, then shook his head. "It's too close to the attack. They will only worry that we're hiding a threat. They must already know about the battle, and they will have seen the aftermath in the distance. If we go there now, they'll think that they are the next target. Set up a perimeter wall with the earth demons and make a fort. We will camp a kilometer toward the border, away from the aftermath of the battle." The commander decided. "Leave some space for us. I will have my team set up a large tent for the evening. Then we will scout again in the morning." Carl insisted. The commander gestured to the junior officers, and within minutes, the demons were building a large perimeter wall in the distance. Ray quickly joined them to make a proper tent for her people, with earth barrier, posts to hang the hammocks from, and double-layered silk cloth, with a sticky inner layer to catch any sneaky sorts who might try to creep in to spy them. She didn't really think that any of the Drod army soldiers would be stupid enough to try to intrude on them, but a girl could dream. Just the potential of catching an attempted peeping Tom was enough reason for her to put in the extra work. Thor transformed back into humanoid form, and Hawk returned to his space for the evening, but Cara decided to stay out and make the most of the hammock that Ray had made for her. Anyone who saw how happy she was, laying on her back, feet in the air, gently rocking herself in a hammock, would find it hard to argue with the strategy. But she was secretly hoping that if she was nearby and not in her space, she might be the first one to notice if someone tried to sneak into the tent. Once everyone was inside, the army unit set patrols around the outside of the stone barrier wall, and Carl noticed that there were no active defensive measures in place, just the one stone wall. Once it was created, it didn't give off an aura of magic at all, and that gave the whole unit a rather low-key presence. Much like a powerful monster pack, they simply existed in the plains. In a way, it was both more and less secure than Carl's usual preparations. There was no barrier active, but its absence made it less likely that anything would notice their presence in the first place. Ray watched carefully all night, but none of the demons seemed interested in creeping into the tent. Honest people were boring. So, first thing in the morning, she brought out some of the royal rank whale meat for the soldiers. They were stationed near the inland border, so they wouldn't have had a chance to get any of it when the whales arrived, and the meat would be a change for them, where boar monsters were their usual everyday meals. There was a flying whale herd not long ago in Drod. "Here, fry this up for the unit's breakfast. If there aren't any threats during the morning scouting, we will likely move along, so this might be the only chance to give it to you," she explained to the cook. "Oh, flying whale. That will be a change. Let me find a nice spice combo for that, and I will save some for soup tomorrow," the cook agreed easily. The soldiers brought back meat regularly, and while whale had a different flavor profile than usual, the unit's chef had enough spices to keep the soldiers from getting too bored with their meals. The smell of frying whale meat drew out the soldiers who were lingering in bed until the last possible moment, as well as Carl's team, who were enjoying the cool, dry air of a morning in the inner steppes. It was more like home than the constant humid warmth of Drod, and a pleasant change for the team. Hawk took off to scout, hopeful that they would find something close enough for this unit to fight. Delta and his group were good, and easy to work with. Fighting on a team with people you knew was better. They wouldn't do strange things, and they were already aware of the tricks that Carl's team could pull. But when he got to search altitude, just below the cloud cover, he found that there wasn't anything for hundreds of kilometers. He could see multiple smaller villages, 2 other army units, and a river. But no undead or any other obvious threats. That wasn't what he was hoping for. There was a whole invasion going on, but there were thousands of kilometers of border, and he couldn't wander too far, or they would have to find a new group to work with. Even as far as he had scouted today, they would have to switch units if the attack was on the outer edges of his scouting range. Nothing to attack. But there is a village not far away full of orcs. Maybe they want some stuff. Hawk suggested. Not a terrible idea. The orcs should at least be entertaining, since we can't find anything to fight. Do another pass closer to the border and see if they are just staging for an attack in a few days, and we will prepare to move to the village when we get your report. Carl agreed. Hawk flew for another half hour, making a serpentine pattern into the territory of the undead. I found their city. All the undead are here. So many zombies. Just zombies everywhere. The city has vampires and some living things, but there are at least 3 cities worth of zombies outside. Carl mentally calculated where Hawk was, as it was certain that the army would know the location of the cities, and it was important that they knew which one was preparing for an invasion. So, he went looking for the unit commander to explain the situation. Almost directly north of us, across the border of the dead zone, there is a city half the size of Drod, full of undead. Hawk says that there is a zombie horde 3 times that city's population gathered and waiting for something, Carl explained. The commander took out a map and pointed to a city marking. That is called Ekbor. It's the only city of that size in the direction you indicated. It's not far from the border, but if they start to march, they'll be only 2 days away from Bach, and there are 10,000 people there. I will send a message to have the units in the area send a scout to verify the numbers. But you're saying that there should be hundreds of thousands of undead gathered outside the city, he asked. Carl nodded. That's what Hawk reports. You can verify it, as he gauges the number of undead outside the city by its population. But it should be close enough if you know how many are in the city. The demon focused for a moment and sent a system message to someone, then frowned. Military intelligence already knew, they just didn't relay it, as it's not in our zone. I still don't know what they're planning to do about that. But so many zombies is more than the border force will be able to deal with. Even if the leg regiment finished their engagement today, it might not be enough to deal with that many zombies. Honestly, what I'm more worried about is them using portals to send them somewhere else. Sure, they're gathered at the border now. But if they've got necromancers and lich lords with them, they don't have to just march across the plains. They can attack wherever they want. The cities all have barriers to prevent unwanted portals, but a whole army appearing just outside of town isn't any less dangerous. The commander rubbed his temples, then took out a flask from his inventory and took a long swig. There is a good reason why I don't think too hard about all the possibilities. It's best to just focus on what is going on around us, and leave the rest to someone else. For all we know, this could be a huge feint. Gathering the armies at our border makes everyone else watching the undead think that they are about to invade Drod. But they could be planning to use portals to hit Unzatherb, Gabel, or Nababin. Sending a whole fleet across the channel to the last 2 is implausible on the scale they would need. But portals would work just fine. Carl nodded in understanding. Sending 300,000 zombies to attack somewhere would be a logistical nightmare, even though they didn't need to eat or sleep. With only 2 nations bordering the undead kingdom of Bomgan, and 2 more immediately across the channel, the options were limited, but a ground invasion was not a foregone conclusion. Say, do you know if there is a reason for this surge in violence from the undead? They don't appear to be overcrowded within their nation. In fact, with so few monsters, there is a lot of open space for them. Did something happen that set them off? Like turning away the attack on Drought City? Carl asked. That could be part of it, but they have always been aggressively expansionist. I believe it's mostly the result of the necromancers and their death cult. The magic invades and corrupts their souls. It makes them hate all forms of life, and traps them somewhere between life and death, tethered to the netherworld by their own dark magic, until one day they become the undead themselves. They're a true nuisance, and they've been driven out of almost everywhere in the world. Even the dark elves of the underworld disdain them and treat them as slaves. So, being on the border of their last remaining territory means suffering their attacks whenever they build up enough of a force to spread their influence a little further. The commander's tone was somber and resigned. It wasn't something that anyone could change, and Drod didn't have enough of a military force to completely wipe out the entire nation of Bomgan if that was even possible. So many of the powerful undead had ways to resurrect themselves if their body was destroyed that the prospect of completely eliminating them was laughable. Carl shrugged. Then I guess all we can do is wait to see what happens. If there are no threats for the day, I was thinking of taking my team to the nearest village to trade with them. There is always something in demand in a farming village, and we are a crafting guild. The big demon smiled. They'll be happy to see you. Trade caravans have been sparse these past few months. They don't want to risk coming this close to the border with all the unrest, while the villages closer to the coast are getting larger and demanding more of their goods. While Carl talked to the commander, the others packed up the tent and then passed it to Delta and his team. They would appreciate the hammocks, and the tent could be assembled with earth magic poles, so there was no complex process involved. The rest of the unit was clearly envious that not only were they getting a fancy new tent designed to set up in seconds, with hammocks for the entire unit to keep them up off the ground, but it was Overlord-Rank monster silk, and even if the camp came under attack, it would be able to take a hit or two, and they wouldn't have to worry as much about being ambushed in their sleep. Hawk continued his scouting passes as the camp's defensive wall was retracted, and they prepared to go on patrol again. Staying in one spot made it too easy for the enemy to avoid them or alter deployments to counter their numbers. So, they patrolled an erratic pattern, making their location less predictable, even though their territories were somewhat fixed. The ladies all climbed up on Thor's back after he transformed back into his four-legged behemoth form. Even Ray was riding with him today, while the rest of the beasts returned to their space, except Remi, who was in the Tiny World Alchemy Labs, making stock for the shop. They were still close enough to access the guild bank, so she could transfer materials to the other alchemists from her space, where most of her supplies were growing. Plus, she could bring over potions they had put in stock, so they could treat themselves as a traveling branch of the shop when they visited. Making their way to the village was simple enough. It was only half an hour away, with Thor walking and Carl jogging beside him. Hawk was scouting the region, and didn't see anything, but Carl didn't want to get tangled in a mass of limbs if there was a sudden attack. But he knew that Thor would look after everyone, so there wasn't any risk to letting them all ride. The village itself was like none that Carl had come across before. Not only was it surrounded by a high wall, but they had also dug a moat and filled it with sharp metal spikes and oil, a flaming barricade in case an undead horde approached. There were also endless fields for kilometers surrounding the farms, but no farmhouses. There were outbuildings, storage sheds and so on, but not a single house to be seen. Logically, they must all live within the village's protective walls and only come out to work. But that seemed like a rather extreme living situation, even this close to the border. But once they got through the gate, things began to make sense. The orcs didn't live in traditional family homes, the way that you would expect from the word village. Instead, there were a number of long barrack-style houses and dozens of other facilities within the walls, and everyone was going about their day as usual. As usual, if it were a traveling orc camp. Demon. What brings you here in this time of strife? An aging orc with a notepad clipped to his hip asked as Carl led the group into the village. We were assisting the regiment with some undead, but there were no more close enough to pose a threat for the day, so we thought we might come by and visit. We're a crafting guild, and we've got a small group of dragon clerics with us, should you need anything, Carl explained. That got the orc's attention, and he whistled for someone else to join them. A very large someone, Carl realized. The clan chief of the village was a monster of a man, even by Orcish standards. Champion Carl, I am Sub-Chief Snakebite of the Bot clan. Welcome to our village. We follow the old ways, so there might not be much we can trade with you. But it is a pleasure to meet you. The huge orc greeted them. I am certain that there is something, even if it's not what you expect. We have bone and wood runic items to help with crafting, mana storage, cleaning, creating water, and even improving luck with the opposite sex. Plus, the lovely ladies of the church are always willing to help your people keep their pantries stocked with their signature rice and beans, Carl offered. The chief smiled back at Carl. Now, that is something we can all agree on. However, as we do not trade much, we also do not have much coin. From Thor's back, Naksha laughed. You know, we have a red dragon high priestess here, and I am reasonably certain that her goddess would be offended if we charged you for food when there is war at your doorstep. The black dragon insisted. Tessa nodded in agreement. Provisioning the civilian villages before an invasion was an important part of any war, and the red dragon god took a dim view of war profiteering. Or, at least she did when it came to non-combatants. The red dragon didn't mind if one got filthy rich making weapons for both sides of a righteous conflict. The ladies climbed down from Thor's back, and he transformed back into his humanoid form to better protect them and explore the town. Carl had noticed that he was becoming more and more protective of Tessa now that she had a fully scaled transformation, but she didn't seem to mind, so he wasn't going to say anything about it. Would you like us to fill a cellar for you? Or do you perhaps have a storage silo? Tessa asked. You can make that much. The chief replied, startled at her request. I am a Monarch ranked high priestess. I can make enough to feed an entire army with every casting. It's not uncommon for a dragon army's entire supply of vegetable-based foods to be magically created. Only meat needs to be hunted, Tessa explained. Chieftain Snakebite patted her on the shoulder, then gestured to a tall, round building off to his left. That granary is empty. We can clean it out to prepare it for your dry food, and then the people of the village will have real cause to celebrate. With all these attacks across the border, there is a high chance of blight destroying our crops, and we've already lost much of our livestock. The attacks last week passed by us, and a group of revenants broke off to attack the cattle in the night, he explained. Naksha frowned. Revenants were a nasty type of creature, and the black dragons killed them on sight. They weren't technically undead, but living creatures whose souls had been ripped out, trapping them halfway between life and death, driven insane by the missing piece of themselves, and ravenously hungry, trying to fill the void where their souls should be. But worse, they often retained some of the skills and powers of their initial species. That made them among the most dangerous residents of Bomgan, and an atrocity that the necromancers often committed on fallen villages. After all, why would they sacrifice their own to make revenants, when they could capture villagers and rely on the unholy magic to turn them into soldiers? But if they were using revenants, the battles against the Bomgan invaders took on a whole new level of disturbing. With every village overrun, they would have undead much stronger than typical zombies and skeletons. The orcs were quickly sweeping out the grain bin and putting down a ground cloth, made of high-grade cloth that the average rodent couldn't chew through, to line the bin and keep unwanted occupants away from the food. Once everything was prepped, Tessa climbed the bin and secured the top of the cloth at the ceiling's vent hatch. Then she began channeling the creation spell and slowly filling the large round building with dry food. Over the course of the next 5 minutes, the wooden building creaked and groaned softly as it was loaded, and then Tessa finally lowered the top of the cloth and closed the top vent that she was loading through. In the Golden Dragon Nation, that would be the usual loading point for an auger. But the orcs didn't have anything of the sort, and instead they had a moving ramp for bulk wagons, which could be dumped down a chute into the bins. The setup looked rather rudimentary, but it must work, or they would have come up with something else by now. With under 1,000 orcs in the village, a whole bin full of food would last them months while under siege. Holding out that long would be much more difficult than maintaining the food supply, and if the undead were really outside that long, then the village would most likely be lost to the blight for many years afterwards. Carl looked around the village, then caught the chief's attention. "Where is the village well?" "I am a room master, and I can enchant it to always stay full of clean water. With a fresh supply of food and an upgraded well, the village should be stable until the situation with the enemy's force buildup is resolved," he asked. "There is a well in the center of town. But we have rain barrels on all the buildings, in case the undead try to poison the groundwater." Carl hadn't considered that. If that was the case, then he would just upgrade one of the storage tanks to always be at least half full. That way, it could still catch rainwater, and a dry spell wouldn't run them out of water. He went off to do the work, with the chief following him. "What do your people want in exchange?" "This is a great benefit to my people, and you haven't made any requests yet," he whispered, not wanting to alarm his people if Carl's request was too much. Carl smiled. "Well, we could consider it a favor, but I know that the orcs don't like to deal in favors. Instead, we can settle up today. The food is from the Red Dragon. I can't charge you for that during a war. But 2 gold coins worth of whatever you'd like to trade for the water barrel upgrades is a fair price. Expensive now, but in the long term, they will pay for themselves." Chief Snakebite handed over 2 coins and shook Carl's hand. "It's a pleasure doing business with you, though I suspect physically visiting a village for upgrades isn't how things usually work." Carl laughed and took an item from the guild bank. "This ring creates water, up to 5 gallons at a time. That's our usual sales pitch for water creation. But given its nature as commander rank magical wood, intricately carved and inscribed with runes, its creation takes a considerable amount of time. Consequently, the price is comparable to me placing runes directly on your water barrels," he explained. The chief nodded. "You could sell a lot of those in Bach, the next major city, if you go to the main road. We're all part of the same clan, but they are more progressive after living among the demons so long. They buy and sell anything they can get. The farming communities don't really buy much. Well, we don't have much money anyway. A true orc doesn't need it. But I think our people should have some items to trade with yours." Carl smiled. "We can always use items made of quality materials, as our guild has runesmiths. Even if we get good wooden musical instruments or tools, we can upgrade them with magical effects and resell them. It's not a high-value trade, but what your people will want isn't particularly expensive either. Trading them for items that help their crafting, or store mana so they can work longer, should be fine, even by your traditions, right?" The massive orc nodded slowly. "That should be fine. It's not fighting, just household help. Our villagers make musical instruments if your people are interested. Flutes and drums, mostly. They're the best for Orcish war and working songs. That could be an interesting addition to the store. Limited edition Orcish war drums with magical effects would intrigue many purchasers, and they wouldn't be considered actual combat items by the Drodlord's rules." Chief Snakebite passed the word around the village, and soon after, villagers began emerging with their trade goods. Most were made of wood, some carved from bones, and the drums featured well-cured monster leather heads. The craftsmanship was extremely impressive, even lacking elaborate adornment or carving. Instead, they were perfectly fitted, properly tuned, and the various pan flutes they produced were similarly well crafted. An old orc came up beside Carl with a smile on his face and a smoldering tobacco pipe between his teeth. "You won't be leaving any time soon, now that you've had them bring out the instruments," he muttered as he leaned against the wall of a nearby building. Carl nodded. "I rather suspected as much when the chief mentioned your village makes instruments. You can't just show something like that to a green dragon cleric and then leave. She would never stand for it, even if we were in a hurry. But there weren't any undead close enough to be a threat today, and I still have one team member scouting up above. So, there's no harm if we spend a day listening to stories and songs." In fact, Carl could have suggested few things that would have made Lotus happier than announcing they would spend an entire day singing and eating before acquiring a collection of instruments for the shop. The bards in Drought City would be happy to see the new additions to the market, Carl presumed, but mostly it was just to help the orcs relax for a day. They were constantly under threat here, and large portions of their crops had been repeatedly destroyed. So, a granary full of supplies and a day of leisure would do them a world of good. Every adult orc was a combatant, ready to fight when threatened. So, the fact that they were hiding behind a sturdy wall was strategic, not cowardly. They all could and would fight against the invaders, so they had surely earned a day of rest. Or perhaps two, judging by how quickly they were emptying barrels of a potent wine the orcs called grog. Or was it a fruit-infused rum? It was hard to tell, given its formidable potency. But as the day wore on and more villagers finished their work, the revelry only intensified. It even got to the point where the singing and war drums were enough to bring scouts from the nearby military units to see if something had happened. They sang of past battles. They sang of bumper crops and lean years as nomads after crops failed. Then, as the sun was setting, they sang of the one true dream of the orc clans, to recover the lost dragon scale and nurture the system back to full activation. In Hawk's space, Carl observed the fragment of dragon scale they possessed reacting, glowing a brighter golden, though still appearing tarnished and depleted. Perhaps the orcs' goal wouldn't be possible with the world dragon scale fragmented, but the fragment with Carl's team was beginning to awaken to their devotion and the magic of Orcish music. Long after dark, the party was still in full swing, and the sound of drums carried across the grasslands, proclaiming to the world that the orcs were unafraid of a fight. A fight the undead were more than happy to provide. The forward scouts of the Bomgan force heard the Orcish war drums and began to move toward the village, drawn by the challenge sent out by the villagers. It was well after midnight when Ray first discovered that the undead were sending troops through portals into Drod. She transformed into her humanoid form and hurried to the town square to capture everyone's attention. "The undead have heard our challenge, and they are coming," she shouted, as the entire village erupted in cheers. Taking Ray's words as gospel truth, the orcs fired magical flares into the sky, illuminating the portals and the incoming army. The locals, staggering and laughing, ran to grab weapons and don armor, while the children were tasked with staying by Lotus. Not entirely for their safety, at least. Their job was to keep the songs going so the festivities wouldn't end while the adults fought a glorious night battle. Remi emerged to confer with the village shaman and her assistant, then began preparing powerful spells to counter the threat. Instead of remaining inside the city walls and casting outwards, Remi had transformed into her spirit snake form with the decrepit old orc shaman on her back, allowing them both a full view of the unfolding events. The orcs were already positioned on the wall, and Lotus had the perfect spell for the situation. Field of Vines was primarily an entanglement ability. But she could simply make the vines perfectly straight and stiff, allowing the orcs to cut them and hurl them as spears toward the undead. The vines regrew instantly as the tree of life manifested in the middle of the village. Tessa, meanwhile, mounted Thor, ready to leap over the wall the moment the charge was sounded. Staggering drunken 100 meters away, the orcs missed far more throws than they hit, but they were certainly having fun competing for kills amidst their laughter. Carl, considerably more pragmatic and sober, drew his bow and began to target everything that wasn't a zombie. The mindless undead weren't the weakest in the army, but they were the least threatening if their leadership was eliminated. So far, only a horde of zombies and a few demonic necromancers had come through the portals, proving no match for the might of Void Blast, imbued in Carl's arrows. This created a chaotic situation outside the walls. While the zombies were drawn to signs of life, they were left without guidance on what might be an important target. Then Cara realized a better way to annoy the undead. "Sister Remi, cast Apocalypse through all the portals and see who comes out to play," she insisted. She was circling over the battlefield, waiting for someone to play with, but they weren't sending anyone. The shambling horde was almost at the town walls now, and more spears were finding their targets, leaving a swathe of undead corpses in the fields as the horde approached. Naksha unleashed a wall of her black mist breath weapon, causing any undead who entered it to simply crumple to the ground, lifeless. In the dark, the zombies didn't even realize they were walking into danger. Chief Snakebite stood beside Carl, hurling spears made of lotus vines, and laughed as Thor created a coating of ice along the ground with blockade, causing the undead to slip and stumble. It was as if they were staging a comedy show, enraged but utterly incapable of reaching the city across the ice. Then the amused behemoth created a second wall above them, crushing the undead between the two barriers. The barriers shattered as the undead lashed out the moment they sensed danger. But hundreds were crushed, and the aftermath left giant boulders of ice in the field for the zombies to navigate around. Then Rei joined the battle with blood destruction, her explosions rocking the battlefield, shredding zombies, and sending a mist of filthy blood into the sky. The flaming vortexes of Hellstorm easily cleaned up the worst of the mess as Hawk passed by, leaving presents before bombarding the newest arrivals to the region. The sound of the drums drew more and more undead toward the village, faster than the combined efforts of the villagers, and even Carl's team's area attacks could eliminate them. But still, there were no signs of leadership, beyond the handful of necromancers Cara and Rei had already dispatched. Even having Remi cast Apocalypse through the portals hadn't drawn out anything fun. Chief Snakebite surveyed the battlefield as a fresh round of flares ascended, accompanied by fireworks. "Do you think they realized it was a trap?" he asked idly, then took a long swig of grog. Carl shrugged. "It seems so. Either that, or they simply don't want to send any more troops here. It looked like they were building up for something big, and since we know they use portals to attack, it could be anywhere." The chieftain laughed and tossed another spear out into the horde, impaling a zombie's forehead. The zombie horde was almost at the moat now, though Thor was likely to drive them back with blockade to properly cluster them for the fire spells to incinerate. Zombies burned especially well, especially under the effects of ghost fire. The creatures didn't have a soul to damage, but the flames seemed to burn through the link the undead had to this world, destabilizing them long before their bodies were charred to destruction. The eerie quiet of the battlefield took some getting used to, though. The war drums continued, punctuated by occasional whoops of celebration from the villagers. But the undead horde didn't make a sound as they approached. Nothing when they were caught in the barriers, and only the vague crackling of fire in the distance as they perished. That began to change when the undead began to send different troops through the portals. Wave upon wave of zombies gave way to screeching banshees, insane revenants, and fast-moving ghouls, who repeatedly stopped to pick through the zombie corpses as they advanced. Chief Snakebite chuckled and took another swig of the grog. "Well, here we go, boys. I hope you have a way to deal with banshees, because it might be game over for us," he muttered. Carl chuckled as Rei ripped the first one apart, leaving nothing but ethereal mist floating in the air. Then, the presence of another attracted the Hellstorm vortexes, which ignited the entirely soul-based undead in the most peculiar way. They burned incorporeally, unaffected by their surroundings, and couldn't be extinguished. "I think we might still have a shot." The revenants and ghouls were nothing like the zombie horde. Not only were they much faster and stronger, but they were also vaguely intelligent. They didn't mindlessly lumber forward into traps or into Thor's lightning zone. They were smart enough to at least bypass visibly dangerous areas. Furthermore, their senses were keen enough that they at least attempted to defend themselves against the thrown spears. The silent battlefield became suddenly deafening as the revenants began to leap the moat and clash with the Orcish defenders. Blades met claws or the corroded blades remnants from the revenants' past lives. Lotus, in turn, increased the radius of her Tree of Life effect to spill out over the moat. Similar to Thor's consecrated ground ability, simply standing within the aura was enough to damage and destroy the invaders, not all of whom were durable enough to endure. While countless overlords were present in the undead army, the majority consisted of commander and royal rank undead. These died in droves, but they provided cover for the stronger undead behind them. Chief Snakebite watched the flames sear the souls of the incorporeal undead away with a smile. You're a good man to have in a fight. Your team can fight anything. Normally, we need to call for more shamans when they send ghosts and haints. But how does a spider stab a specter? Carl merely shrugged. She believes it can be stabbed, so it can be stabbed. Besides, she can also make herself incorporeal, so there might be some sort of interaction there. The orc nodded in satisfaction. That was good enough for him. Much of the world's magic worked because you believed it did. At least, in the opinion of an Orcish chieftain who wasn't particularly magically inclined. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode.